that Boom is continuing on the success that they are
Yeah.
enjoying. Because not only because it was a tier 2 team, it's because they're able to actually keep that, momentum going on
Yeah.
despite being hit over and over again by some of the best teams in the region.
Yep.
Other teams would falter or maybe take a few steps back or maybe second guess themselves. But Boom is like, no, we know who we are, we're gonna run with it, and we're gonna keep on going. That's what I'm so impressed with.
Yeah, for sure. I think following a lot of these storylines of these players and some of the teams that haven't necessarily played as much in Tier 1, when you see them finally find that consistent success, if you're a person that's been following a lot of these players' journeys for a long time, then it's going to fill you with a lot of pride. But speaking of, our first matchup, I mean, Nongshim's been a fantastic team to watch.
Yeah, but lately, that's the issue, right? They're not looking like the same Nongshim like they were maybe in kickoff. It's been 2 losses in a row for them against T1 and then against Talon. It feels like the standard of tier 1. Oh, that's a little tricky because we have a tier 1 and we have them in tier 1. It feels like that's catching up to them. They're being forced to adapt and evolve, but they're not quite sure where to go yet. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, for me, they haven't managed to find that consistent footing that they had all the way through Ascension. And for me, it's a combination of obviously a step up to tier 1, a step up in level in terms of who you are playing against. I think the way the meta has changed and developed has not helped this team. We saw them being all in on Waylay, and I was all for giving them more time, but it did not seem like it suited them as, they couldn't make that work at all. So now we're seeing them swap back to Neon, but Neon isn't once what it once was. So they definitely have to try and find ways to redefine themselves to get back to where they were.
Yeah, I think honestly you could look at a lot of the results that they've had and be happy with it up until I think that Talon loss. That Talon loss definitely made me a little bit question what Nongshim was bringing here.
अरे यार मैं सब कुछ भूल गया, आरुष बता नहीं सकता था, मेरे माइक की साउंड नहीं आ रही भाई, मैं तेरे से बोले जा रहा हूँ. हेलो सिंग्स भाई, सॉरी, माफी, मैं थोड़ा सा कुछ भूल गया था. मैं अपना हेडफोन को ऑन करना भूल गया था. आई एम सॉरी, मेरा हेडफोन बंद हो जाता है बीच में. मैंने बताया इसका गिफ्ट दो मेरे को. तेरे को मेंबरशिप मिली तो ये, इससे ज्यादा और क्या गिफ्ट चाहिए तेरे को? तू मेरी लाइफ में इतना क्लोज आ गया है भाई, समझ रहा है? तू मेरे दिल के इतने पास है, और क्या तेरे को गिफ्ट चाहिए? यही तेरे लिए सबसे बड़ा गिफ्ट है लाइफ का. अब जल्दी बता, डेक्स्टर या गॉट? डेक्स्टर या गॉट? देख, गेम ऑफ थ्रोन्स देख ले पहले 4 सीजन, उसके बाद डेक्स्टर देख ले. सिंपल भाई. गेम ऑफ थ्रोन्स 4 सीजन के ऊपर मत देखियो, वो सब फालतू है, टट्टी है, थू है.
Okay, vibes are pretty.
What is the plan guys? क्या लग रहा है आज टीम सीक्रेट कुछ प्रिपेयर करके आई होगी या नहीं आई होगी? देखो, पहले 3 हफ्तों के अंदर तो मामला बिल्कुल टट्टी. एक कॉम्प बताऊं एसेंट का कॉम्प? बता भाई, बता, देखें, लेट्स सी. सुना है एंड बहुत खराब. तभी तो मैंने बोला तेरे को पहले 4 सीजन देखने बस गेम ऑफ थ्रोन्स के, उसके आगे नहीं देखना. बता भाई. वाइस एसेंट, ठीक है. वाइस केओ टेहो कहाँ है? टेओ वेले और ओमन. वाइस केओ टेहो वेले ओमन. वाइस एसेंट पे, मतलब एसेंट पे वाइस अच्छा है, लेकिन मैं तो अभी भी बोलूँगा केजे ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है बे. जो तुमको बीमेन का कंट्रोल रहता है ना और मिड का कंट्रोल रहता है, 2 जगह कंट्रोल केजे तुम लोग को प्रोवाइड करता है बे. इसके अंदर मैं तेरे को चेंज बताऊं, बेस्ट चेंज क्या कर सकते हो? इन दोनों को भगा दे, वाइस को रख, साथ में केजे को रख, ठीक है, और सोवा. ये बहुत भयंकर चलेगी. तेरे को कहीं पे एग्जीक्यूट करना है, ओमन के फ्लैश के साथ वाइस को सेंड कर दे, ठीक है, और साथ में रिकॉन. तेरे को डिफेंस के अंदर भी तेरे पास दोनों साइड का बहुत भारी एंकर है, ठीक है। ओमन भी प्लस एंकर कर सकता है, प्लस तेरे पास पूरा मिड का इन्फो रहेगा। ए मेन पे तेरे पास तू स्मोक्स वाला गेम प्ले भी खेल सकता है वन वे डाल के, ठीक है। एग्रेसिव भी लड़ सकता है। और क्या नाम है, क्या बोल रहा था मैं, हाँ, और बी मेन का भी तेरे पास कंट्रोल रहेगा पूरा पूरा। बस इसके अंदर ये है कि तेरे पास सिर्फ ये दोनों फ्लैश है, और इन दोनों फ्लैश से लेकिन एक फायदा तेरे को क्या है कि तू दोनों साइड पे प्रेजेंस दिखा सकता है, अटैक के अंदर भी, ए मेन के अंदर भी। ये वाला हिसाब भी तू रख सकता है और ये वाला हिसाब भी तू रख सकता है, तो तेरे को इन दोनों साइड कुछ भी दिक्कत नहीं होगी। तो इधर अगर तेरे को फेक भी करना है तब भी तू यूज कर सकता है कोई सी साइड पे। अगर तेरे को किसी साइड पे मतलब नॉर्मल अटैक भी करना है तब भी। डिफॉल्ट्स अच्छे होंगे इस कॉम पर, यस। डिफॉल्ट भी बहुत भयंकर लेवल पे तू, मिडलिंग तेरा स्ट्रांग रहेगा, मिड पे तेरे को आराम से रिकॉन मिल जाएगा। अरे मैं तो कितनी बढ़िया कॉप करी है बे, मैं तो भगवान हूँ भाई। अबे यार रैंडमली डैम, ट्राई करो भाई, ये वाला कॉम्प ट्राई करो। ये उस वाला जो कॉम्प है ना उसके अंदर एटलीस्ट मेरे को इशू सबसे बड़ा इसके अंदर क्या लगता है कि ठीक है तुम्हारे पास ए मेन का बहुत अच्छा कंट्रोल रहेगा, नो डाउट्स, डिफेंस के अंदर, लेकिन तुम्हारे पास इन्फो बहुत कम रहेगी बे। तुम लोग को चूतियों की तरह इधर से उधर घूमना पड़ता रहेगा। केजे केओ सोवा ओमेन जेट नहीं, उससे तो स्ट्रांग है इस टाइम पे। मतलब मेरे को लग रहा है कि केओ बहुत इजीली रिप्लेसेबल है, या तो एक सेंटिनल से या एक ड्यूलिस्ट से। कोई रीजन नहीं है इस टाइम पे केओ को मतलब खेलने का। अगर तुम्हें दूसरा इनिशिएटर खेलना ही है तो भाई ब्रीच खेलो। अगर तुमको दूसरा इनिशिएटर खेलना है तो ब्रीच खेलो। ब्रीच वेले के साथ में गॉड टियर, ब्रीच के इसके साथ भी मत डालो, फिर डबल ड्यूलिस्ट डालो। सीधा सीधा केजे या वाइस में से भी एक को लात मारो, और फिर वेले, योरू, ब्रीच, इस टाइप का हिसाब कुछ रन करो, वो होएगा फिर गेम प्ले। देखो अब आप एवीटी कॉम निकाल रहे हो ब्रीज डाल के, ऐसा ना करो भाई। ये लगा ले हर किसी ने हमारे अगेंस्ट वनीला कॉम खेली और हमने हर किसी को ठोका है भाई। ये सिर्फ हमने रन किया है और पता है, और किसी ने रन नहीं किया ब्रिज। पूरे कितने 1.5 साल तक किसी सबको ठोका है हमने 1.5 साल तक। लेकिन ठीक है, अगर तुमको ब्रीच नहीं चाहिए, अंडरस्टैंडेबल है। टेहो, टेहो नहीं बेट ना। पता है टेहो की दिक्कत क्या है, टेहो ना डब्ल्यू की करा सकता है तेरे को, मतलब कहीं पे जबरदस्ती एग्रेशन नहीं दिखवा सकता, ठीक है। और ना ना टेहो मतलब तेरे को इन्फो दे सकता उतनी जितनी तेरे को सोवा दे सकता है। वो चूसा ब्रीच को स्पॉन बिठा दो, फर्स्ट राउंड हर जगह स्टन डालता रहेगा क्लैड। स्पॉन कहाँ बिठाते थे भाई, हम स्पॉन नहीं बिठाते थे। हमारा ब्रीच होता था शॉर्ट पे, यहाँ पे। कहाँ है अबे ब्रीच यार मेरा, यार मेरा स्क्रोल व्हील खराब हो गया भाई। हाँ ये रहा, ब्रीच हमारा खेलता था यहाँ पे, यहाँ पे, यहाँ पे। जिधर भी नाइफ आ रहा होता था उसके ओपोनेंट्स का उसके हिसाब से यहाँ खेलता था। इधर का स्टन मारना होता था मेन का तो वो मेन का मार देता था, शॉर्ट का मारना होता था शॉर्ट का मार देता था, मिड का मारना होता मिड का मार देता था, बी मेन का मारना होता था बी मेन का मार देता था। यहाँ से रखता था बी मेन का, ये करना होता था ये कर देता था, ये मार्केट का मारना होता है यहाँ से मार देता था, फर्स्ट लेन का मारना होता यहाँ से मारा, सेकंड लेन का मारा यहाँ से मार दिया। हर हर जगह स्टन लग सकता है, ए मेन स्टन करना है। फर्स्ट ऑन यू यूज टू प्ले स्पॉन फॉर मिड टू मिड टू बी अलार्म बोर्ड पे स्टन डाल के पीक नहीं करवाते थे क्या? नहीं नहीं नहीं, फर्स्ट राउंड पे हमारा डिफॉल्ट होता था हमेशा। फर्स्ट राउंड पे हम सिंपल डिफॉल्ट रखते थे, रीजन बीइंग हर कोई ए मेन लेने का ट्राई करता था और हम अपने को फर्स्ट राउंड में हमेशा के हमेशा यहाँ पे हमारा कॉम्बो होता था ए मेन में। यहाँ पे जाता था स्टन, ठीक है। यूजली क्या होता था, ओमन चूतिया यहाँ पे टीपी मारते थे, ठीक है। यहाँ पे जाता था स्टन और उसके बाद जाता था आफ्टर शॉक। यहाँ पे फ्री किल, फ्रीएस्ट किल। फर्स्ट टाइम यूज, नहीं नहीं, वो हमारा स्टार्ट नहीं था, हमें जरूरत नहीं थी ना, मैं डीप डीप मिड खेलने की नीड ही नहीं थी। हमें अगर पुश रोकना होता था, हमारा जो जेट था वो इंस्टेंट रोटेट करता था यहाँ से, ठीक है। ये इंस्टेंट रोटेट करता था, केजे और सोवा हमारे ऑलरेडी इधर होते थे। मैच स्टार्ट तो नहीं हो गया, होने वाला है भाई। हमारे के अरे अरे अरे, हमारे केजे और सोवा ऑलरेडी बी साइड पे होते थे, ठीक है। और फर्स्ट पुश रोकने के लिए ब्रीथ का स्टन लग जाता था यहाँ से, ठीक है। और उसके बाद अब साइड पे 3 बंदे फाइट कर रहे होते थे, सिर्फ ओमन और ब्रीच का रोटेशन स्लो होता था। यो व्हाट्सअप, क्या हाल है भाई सिद्धांत? स्प्लिट पर वाइस, साइफर, सोवा, एस्ट्रा, जेट। वाइस, साइफर, साइफर, सोवा, एस्ट्रा, जेट। स्प्लिट पे नहीं बे तू, नहीं बे, तेरे को स्प्लिट पे फ्लैश चाहिए चाहिए बे। या तो स्प्लिट पे फ्लैश चाहिए या फिर तेरे को वो चाहिए, ब्रीथ चाहिए बे। दोनों में से एक चीज तो लगेगी तेरे को, तू कैसे खेलेगा वरना। सामने वाली टीम तेरे को या फिर तेरे को मतलब फेड का हिसाब चाहिए जो यूटिल होता है, प्राउलर और सीज। सिर्फ सोवा से काम नहीं चलेगा, तेरे को डबल इनिशिएटर खिलाना पड़ेगा। फिर सोवा के साथ ब्रीज डाल दे, ब्रीज डाल दे या फिर टेहो डाल दे। टेहो चलेगा, सोवा और टेहो चलेगा पता है स्प्लिट पे, अगर तेरे को खिलाना है तो सोवा जबरदस्ती।
And they need to find that pass forward.
Alrighty, let's have a look at the Asian select here. Nongshim going to run with the same comp that they have been using on this map. If it's not broke, don't need to fix it. It's going to be very lurk heavy on this attack side. That's something that
टीम सीक्रेट रन कर रही है। ओनली वाइस, सोवा, एस्ट्र, ओ वी हैव डबल सेंटिनल हेयर, ठीक है। इधर है डबल सेंटिनल, इधर। ओ भाई अभी हम बात ही कर रहे थे भाई, सिंग्स भाई हेलो, अभी हम बात कर रहे थे वाइस और केजे की। हेयर इट इज भाई, अभी 2 मिनट पहले अपन ने दूसरे मैप के लिए कुकअप किया है गाइस, एंड वाइस एंड केजे इज हेयर ऑलरेडी। स्प्लिट पे सोवा खेलना ही क्यों है? हाँ मतलब वो चैट में पूछ रहा था तो मैंने उसके हिसाब से बताया। मेरे को नीड नहीं लगती स्प्लिट पे सोवा खेलने की। स्प्लिट पे तुमको इन्फो की इतनी जरूरत नहीं है, तुम मैप कंट्रोल के हिसाब से खेल सकते हो। सेम चीज मतलब इस टाइम पे हेवन और स्प्लिट 2 ऐसे मैप है जिन पे मेरे को नहीं लगता इतना ज्यादा इन्फो का नीड है। तुम बस मैप कंट्रोल पे गेम को खेल सकते हो भाई, सीधा सीधा।
I gotta look through my calendar, you know, kind of like what Pilsky was talking about. Yes, it's April 12th, and it has definitely been 279 days since Team Secret picked up a win officially in like the whole VCT. But it's
क्या बात कर रहा है, इतने टाइम से जीती नहीं है टीम सीक्रेट। वाइस केजे इज प्रेटी गुड, कैन एंकर बोथ साइड्स, 1-3-1 इजीली प्लेएबल। 1-3-1 मैं तो तेरे को अभी भी बोलूंगा 1-3-1 से ज्यादा बेटर पता है क्या? तेरे को याद है एक बारी डीएफएम खेली थी एसेंट पे, साइफर और क्या नाम है, डेडलॉक। जब डेडलॉक स्टार्टिंग में आया था तो वो क्या करते थे, वो चूतिया ए पे सामान लगाते थे साइफर का, और साइफर खेलता था बी साइड पे, और बी साइड पे लगाते थे सामान डेडलॉक का। डेडलॉक और खेलते थे, डेडलॉक खेलता था ए पे, ठीक है। तो तू पर्ल के ऊपर वो वाला काम कर सकता है इस केजे और इससे वाइस से। 1-3-1 खेलने की जरूरत नहीं है। हाँ वो तो लोग एंटी क्यू खेलते थे। हाँ नहीं तू वैसे भी खेल सकता है। रीजन बीइंग कोई भी फिर वॉल को एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करेगा और जेट को तो बहुत बारी पकड़ सकता है।
Spike. And the shots are just being
जेट
collected
को
from
या
them at the
योरू
moment,
को
aren't they? Great
जो भी
headshots from Team Secret. It's all on
वो आ रहा है
Margaret.
उनको हर बारी योरू का क्लोन भेज के क्लियर करना पड़ेगा कि वॉल है कि नहीं है इधर।
Shot though, still able to find
तो
it.
एक यूटिलिटी उनकी हर बारी जाएगी ही
Blinded for
जाएगी।
a while. That is very
और
much so
हार्ड एंकर खेल
information for
सकता है
Team
वे।
Secret. They're pretty low as well, so a
ये
single shot
बहुत
from the
बढ़िया देख
Sheriff
वाइन्स के साथ
towards the engine block could
केजे
very
मॉली
well be their doom.
चुम्मा भाई।
Margaret has an
Instant-
opportunity here, but yeah, might
Nice.
have been a little bit distracted, just sensing
Team Secret जीत गई
tiny
पहला
pixels
राउंड।
here and there, and that's
Interesting।
when the swing comes out.
Well, these teams were equal in the pistol
यार मैंने इनको
accumulation
देखा
going
नहीं
into
बे।
towards this series, I believe 9-7 apiece,
स्टार्टिंग में मैंने
so
इनकी
that's gonna
शक्लें
be
नहीं
a little
देखी।
bit separated now
मेरे को
with,
शक्लें
of
देखनी
course,
थी बे
one of the
इनकी।
teams having to win a
पता
pistol.
चल
You
जाता
can't
है।
have a
मेरे को पता
handshake
नहीं
or
ऐसा
walk away
फीलिंग
in
आ
this
रहा
round and just call it equal. Great little
नॉन्ग
trap
शिम
plays
में
to
से
come on out, and you gotta consider
जैसे
that
ये
that's
इतने
technically a 4v5
कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं है इस टाइम पे।
version coming in since Wild Oreo was bested at the very
यूनिट डॉन
beginning
और भाई
of the
एनजी
round.
क्या हाल चाल है भाई?
Not too bad. I mean, good recovery
हाउ इज इट
overall.
गोइंग माय किंग?
Making that decision to push their way up belong. As the next round comes in, though, it's going to be Team Secret in with that little buy as well, of course. Wild Oreo on towards the Outlaw, now taking a main
एनजी
control.
ये सिंग्स कह रहा था कि एनजी की दो बंदियां हैं।
Team Secret. It should be all good. You've got
ऐसा
Wild
कुछ
Oreo
बता रहा था
versus
मेरे को।
on the
कहता उन्हीं के साथ
outlaw
लगा रहता है
line.
पूरे दिन, प्रैक्टिस पे नहीं आता। ये ऐसे ऐसी चीजें बता रहा था मतलब कुछ मेरे को। ऐसा सिस्टम है क्या?
See if he finds his picks. There are a lot of targets marching towards him. The stealth drone, yep, will kind of inform him somewhat. So rendezvous away. That's
सिंग्स को
information.
सीरियसली
Can still
लेने
get back
लेने
on a
का।
pretty powerful line in this sort of situation though. Has Jesse Vash to assist.
सिंग्स
has a
देख मैंने
recon
तेरे को
in the
बोला था ना
seconds, but all these suits are
एनजी ऐसा
starting to
कर ही
come
नहीं
through.
सकता है।
Let's see if Nongshim
समझ
can
रहा है?
plan.
Yeah, initial mortar strike. You've got the smokes up, so it allows Nongshim to try to sneak their way in. But still, Team Secret, they have pretty much surrounded the site.
मैंने देख तेरे को बताया था ना एनजी नहीं करेगा भाई तुम्हारे साथ ऐसा। वो कुछ और रीजन होगा।
Jeremy who finds the kill through the little angles with the bulldog, while Team Secret just continues to stay tucked in.
Yeah, it becomes
30
pretty
seconds
difficult.
left.
now
एनजी
to
अगली
try
बार
and
ये
get a
बीसी
plan
में आए
because
तो इससे
everybody at Team
पूछियो।
Secret's here.
Okay. What's the
यस
move gonna
रोबो
be,
किया है
Demi?
तो
He's the one with the spike, so trying to get it stuck down
देख
now. Jeremy
दोनों हाथों
looking
के
for
बारे
the
में
wall
ऐसे नहीं
bangs,
बोलते
but
भाई।
not gonna quite be able to find it. Stuns being sounded off as well.
I am
but
good humans.
still, it
हाँ,
just
एनजी
is Team
एनजी अच्छा
Secret
आदमी है, ये तो
slowly
मेरे को
but
पता
surely
है।
moving their way into the site. Jeremy close range though, not going to be able to find the shot in Ivy. Finding one up around A main as well. Persia will fall, and that leaves Ivy alone. And look at the high-low setup coming through. Lovely protocols coming out from Team Secret just to secure the round.
नॉन्गशिम
Not
को
too
भाई
much damage
टीम्स अब
sustained.
रीड करना स्टार्ट कर दिए
And
हैं
of course, we
बे।
see the Nongshim
Anti-strat
Classic
होना
in the
start हो
game
गए हैं
now as
finally,
well.
पता है ये?
Unlike Big Time, who is only going to be getting a bundle contingent on a team getting a win, I have got both of the bundles before they've even played their games with them in the server. So we like to support our Pacific teams. Of course, bundles for all of the center teams out now. For those that
क्या
didn't know.
बोलते हो गाइस तुम्हारे हिसाब से इन दोनों में से कौन
Wow.
जीतेगा आज?
Salesman, what a salesman.
नॉन्गशिम को
Komodo.
सपोर्ट कर रहे हो
It
क्या
is
सब?
a pretty interesting theme for today's
और
matches,
भाई
though, right?
चुलबुला
Both ascendant
डार्लिंग क्या हाल
teams,
है?
but at the same time, they are kind of on somewhat opposite ends of the
Oh,
groups.
yeah.
So I do imagine there's going to be
ये
quite
round
a bit
guys
of
देखने
pressure
वाला।
onto Nongshim's shoulders. But at the same time, as the round continues
भाई।
to play out now, full buy coming up. Jeremy
बहुत
again with
भयंकर level
Bulldog,
पे push back
marching
किया है बे
upwards
इनको।
towards Belong. Now they spot him
Oh.
out, and he can't quite get himself out of there. No gate crash available. Dammy will find the
Nice.
frag, continues to
अबे।
slither through, but it's going to be 2GE trading right back up.
मैंने
Our
वोट ही
teammates
नहीं
to go
करा।
with
I am
Army
like
to
whoever wins
assist
doesn't
him there
matter।
either
ठीक
is
है भाई।
just a little bit awkward. You got to keep your strength in numbers here and play the long game, especially when you're going up.
I am good. What about you?
Bonus round of Team Secret.
That's been
Things
something
भाई
that
मैं
has
तो
been
ना सहता भाई।
plaguing Nongshim for like the past
मैं तो दिखा
several
देता
weeks, or
भाई।
maybe even
The
a
whole
little bit
stage.
in kickoffs. Yeah.
The kind of
ऐसे
the whole
कैसे
stage,
गुड़गांव
right?
के
And
गुजर को
Russ
ऐसे बोल
being,
रहा है भाई ये?
ahead, you know, he was playing the waylay similarly to the principles that this team employs with the Neon. This time though, together as a pack, the Thorns can sting them up a little bit.
मैं भी
unless they all
बढ़िया हूँ
move
यार।
all together, which they do, but now they're just going to sink that damage. 2GE.
Interesting.
Oh, it does miss out on the timing just narrowly.
Well timed. Persia still left behind, so has a timing against Duji.
Nice.
That's gonna be the frag. That's
ये
gonna be
वाला
the site.
expected था.
Maybe the spike plant
बहुत
as
जल्दी
well. The
पिक कर रहा है,
recon
यूटिल
does
निकाल
buy
के
a
पूरा
little
क्लियर
bit of
करना
time
पड़ेगा अपने को पहले ये.
for Jesse Vash
सोवा
to
होना
sneak
चाहिए
that
था यहाँ
shock
पे.
dart a little bit way in.
Yeah, we'll just see what damage Jesse Vash and Wild Oreo can do here. You do have that
आपकी
Vandal,
CSK
so
तो
if Wild
बहुत
Oreo can
खराब
find
परफॉर्म
something
कर रही.
here,
मैं देख ही नहीं रहा यार
too
IPL.
bad to chip away at the economy of Nongshim, who are just gonna fall on back towards Art and really play the
मैं
post.
तो नहीं
Would be a
चाहता
good position
सीधा
to
बैठ
hold.
जाता. ये चुलबुला भाई तुम्हारे बीच में लड़ाई करवा रहा है भाई.
Doesn't have any more utility either,
इसकी
so
मत
at this point
सुनोगे.
it's kind of
ये बहुत
push
गलत
or
आदमी
try
है
to
भाई.
tap them.
मैंने
Tap the
देखा
spike,
है
bait
इसको
them
ये
into
बाकी चैनल के ऊपर भी
peeking
यही
against you,
करता है. लोगों की
Unfortunately,
लड़ाई
time
करवाता है
not
भाई.
quite supporting Jesse Vash's intentions back there, so it's going to be just down to Wild Oreo. Not too much damage dealt against Nongshim, who are able to recover themselves.
Pretty level-headed after the initial duel that Danby gets dispatched in, right? You pivot over towards the
अब बाय राउंड आ गया भाई. दिखाओ कुछ अच्छा दिखाओ. मेरे को कुछ अच्छी स्ट्रैट देखनी है. स्टार्टिंग का ये पुशबैक अच्छा था, मेरे को अच्छा लगा. इसके बाद इनको थोड़ा सा पीछे आके यहाँ तक का कंट्रोल मेंटेन करना चाहिए था. यार और प्लेयर्स कभी किसी को सीरियसली नहीं लेते. बस यही अच्छी चीज करता है भाई एनजी. मैं तो जाता ही नहीं ज्यादा. खुद के लगे तू कह रहा तो मान लेता हूँ. अबे इन्फो चली गई भाई. नाइस. Now we sit back. अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि दोनों जगह पे बहुत ज्यादा पैसिव हो गए हो. इधर भी कंट्रोल नहीं है, अब इधर भी कंट्रोल नहीं. ये सही किया एस्ट्रा ने कि इसने हॉल्स का कंट्रोल ले लिया.
take some body jewels here as Nongshim as well, because you've already used that drone from Francis. That's one of the kind of lackluster things
सोवा
about
को
this
इधर पुश
age of
कर देना
Wild that
चाहिए
you
था, पता
don't.
है.
You don't have the great refreshable for
सोवा
information
को
like Jesse Vash does have
इधर
on
का
Sova, for
रिकॉन या फिर
example.
कुछ करवा के
So,
वाइस
relying on Team Secret to
वाइस
give
को
you
यहाँ
some
पे सेटअप
information
करवा
here.
देना
You've got to
चाहिए
go
था.
together as numbers. You do spot out where Wild Oreo is, missing a couple of shots. But with sub 50 seconds to go, you've got to make an idea for Nongshim.
I thought
here where you
Oro
wanna
के
end, and
चार
if they do
players
continue to go to
score
this
के
A side,
हर
Vice
राउंड
utility,
निकालेंगे.
Astrostar's already available too. It can
वो
get
तो
quite
यार
awkward.
वो तो देख तू अगले वाली उसमें हो गई होगा. इसको फाइट नहीं लेनी थी भाई. जैसे इसने फाइट ली, इसने कंफर्म कर दिया कि वो आ रहे हैं इधर.
Unfortunately for them, Jeremy has already got his sights zeroed in. Even pulls out the dimensional drift. Try to stick the plant, but that's going to be Envy finding the
रुकाई भाई
wall
बहुत
bangs down
बढ़िया.
to Jesse Vash
टीम
with the double
सीक्रेट
kill at
नाइस.
the end.
There is
नहीं.
not a lick of damage done to any of the Team
अब
Secret
इनके
members
पास
in that round. They
अब
went
इनको
out
समझ
with
जाना
what
चाहिए
they
कि
went
वाइस
in,
खेल रहा है
essentially.
इधर ही.
Just a little investment of utility. That was
ऐसी
a
एक्सपेक्टेशन
really
तो
well
हमें
played
भी नहीं
round
थी
from
ब्रो.
them from beginning to end, isolating Persia in the 2
यार
versus 1,
एनजी तू
playing
समझ नहीं रहा.
crossfire on the
उसको
side as well, and
एक्सपेक्टेशन
Jeremy
पता है
using
क्यों
the
थी?
dimensional drift to get out of
क्योंकि
dodge,
मैं
get
और
some
को
information
सपोर्ट
for
कर रहा
the
था
team,
भाई.
and it's another situation where
समझ
you've
रहा
got a
है.
wallbang coming from dugout to deny the plan. This is something that Nongshim is
उनको
going to
पता
have
था
to
कि भाई
kind
मैं
of
ऐसे वैसे तो किसी टीम को फॉलो करूंगा नहीं. तो बस एनजी यार यही है बस यार. एक्सपेक्टेशन तो आएंगी भाई. देख तू अब आगे जाके हर बंदे से 5 किल की भी एक्सपेक्टेशन आएंगी. टेंशन मत ले तू. नहीं क्योंकि सिंस खेल रहा था. नहीं नहीं सच सच बोल दे यार. मेरा बोल दे भाई. तू चुलबुला ऐसे शर्मा मत. समझ रहा है. टाइम आउट लेना पड़ेगा भाई नोंगशिम को. उनको समझ नहीं आ रही है. पहले स्प्लिट 2 के लिए कॉल. अबे हाँ तुम्हारे मैचेस का क्या हुआ? तुम्हारे मैचेस और डिले हो गए क्या? तुम्हारे मैच नहीं होने चाहिए थे ऑलरेडी. अब तो 2-3 दिन हो चुके उस चीज को. क्या नाम है वो जो था फाइनल वगैरह जो होना था. ट्यूसडे को मैच है. अच्छा मार्काई वाली टीम के साथ मैच है तुम्हारा अब. तो वो बता रहा था.
around the A main side of things though.
हैगर निकले टूर्नामेंट में से भाई.
Francis double sheriff kill.
कैसे?
He's continuing to peek out now, trying to get the phantom sprays, and he's gonna nail it.
He's done it again.
भाई
He
ये
is so sensational
जैसी
to
वॉच
bring
को भाई
these sort of things
इधर
back.
Exact
A
spot where
main
he
से कुछ
earned
प्यार
the
है
ace
भाई,
from
पता
way
है?
back when.
And now you've got an advantage as Team Secret able to work up from Margaret. Can't get it done.
हमारा इनके साथ स्क्रिम हुआ था एक बारी. ये जैसी वैस ने 5 बंदे मेन में मारे थे भाई. इसको इस एरिया से कुछ प्यार है भाई, ये मॉन्स्टर बन जाता है यहाँ पे भाई।
Aerial drone. Information found aplenty.
एक जगह खड़े हो गए, यहाँ पे खड़े हो गए भाई, इसने ठोका हुआ है।
A little bit of an anti-eco, but still, you have to admire how well Jesse Vash played the round.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment in that round where things looked scary.
क्या
right?
पता होगा
A lot
किसी
of
के साथ।
teams, when they have the first two duels,
एंडी तुम में से गुस्सा है क्या?
and try to reset, right? A 3 versus
सच
5
बताइए।
scenario, you
अपने दिल पे हाथ रख के बता मेरे को।
But the fact that Jesse Vash just stands and
और
delivers here,
versus
they give him
semi-retired
a little
match
bit
है।
of a 1v1
Semi-retired
in the
कौन
beginning
है?
there, but the stun lingering on a little bit later on as well for him to just kind of bunker down and spray the Phantom out. Great job from him
Danger है भाई
there
Jesse
to
Vash।
bring things back after Nongshim's timeout, by the way. So
Can't remember his exact age, but Unk has still got it, and that's Hunter's Fury.
मारगाई वाले टीम के अगेंस्ट, मारगाई वाले टीम के
against Nongshim, who are once again back at it towards B long. This time it's going to be Wild Oreo here though with the op.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, he's one of the
ठीक है।
the angle though, if he's holding one angle.
और
he's
easy
one of
W
the
भाई।
top contenders for highest op
क्यों
kills
गुस्सा
in all
होऊंगा
of,
मैं?
Pacific right now.
नहीं, मैं
But
थोड़ी
he's marching
बकचोद-
upwards. Both of them
Ooh.
have missed each other, and Danby
yeah.
unscopes at the right time.
Do you expect though anyone else to be on the side itself with how far forward Wild Oreo would
Oh,
be
yeah.
pushing up? Generally, Vice Wall would be
इसको
placed
यहाँ
behind it with
से
Thorns as
push
well
up
in
नहीं
case that
करना
player
चाहिए
does
लेकिन Chamber
lose their
को।
life, and there's
बहुत
an
ट्रेन
attempt
नहीं
at
है कि तो वो
speed, but
inside
this
से
time
push up कर रहा
it's
है।
just a really slow down passive affair from Nongshim. Get out some little more information that Jesse Vash is going to be lent
इसने
towards
round दे
this
दिया
piece
अबे
up
यहाँ
now on
पे।
the drone. Hunter's Fury starts to come out
कितने
too.
दो
Trying to get
अल्ट भी है
for
ना
a
इनके
minute,
पास।
bro, but that's going to be Jesse
Oh.
Vash denying any possible entry
Dambi,
in the
let's
hold
go.
as well. Taken down by Dambi though, so there's
Oh.
a slight opportunity here. Margaret marching his way up forward towards B Link, and it's just Jeremy trying to break things open with a fake out. Does manage to equalize his odds somewhat. It still is a 1-on-2.
Yeah, you'd have to see some brilliance from Jeremy.
वही
here,
वाला
one
kill ज़्यादा
blind
मैटर
side
कर गया अभी।
to be able to utilize. You've got Thorns for Ivy and an Arc.
Goran's Romeo,
That's
Goran's
about
Romeo।
it.
Yeah, and look at the way
मतलब
they're holding
टीम
these
क्या है बे
angles as
उनकी?
well.
डॉक्टर नहीं था उस टीम में तो
Crossfire not
शायद।
really going to be there.
Trying to still isolate a lot of these corners and angles though. Does spot out Dambi,
unlucky.
but Dambi is way too quick for him.
Dambi
Able to
बढ़िया
snipe
player
him
है
down
यार।
with the headshot from the Phantom.
बहुत
Say
अच्छा
the
प्लेयर
timing
लगता है
as
मेरे को ये
well from
लड़का।
Envy to be able to sleuth through a lot of that utility to catch Francis off guard was great, but Dambi being able to just get the trades around the side as well, opening up, and the rest of the team just having a great idea, right? Jesse Vash spotted out from the drone earlier, getting out the Hunter's Fury, and it's this reposition from Ivy that he's really, I mean,
डॉक्टर वाली टीम तो अलग है।
a big
क्या बात कर रहा है?
secret, right? Throughout all of their
डॉक्टर
games, somebody that hasn't been
तो
really
डॉक्टर और
known
मार्काई
hard
तो
is
साथ में
2G,
खेल रहे थे।
right? We need to see a bit of a step up.
सिलोन
to come out from
अर्जुन,
it. This is
सिलोन
the sort of
अर्जुन,
series
गोरांस
where if
रोमियो।
he's able to, and
तो
Team
मार्काई
Secret are
इस
able
टीम
to
में
get a
खेल
win,
रहा
for
है।
example,
मार्काई तो डॉक्टर के साथ नहीं था।
bring some confidence.
You need it. You need it so much so just to get that
पता
win
नहीं
on
मैं
the
गलत
board
होऊंगा।
for the team.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if sometimes, you know, it's one of those things where it's that
इस
title
बार ये
of
मेन का
VGL
अच्छा
hanging
आगे
a
तक
little
का
bit heavy on
कंट्रोल
his
बना है,
head.
लेकिन ये वॉल लग गई
Trying to
भाई।
still call his way around the rounds.
ये
They're on
वॉल
defense
पकड़ी
right
गई
now, though,
भाई।
so
नाइस, गुड वर्क।
Yeah.
just trying to set things up.
The sheer
अब
wall as well, already gonna be
अब
popped
इनको
towards
पता है
A main, so
क्योंकि
you're gonna have to see
चैम्बर
a
यहाँ पे
little bit of a
पोस्टेड
hold
है।
there from Ivy to
ठीक है,
give Nongshim the chance to
यहाँ पे
rotate
इन्होंने
back
वॉल
there if
लगाई
they
थी
do
जो
want to.
ट्रिगर हो गई
Also
ऑलरेडी।
utility, you may
तो इनको
spot out
पता है
towards
कि
B.
बी की साइड आ
All
रहे
the
हैं।
Astra Stars, you got the Arcros there.
This
so
is the
you
plan,
have an
भाई,
idea as
nice.
Nongshim that it might be a little bit more
इन्होंने
stacked
उस
up,
चीज को
so
रीड कर
rotate
लिया।
over.
नाउ दे आर
You can
गोना
still look to off
push
put
back
Wild
chamber and
Oreo
try
here,
to
who's
hit it.
yet to get a kill on the board. And you've also got a lot of these ultimates that you can really set up for a strong A take.
Ooh. Narva getting straight into the sight. Wild Oreo receives Dambi kindly.
Oh, he
Does get
नाइस
hit.
बे।
So there is a little bit of an entrance for Nongshim to
ये
get into the
मार्काई का
site.
नाम दिखा
Still
भी नहीं
though,
रहा।
Team Secret are
क्या
racing
बात कर रहा है?
into the site as well. Francis looking to get that stick in, but still trapped by the gravity
बहुत
well.
जल्दी आ गया
There
रीटेक,
is
बहुत
a
जल्दी आ
chance
गया।
for him to get wall banked. And while that happens,
भाई,
Jeremy and
nice।
Jesse Vash swarming around both sides.
Team Secret भाई
around the
बढ़िया
site
खेल रही है।
itself. Just down to Ivy now. Who unfortunately
This
is a
is
little bit
like the
lone
old
and
Team
cold.
Secret now भाई। मेरे
Tries
को
to
लग
move
रहा
up
है
front
जैसी
to get
वॉश
the
अब
spike back in,
कॉलिंग
but
कर रहा
we're
है।
running out of time.
Oh.
He might be able to stick it now, but at that point they're going to start to push into him. So he holds
भाई
onto
Ivy,
his
hello।
angles instead, finds a double kill, looks for the third, but shut down by Jesse Vash.
Yeah, on that rotate back towards
भाई
the
मेरे को
side,
लग रहा
as
है
soon as
जैसी वॉश
Wild
अब
Oreo
वापस
finds that
आईजीएल
first
कर रहा है
pick, it
भाई।
does get traded out by the Armageddon, and the time is just really starting to tick, and there's enough afforded for Team Secret to rotate.
Crazy
I'm
rundown
looking at
चालू
the
है।
ultimates that both teams
नहीं,
have
नहीं, बढ़िया
available,
खेल
I'm
रहे हैं।
thinking you can use the lockdown here to try and
इनके
off-put
अगर
Team
इनके सेटअप्स अच्छे हो रहे हैं वापस से। टीम सीक्रेट की बात यही मेरे को ना सबसे अच्छी बात लगती थी, इनके जो डिफेंसिव सेटअप होते हैं ना भाई वो बहुत अच्छे होते हैं, मतलब सिंपल होते हैं और बहुत अच्छे होते हैं।
So they
छेगा केडी है, किसका छेगा केडी है?
so far, but not quite needing or having the utility to really fend off the incoming
अच्छा
forces of Team
उसका
Secret right now. Though back into A main, Jeremy.
जैसी वॉच का, अबे जैसी वॉच पे मैप स्ट्रॉन्ग रहता है बे, बहुत मारता है जैसी वॉच इस मैप पे, पता नहीं क्यों मेरे को भी नहीं समझ आई आज तक, खड़े खड़े मारता है भाई। बुढ़ऊ को इस मैप पे कुछ हो जाता है भाई। Nice.
Not too much because Wilder still has the angles locked down. Margaret though now incoming with Persia as well. A bit of a lurk coming out from the controller of Nongshim. Still back into the site, and then it's gonna be the common spots around dugout. They're trying to get the wallbangs through, but Nongshim knows exactly how to find their targets. Envy looking to spin around on a dime, but it's not gonna happen because Persia jumps and dives in with a judge.
Oh, what a scrappy round around that A site there, isn't it?
इतना भसड़ मचा के राउंड निकाल दिया बे, नाइस यार नोंगसिम। मतलब ये मैंने शायद सबसे ज्यादा स्क्रैपी राउंड देखा है नोंगसिम की साइड से अभी तक। कोरियंस के ऐसे राउंड देखने को नहीं मिलते कभी भी। जेरेमी तो मेरी तरह विफ कर रहा है।
A good lurk out from Persia, by the way, really disconnected from the team, but it kind of works out in the 2 versus 1.
यार एनवी यार तू कब करता है ये, मेरी तरह बोलता तो मेरे को समझ भी आता। तू कब करता है ये सब भाई? नहीं भाई, मैं यार एनवी के बारे में कुछ नहीं सुनूंगा यार। एनवी
Still though, in the current round, Tour de Force being pulled out by Wild Oreo. He's creeping all the way forward up mid.
And again, as long as you're, you know, not seeing a drone or anything come out from Francis and you're not seeing the Arcros, you can kind of just hold this position as Wild Oreo and try to get the one and then get out of there.
Nice.
Spots him, instantly done and out, and
does he know Envy?
A little bit of an exchange coming through as well. Envy still tucked away.
I don't think so. Look at where the crosshair is. He has no idea that Envy's pushed up here. This could be huge.
Oh, he hears him going back into that astral form. Oh, give it a shot! Boom headshots mounted, collected! That's the spike down as well!
Are we going to have any rounds of success in a row for these teams? Dimensional drift in for Envy to try and bring this one back in towards Team Secret's favor. The spike is in control of the defenders, but where do you think Margaret is going to be lurking from at the moment? Because it's just Darby here.
No chance. I mean, even if Margaret is lurking around, as soon as Team Secret keeps themselves on that spike, it's okay.
That's the situation. He doesn't need to really activate way too early, but if Team Secret all decide to go through this
so
they'll split up a little bit, contend with the Killjoy utility that is going to be throughout Art, and this is a 2 versus 4 retake.
Very much so, and just Team Secret playing the macro game. They knew exactly where that spike was going to be delivered to, so a quick pick being found by Jesse Vash, and now the drone to spot out Dambi as well. This guy is pinned down. Unless he shoots himself out, it's not going to happen. Jeremy, the whole team will converge onto a sole position. That will be Team Secret picking up the round.
Yeah, the fact that Wild Oreo is just able to slip in towards mid, and there's no utility to gain any further space. You know, I'm a little bit surprised that Ivy isn't throwing out. Oh, sorry, Ivy isn't throwing out. There's 1 letter difference, man, and they're playing the same agent. That Ivy isn't throwing out the Arcros to at least get some information, or that they're not looking to
ये वाला round ही miss कर दिया मैंने यार.
Something out. You've got to be collecting upon this information earlier. Some great ideas on this defense.
भाई लेकिन क्या मारा है बे इनवी ने?
Team Secret and some great repositioning as well, right? It's just playing towards the numbers, playing towards the strengths in that situation, not giving an advantage back over towards.
Team Secret का time out आ गया?
I do want to call back a
नहीं
little bit
Nongshim का आ गया. अच्छा हाँ Nongshim ने निकाल Team Secret ने round निकाल दिया नहीं?
Was this Nongshim trying to surprise Team Secret with a pick that they haven't gone with, you know, for the longest time in the regular season stage 1?
What are we gonna see?
Instead, it
चलो 3-6 तो इतना खराब है भी नहीं पता है. अगर नोंगशिम के लिए देखें क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा डिफेंस हैवी मैप है, तुम बहुत इजीली शट डाउन कर सकते हो. दोनों टाइम आउट यूज हो गए 3-6 में. अबे रीजन पता है क्या है? ये डबल सेंटिनल खेल रहे हैं, ठीक है. अब डिफेंस के अंदर ये राउंड निकाल लेंगे, तो ये अपनी तरफ से पूरी ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि हम अटैक के अंदर जितने राउंड निकाल पाए उतना हमारे लिए ज़्यादा अच्छा है। तो इनका वो प्लान है, तो वो इसीलिए दोनों टाइम आउट ले रहा है। वो और राउंड चाहिए इनको, ताकि कुछ ज़्यादा बड़ा डेफिसिट ना बने। अभी ये अगर वो यहाँ पे टाइम आउट नहीं लेगा तो ये बहुत इजीली 3-9 हो सकता है, और 3-9 को कम बैक करना थोड़ा सा भारी हो जाता है। तो अच्छा डिसीजन है।
in and out of positions, and right now trying to get a read for how Nongshim might pilot the next round. Team Secret are going for B main pressure.
You're just going to have Persia lurking up a little bit outside club, but again, Team Secret not in a situation whatsoever that they need to take a duel towards Nongshim. Let them waste the utility, right? They have to use a lot of this util, a lot of their bodies to get some forward positions. You got a bit of a trap play over towards B at the moment, where you do have Wildorio and Jeremy playing together. They can both get out of dodge if things get sticky.
इधर इतना पैसिव, इधर एग्रेशन।
Jesse Vash as well, if he's able to somehow pick up a kill, well, he'll get the Hunter's Fury for this round.
Gotta admire how Jesse Vash is back onto his very familiar Sova, and that shock dart might have given him a bit of a tell as well. But, teleport not quite deployed quick enough, so it's gonna be a simple frag for Francis right now, while Nongshim continues to advance forward into the side.
भाई Jesse Vash भाई,
Jesse Vash able to hold down the line, swaps over the classic to get away.
Jesse Vash की यही दिक्कत है, वो ऐसे ही मरता है।
It's just more space for Nongshim right now. Make out and deploy, trying to create a little bit more space, a little bit more information.
इतनी गंदी बात ही मरता है हर बारी।
Like a garden hose, 3-on-3.
एम पे वो यूजुअली नहीं हारता।
But Jeremy in the long side, the rest of Team Secret will spot out every single one of their individual locations.
Yeah, as soon as the idea that
Crazy accurate angle holding, अबे experience का यही तो फायदा होता है, उसको angles पता है बे।
Actually make them stay in, or if they want to try and re-peek in towards the site, well, gun barrels are going to be spotted through the wall. It makes
लेकिन जैसी वैसी बस ये है कि वो फिर movement वगैरह में
time again, and every time they're tapping it, essentially the player that's
मामला थोड़ा सा
dying through spams to come out
dicey हो जाता है।
Some great positions,
rotate करना है,
attention to detail from Team
मैं
Secret.
देख रहा हुआ
Let's
होगा।
just get there and have the gunfights. Don't use utility.
Slow movement.
Nongshim have to play for the time.
Jump करते करते नहीं जाएगा।
Really well played on this defensive side from Team Secret.
Very much so. It just feels
वो
as though
सब
Tambi has not
zoomers
been
वाला
allowed to
हिसाब
come
वो सब नहीं
online.
हो। ओ भाई फिर से
Well, Team Secret are contacting him. Down
Same
to Jeremy
cheese.
now. Flashes,
Round
gets
2.
himself out of dodge. Wildorio, unfortunately though, will receive a hit himself.
Yep. Getting in towards this site yet again as quick as
ये
Nongshim
गलत गया।
possibly can. Armageddon, going to buy a little bit of time, but now you don't actually have that for the post plant. They have been struggling to even get the plant down, so I don't mind the idea.
Yeah,
इनके पास है अभी भी एक्स्ट्रा। दो बंदों पे रुक जाता है बे। नियॉन की तो पनिशिंग चालू है हर राउंड। यार वो फोर्स कर रहे हैं ना जबरदस्ती, इसीलिए हो रहा है, वो अंडरस्टैंडेबल है, लेकिन बहुत बेनिफिट मिल रहा है उनको। वो देख लगातार 2 बारी इतना कंट्रोल मिल गया उनको, बहुत मुश्किल होता है वरना ऑफ के अगेंस्ट। अबे अकेले को लगे हुए एक्स्ट्रा भी गया। लेट्स गो भाई फ्रांसिस, ह्यूज।
Another scrappy round in the end proceedings there.
Francis बहुत बढ़िया है भाई।
Advantage for Nongshim when they get all of that utility on the spike and they're popping it early, right? They have to buy so much time away with the nanos, with the gravity well that are being popped, buying time, waiting for the salvos to still come back online for Francis after using the Armageddon to at least
भाई क्या
establish
शॉट
some
मारा है
space
बे
for the
जेरेमी ने।
team to get the plant down. It's at the end there that, you know, Spike is half defused. That Guardian, if it misses a couple of the
टावर के
shots,
पीछे
they're
बंदा
able to go
मारा,
the other way, and
ओह।
we're thinking maybe this is going to be a 9-3 half. So at least Nongshim are able to afford themselves that one on a lesser equipped buy last round of the half. They are one away from the lockdown. To be able to drop down at this A site would be okay, but then you've got to also consider, mate, Jesse Vash has Hunter's Fury, Jeremy's got a Dimensional Drift, there's still Guard, and that to me screams retake.
For the last round as well, a retake will be so huge.
भाई ये Jesse Vash का ये मिलता ही नहीं है भाई।
Jesse Vash just receives full contact.
King भाई।
Will fall as well. That's
King
when
behavior।
Jeremy pulls out the dimensional drift, does buy a little bit
भाई
more
सब
time for
अंदर आ
the
गए।
rest of the team. He's trying to mark them in case the team can find some spams, but it's Wildorio with the shorty instead. Ivy to dive up for it for the trade. Steel Guard
मेन का कंट्रोल बना लिया यूरो ने जाके भाई, बहुत अच्छा डिसीजन।
On the side itself as well, right?
अब इनको इन्फो भी आ गई, इधर मूवमेंट हो रही है।
Rotations, which they're not going to, but that wall is crucial to off-put 2GE.
We'll see.
Well, I go
Can
now.
find this opportunity. He does go for the stun, but unfortunately the pulse not quite enough for him.
अपनी वो इस wall से आगे क्यों swing कर रहा है बे?
Jeremy only now. Inside of Halls, he does find the double! That equalizes the odds!
And now the shear wall gets popped as well, so Envy should have a really good idea of where this is by the placement of that lockdown. He knows Margaret's at long.
It does buy a little bit more time away from the
बहुत अच्छा position ले लिया
from the
इसने.
duel.
And
I go now. See you later, man. Have a good stream. Thank you, NZ. See you later, bro.
Oh yeah.
Trying to bait Margaret out. Oh, but
Nice
in
है.
with the quick
Margaret
peek.
का aim
Margaret just
1v1
finds
में
the tap
बहुत
right
strong है
square
भाई.
on.
बहुत
Two
strong
rounds
है.
at the end there to bring that one back for Nongshim. A 5-7 half. Is it enough?
That is the question we're all asking ourselves right now. It's pretty close, though. I do admire how Nongshim are starting to recover. They began to anticipate how
अब 7-5 half भाई बहुत बढ़िया हो गया ना.
see them. They start to anticipate
अब
where
defense में round निकाल
Jeremy
सकते हैं भाई.
might play, where Wild Oreo might play. They began to punish them, or even just to work their way around that dimensional drift.
I think punishment is the word that we apply to Darby at the moment because he's not been able to take a lot of space for the team.
Absolutely.
Team Secret catching him off guard. Even when Nongshim had a couple of
This is
members
good.
behind him, right? When we're looking at these slides and the duels around B-Long, he's still 2 steps forward in front of the team, which you kind of, you know, Neon's fast pace, you get that, but
Sure.
there's no immediate trades coming out because as soon as that's there, look at the players that are playing contact, right? It's Wild Oreo with the rendezvous, it's Jeremy with the
Perfect
gate
sign
crash.
for the point you're trying to make.
Yeah,
Oh man.
pretty much.
Well, you need someone like.
To be fair though, Dami does have the monster in him, so we need to see that here.
True. I'm trying to recall what the new Monsters Inc. tagline is. It's laughter we're after.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I
went
just
away
know
from-
the original one from like,
We
you know,
scream
20
'cause we
years ago,
care.
because now we're old. Like, we are old. We can't keep up with the Zoomers.
We're young at heart, and that's kind of
Let's go second half, guys.
as well. But that right now, back in
I
the
have
game, you know, it's
I
just
believe
gonna
कि
be
अब
how
नॉक्सिम का
Dabby's
डिफेंस
trying to
बहुत
get
ज़्यादा
himself
स्ट्रांग
back
होने
into
वाला
the
है.
game as well. You know, just laugh it off, shrug it off, and really
लो
recollect yourself with the
आ
team,
गया.
because that's
क्या हाल है
what we've
भाई?
been needing to see. At least now on the defensive side,
कैसा है?
possibly more glimpses of that. Currently, though, it is very much so Team Secret leading in terms of the game.
Yep.
अरे आज तो 7 लाइक हो ही गए बे.
Jules are gonna be
Nice,
quite
I like it.
important here. Ooh, especially if you keep going towards the start location and you're able to find Darby. Trap play. Oh, he's
उई.
by himself.
And with Waldor at the helm.
प्ले
doesn't
बीट
stick
हो गया
around.
भाई ये तो.
Good, so a bit of information. Nongshim tried to get a poke.
ओ केजी टरेट अभी भी
Secret
बचा हुआ
manages
है.
to get away quickly.
तो थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा डीप
You've
था.
got Margaret playing spot over towards the A side as well to commune when that Nebula needs to be popped. You've got the wall over in the street, which will get tripped. So it's just, you know, standard protocols from both of the teams trying to find
Expect
some
कर रहे
information,
हैं.
trying to draw up this
इनको
utility.
मेरे को लग रहा है
Get an
इनको
idea
वो
that,
पता है बे.
our kill
क्या
carrier
नाम
on the
है?
side of Nongshim at the moment, Francis, is towards
नोंगशिम
the
का
A side as well.
वो
Does
पता
that
है.
give you enough information as Team
पिस्टल
Secret
राउंड
to
का
either
सेटअप
still
पता
play
है
towards this
इनको.
side or leave?
इन्होंने सारी वही
Looks to
चीज
be
करी.
the
इसको
earlier
पहले
still.
कुछ बैक किया,
Francis
अब
is
इसको
holding
कुछ
on to that salvo
इधर
still.
का वॉल का कंट्रोल तोड़ा.
That's something that could come in handy for
Now
that
they're gonna
spike
hit A.
plant happening somewhat soon.
Clearing all the angles with the
अरे
drone.
सोआ
You still
कि
got
उससे
darts to
पिस्टल
layer
से
in when your team starts
शॉक
to
डार्ट से
get
वो सब
complete
तोड़ दिया
control of
होगा.
the site. Team
Prepared
Secret
आए हैं बे.
have a couple
Team
of
Secret
moments here
वाले.
to try and settle things down, baited out the salvos too, so you don't have them
Rotation आ
immediately
गई है
in for
already.
a bit of a post plan if this goes down.
जल्दी
But it does
रीटेक.
buy time for the rest of Nongshim to
अबे
get closer to the site.
इनवी को नहीं
That's
मरना
when
था.
Dambi picks them off. Now down to Wilder to
अब
try
तो
to find
retake.
and relay onto the next player, but oh, Jesse Vash suffering a bit of a defeat as
ये
well.
कुछ कर सकता है
2GE
क्या?
hiding inside of the smoke, trying to find some pot shots through. He will get away with one, but Jeremy falls as well. So even though the spike gets
Nice.
planted,
ये
Nongshim
इनवी जो
with
मरा
that
ना
one
बहुत गलत
salvos
मारा.
gets close in enough.
Pistols 1-1, so
Plus,
technically they will equalize
इनको
back
थोड़ा सा
again
deep
on
control
the
बनाना
pistol
चाहिए
run
था
for the
जाके.
whole of this time
सिर्फ
period
यहाँ
of
तक का
Pacific.
कंट्रोल खराब है.
But for Nongshim, you know, they want to start off their endeavors on
जब
the
तुम
defensive
जब
side.
वो
That's
पूरा
gonna be
साइड
good for
छोड़
them
रहे
to
हैं
get
ना
some confidence as
स्टार्टिंग
well.
में,
Dambi, when
तब
he's
तुम
not
बैक साइड का
taken
कंट्रोल
out
बनाओगे.
immediately, is able to get
वो
some
टाइटल के बारे में
things
कमेंट
happening.
डाला था.
I
तुझे
think one
बुरा
of
तो
the
नहीं
worries
लगा
for
ना?
me lately,
मैं नहीं.
where we're watching a lot of
बुरा क्या
Valorant
लगेगा?
is when you've got a lot of these 5v5 duels from the teams, nothing is looking too clean. That looks pretty well orchestrated from Nongshim there.
Still though, yes. From the long for the long game at least, Team Secret
मैं-
beginning to kind
मेरे को
of shape an
टाइटल वो
idea
चेंज
of
करना ही
where
करना था बे.
Nongshim to position themselves, especially given how they have bought out so much with their utility from before.
मैं देख रहा था.
More towards B main.
Yeah, A main though for
What is
Nongshim,
the किस टाइप का
scaring away
टाइटल
in
अच्छा
B.
रहेगा? इसलिए मैंने सेकंड शॉट का भी टाइटल उसी हिसाब से डाला फिर.
But look at this one between Margaret and 2GE.
Yeah, Margaret's got a lot to do here when you think about it. It's a 1v2, but it does present a different situation when there's a judge to play with.
Big weapon for a big boy.
And again, Nongshim right now, nobody needs to try and press the issue. Though, with Jeremy coming back towards mid as well, this is where things get weird.
Okay.
Look at the damage onto Margaret, 21.
बहुत डैमेज आ गया बे.
Through, but Margaret tucks himself away safely.
And now Persia noted at the back of the holes as well.
बहुत
Needs to call for a little bit of
tactical
assistance. Ivy
movement
here.
रखते हैं
Excellent
भाई टीम सीक्रेट वाले. बहुत ज़्यादा
Great
स्लो
off
रहता है
angle to
लेकिन.
hold alongside Persia as well from
Gun barrel,
Halls.
gun barrel.
Oh, it's been spotted. And down to the Bulldog to pick them off one by one. Jeremy though, slight mark,
huge.
will find Margaret and finds himself
नहीं
a judge
ये
upgrade as
डेम्बे
well.
किल मिल जाता ना अगर.
I still don't think that's going to be enough for him to close out the round though.
Danby with the regen shields as well, so he's not too bleeding.
Especially if he can carry that forward to
CT
the
expect
next
नहीं कर रहा
round.
है.
Jeremy swaps back over onto the Sheriff looking for the spike,
Nice.
but yeah, angle's a little bit too wide. Danby sidesteps
Good,
away.
yaar, good.
So we tie the score up 7-7 now.
Yeah, the difference in that round that, you know, if Margaret goes down in middle and that judge is able to be picked up earlier on, a player advantage, you know, that there's sort of what-if questions as well. But good stability brought by Nongshim at the end of that as we will look to get in towards the bonus round and of course anti-bonus round for Nongshim. Still is 3 alive at the end of that one, the pass mark, when you've got the weapons that they take over into this one. Maybe, maybe not.
Buy
It's
round
3
for
logs that they're going to have here, a
Nongshim.
couple of pistols. You know, of
Nongshim
course,
kya
not
ho?
having
Buy
anyone
round
that's
for Team
found
Secret.
way too much of the
Let's
first 2
see.
rounds to have any ultimates available. But you're starting to get close towards Francis's Armageddon, a great priority on the defensive side.
एमिन
When
का
you have
इतना
Team Secret,
कंट्रोल.
a team that can really
see.
play
Normal
stretch
wall
towards
लग
this
रही
big
है.
long side of things. That Armageddon can really lock them out, lock them in.
ओह चैम्बर अपनी ट्रिप बचा के रख रहा है.
Danby's looking for his overdrive soon enough as
चैम्बर अपनी
well.
ट्रिप
Yep.
कंट्रोल के लिए सेटअप करेगा.
Slain from Team Secret now.
Nice, aggressive
Want to
खेल रहा है.
reclaim some control towards A that they know they lost in the very beginning. Nongshim are a team that apparently are liking to grab the A main control at the very beginning because they're not seeing too much pressure established from Team Secret either, right? They don't have salvos, they're not running a Tejo to be able to off-put it there. And there's the information that you want.
Really slow and steady pace, but unfortunately it's a pace which is favoring Nongshim right now given the information that they're collecting.
Yeah, but all the pressure that was put down towards B ramp at the moment has made sure that there's some utility reinvested towards this B side. An Astrostar was just popped, Thorns have been placed on the floor from Ivy. So those won't be usable a little bit later on in the remainder of this round. When you get to the 30-second mark, you now know
इधर भी हम पीछे हैं.
Team Secret have made a call towards this A site.
30 seconds left.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा पीछे खेल रहे हैं वे
Calm
नॉन्गशिम
down,
वाले.
my boy.
Or maybe heat
लेकिन
up,
इनको
need
इन्फो
something
आ गई
big.
ऑलरेडी.
Possibly,
That is
especially if
good.
you're looking to deter any
ये
incoming
Neon का ये
insurgents
वाला
from
movement
stairs.
अच्छा था.
Jewel has been tripped, so
Plant. It's going to get denied by the salvos here. You got 10
Nice.
seconds to
Good
try and
denial.
push this one, and the rotate's already here from Nongshim.
it's taken
अब
away.
देखो इन्होंने फिर से बैक
It's gonna
साइड
be
का कंट्रोल
really
ले लिया.
close. Team Secret, they're into sight, but can they
Retake
get
हो
the spike
जाएगा.
down even? The shots there
नहीं,
spraying all over
gun
the
पे
place.
beat होगा.
Bullets whizzing past
Nice
it.
try.
Unfortunately,
कोई बात नहीं.
That's
it's
it.
not enough time
Oh,
for
you got
Team
away.
Secret to get themselves in. Nongshim playing a defensive stay-away game, managing to pick the round up against Team Secret.
All
उन्होंने
the
plant ही नहीं
attention
करने
drawn
दिया.
towards dugout and Secret there from the Nongshim lads. It's just trying to buy some
उन्होंने
time for
plant ही
Margaret
नहीं
to
किया बे.
sneak on in. He's the one that's the least equipped going into that round for Nongshim. He's only got a ghost, but he's the one that's able
Plant
to,
करने
in
का
the
time तो
end,
था ना इनके
when the
पास.
time is low, deny the spike from getting planted. The Bulldogs, they do their job in the midst of all of that chaos as well. Darby throwing a spatter
अरे
in the
नहीं.
works. Francis trying to do what he can with all of that utility as well, but it's the time that is the problem for Team Secret. That's
ओह नहीं
awkward.
बिल्कुल नहीं था.
And that was the
मैंने
bonus
थोड़ा
round
सा
picked up as
लेट
well.
देगा. मेरे को लगा 10 सेकंड है
Magnificent
अभी.
Red Bull clutch being
My
picked up
bad.
just through the macro game alone. Team Secret looking to bully their way through in with another buy though. So back straight in towards A main. And Ivy will continue to hold given his utility. The arc rose popped. Francis
A main तो
finding the
नहीं
shots,
लेने देंगे.
peeking out of
A main
nowhere.
तो starting से ही
And down
नॉन्गशिम
to
का बहुत
just
strong
Jesse
रहा है.
Bash and 2GE. 2G, of course, a little bit separated from the pack up towards middle. Jesse Bash still trying to go for those picks against them. Unfortunately, falls.
And now the information on where 2GE is, he's already
लो
low
कितनी
as
आराम से
well.
गेम
Will be
पलट गया
defended
भाई.
by Margaret.
अभी तक टीम सीक्रेट जीतती हुई आ रही थी, इतनी इजीली गेम पलट गया.
For 2GE, you would expect it would have to be a monolithic drop from Nongshim.
Yeah, he's trying to sneak around, at least get some more out points at the very least, you know, whatever he can find. But yeah, especially with the information already passed on over, Nongshim happy to collect.
And a bit of a buy-up from Team
इसीलिए
Secret in
उन्होंने
that
दो
round as
टाइम
well.
आउट लिए थे पता है
Conveniently
अटैक के
shut him
टाइम
down
पे.
at the very beginning, but a couple
ये
of
नहीं
members
धंधा.
still holding what they need to invest into this new round. I'm curious as
डिफेंस
to
में
what
तुम
Oria's
बहुत
gonna
आराम
do.
से
Of course, he's
बॉल
still
के
away
ऊपर
from the tour de force, so if
इस
they
वाली
wanna play
कॉम
some
के
orb control in this
साथ
round, they're
बहुत
gonna
आराम
have
से
to try
राउंड्स
and
निकाल
start
सकते हो.
control at A
बहुत
main
डिले
currently,
है,
which
बहुत
Nongshim
ज़्यादा
once
डिले है.
again have gathered quite convincingly with all of the kills that come
टेओ
through
अपने
from
मिसाइल
Francis.
हर बारी रख रहा है, जिधर भी वो आएंगे उधर वो प्लांट के साउंड पे इंस्टेंटली अपने मिसाइल मार देगा. प्लांट होने ही नहीं देगा, इतनी देर में उनकी रोटेशन आ जाती है.
Figure out and move their way around.
Remember, it was Team Secret that showed us at a 7-5 half what a flawless defensive side could look like.
Oh, but it's been 6 rounds now for Nongshim. 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, but still looking to run flawless on this defensive side, right? Like Team Secret did against Talent. So a timeout here, invested for Team Secret. Need to have a great discussion on what they want to do.
What we gonna see, guys?
You've kind of already been seeing.
टीम सीक्रेट अब क्या दिखाएगी अपने को नया?
Seeing this sort of nice utility over towards the B site, more importantly, and then Teo control over at
अब हम
A.
क्लेप
supporting
करेंगे
us.
अपने लिए.
It feels like a little bit there for Francis, who's doing the big heavy lifting.
अभी रिजवान का एक और ऐसा मीम आया भाई, देखा तूने?
Just controlling a lot with the utility and the setups.
Those team logos there looked a lot
Way
better
better.
drawn than a lot of our players have been able to do here.
Well, you do have to wonder if he's doing that from memory.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Or if he's gotten like a really good reference, but still good hand.
Okay.
We'll see if our players have
They're
good
coming
hands
mid.
right now with Francis back in with the information
मिड
being
का
down
हिसाब
A
तो
main.
अबे बहुत सामान है बे तोड़ने के लिए. यहाँ वॉल लगी हुई है, इधर अलार्म बोर्ड लगा हुआ है, इधर टरेट लगी हुई है, इधर वो लगा हुआ है. अबे कैसे जाओगे भाई? बहुत मुश्किल है बे. बहुत सामान है तोड़ने के लिए भाई,
Not
बहुत
how you
ज़्यादा
wanna start
सामान
the
है.
round.
Not really, no.
You reckon?
I reckon. I reckon an Astra player is quite
तो फंस गया भाई.
on a map
Totally
like
lose
this.
भैया फंस गए.
That's not big, especially when Jeremy's picking up frags like this.
नहीं.
Losing a killjoy is probably a little bit worrisome for Nongshim though, given that was the mid control and it allows Team Secret to
या
spread
तो अगर ये
towards
यहाँ रुक रहा था तो
either
एक
side
बंदे
of
को
the
यहाँ
map
पे आना था,
currently. This is where
ठीक
your
है,
mid-round
support देने के
IGL
लिए.
needs to show
या फिर जैसे ही
quite
यहाँ
the
पे इन्होंने
important,
हिसाब तोड़ा, इसको
strength.
पीछे चले जाना था.
Especially for Envy and Jesse Vash, who are picking
मैंने
up that
भेजा था
mantle
तेरे को
now.
एक्स पर.
Yep, and Team Secret
तो
too,
तूने
by the
भेजा
way.
मेरे को?
Able to upgrade
हाँ तो
some
शायद
weapons
मैंने
into
देखा
the
भी था
seat.
तेरा. तू वो है ना जी
Pressure
एलिमेंट.
alleviated, so yes, weapons upgraded.
30 seconds left.
Now looking to launch an assault into the site, but not anticipating Francis
So
to be perched up on top that ledge.
And now they know where Envy is too, because the wall gets popped. He'll
Bye.
take the orb for a consolation prize. But any more bodies?
Thank
he
you,
wants
guys.
to
ये game
take
खत्म
down
कर
with
दिया
him, you
भाई.
would think.
बहुत बढ़िया के लिए नोंगशिम भाई.
You will be happy to save up for the next upcoming round.
Nah, they're going to have a buy in the next round unless you want to take a Guardian into it. You'd probably look to get rid of it.
Those out points away. Oh. Okay, well the smoke's gonna dissipate, and that's gonna be that death anyway.
Yep, now that's the buy round for Team Secret. Cosmic Divide available, one off the Hunter's Fury.
Fair enough.
Wouldn't mind seeing that because we need to see something big come out from Team Secret to really start off this, hopefully
Team
now
Secret
start off
क्या
this
कर
attack.
सकती है? What can Team Secret do?
Hopefully. It's been rough days. They've called the timeout, but we haven't found any success for the side of Team Secret so far. They're starting to build up on these ultimates, but so are Nongshim.
And if Francis is having a good day at the office, you know that's going to be quite scary.
तुमको एमेन पुशबैक करना पड़ेगा बे.
On Nongshim, any of them.
एमेन पुशबैक करना पड़ेगा. यहाँ की यूटिल को थैंक यू करना पड़ेगा.
I don't like horror
इनकी राउंड के स्टार्टिंग में हर बारी इनका राउंड का स्टार्टिंग का प्ले यही होना चाहिए. हेलो गौतम यार, क्या हाल चाल?
Horror movie is Lotus Nongshim hierarchy. That's a horror movie.
Well,
नहीं, इससे काम नहीं चलेगा. वो पुश करेंगे ही नहीं. उन कोरियंस को पुश करने का नीड ही नहीं है बे.
so far on this map, they've been struggling to find it. You know,
उनका वो प्ले स्टाइल ही नहीं है.
You've got mid control.
एटलीस्ट इस मैप पे.
Great angle from Dami
march your
there.
way down
Angle है यार.
towards feeling possibly, but with Dambi sniping them out.
नमस्कार दादा, क्या हाल है? नंदन डार्लिंग.
And what do you look to do now? You've still got to contend with the idea that Francis can buy a lot of time with salvos that are going to be here, with an Armageddon too. He's actually at the correct side of things as well. If Team Secret want to try and go down the street too, roll on down.
Oh, and at this point trying to work around that B main
I was stream का wait कर रहा था. अरे darling क्या हाल चाल?
You have to see Wild Oreo. You have to see Wild Oreo do
gotta
something.
march up. Oh,
गए
the
भाई.
Armageddon as well.
Oh,
That is just
That's the spike!
full
That's the spike!
collapse.
भाई लेके आ गया भाई
It's
जैसी
over.
बस.
Absolute and utter
Hey.
consecration. The player's gone down in the dirt. Spike on the ground, clanking away. And the rest of Team Secret looking to save up
गलत
their
हो रहा है
weapons
भाई
now,
Team Secret
truly,
के साथ.
fully. Francis is hunting them down.
I like it too, because if he's able to take away any guns here, that becomes a real problem for Team Secret. But now no
Team
one is
Secret
going to
के
be
साथ
able to
बहुत गलत
remove
हो रहा है भाई इस
The
point
problem
पे.
is though, Quack, that's another round going to Nongshim on this defensive side. That's 6 in a row. 3 of them, by the way, to time. Yes, there were some that were a little bit lesser equipped, but time is the sick man in this server at the moment in Nongshim's friend.
जैसी बॉस ने कहा रुको मैं तुम्हें स्पाइक भी दे दूं. अच्छा खासा भाग रहा था.
Time is just
देखा कि अरे रुको रुको मैं स्पाइक भी दे
he's
देता
got a
हूँ.
lot of assists for the whole Nongshim squad.
Last time out.
Well, yeah, Team Secret trying to recruit their own time as well. I don't know. It just you kind of also have to give credit to how Nongshim are able to swap around their defenses so much and
Oh, yeah.
react
तुमको
very
A पे
well
प्रेशराइज करना
times
पड़ेगा या
and
B पे
trying
प्रेशराइज
to
करना पड़ेगा.
break things open.
Yeah, and it's great because
Round के starting में ही, तभी कुछ possible है. Default के लिए नहीं होएगा.
Armbot in mid doors, you can have the sheer wall. We see a lot of teams look to do that as well. Thorns everywhere, alarmbot, nanos. You've got so much to contend with on this defensive side as Team Secret to try and get informational wise to see.
Yeah.
It really makes it
Mid
hard
चल रहा है आप बताओ. बस भाई.
Find a gap around
गेम देख रहा हूँ बढ़िया.
free of charge
मस्त गेम
almost,
चल रहा है. नॉन्गजिम और टीम सीक्रेट का मतलब एटलीस्ट टैक्टिकली अच्छा गेम होता है. मजा आता है. Champion teams are never afraid of positive results. They know just process what we didn't delay on other matches.
At this point, you're staring up against map point. It's not a great feeling, but Team Secret's got to dig deep.
Yeah.
Buy's not the best either right
NS will
now.
win easily.
Good little flash.
हाँ वो तो चल ठीक है अपने को पता है. लेकिन पॉइंट ये है कि दोनों अच्छा वैलोरेंट खेलते हैं. समझ रहा कोशिश करते हैं अच्छा वैलोरेंट खेलने का. सेटअप्स होते हैं, छोटे छोटे प्लेयर्स होते हैं, वो अच्छा है.
But if you do want to go to this A site,
टीम सीक्रेट गंदा नहीं खेल रही है.
it's Francis, it's Ivy.
नॉन्गजिम बस अच्छा ज्यादा खेल रही है.
Ooh. Down to Ivy. Envy gets the spray against them. The high-low working out encounter against Nongshim. That could very well be the spike plan that Team Secret are
ये
looking
कैसे
for.
हो गया बे?
They themselves have a Hunter's Fury to protect it with Jesse Vash going for the plant now. Envy can buy some time with the Steel Guard, and you'd need to see Nongshim did
First time इनको
to get this back.
पोस्ट प्लांट सिचुएशन मिला है.
Well, they're sitting up on top of a lot of rounds, so not too much pressure for them currently.
हर बारी ऐसे ही पकड़ा जाता है भाई ऐसी बॉस. हर बारी ऐसे ही पकड़ा जाता है भाई.
Into the site.
यही एक प्रॉब्लम है पता है ऐसी वॉच की.
With the lurkout from behind, does spot out Persia, and that's just Dabby left, making so much noise. A simple burst from 2GE will put him down.
Finally, Team Secret getting an attacking round on the board. It's been a long time, since they got around in the server right now.
I kind of hope that that's going to be, the story for the entire series, but this is just map 1.
No, you hope there's a long time
पीछे वाला बंदा भी क्राउच कर गया ना वहाँ पे.
Picking up the win.
क्राउच क्यों किया?
Right. Okay, yes. Well, let's talk about the fact that if Team Secret do lose this match, well, their playoffs are just done. They're not in at all. Are they going to get even a win in this stage?
वैसे बहुत मुश्किल है. DFM के अगेंस्ट जीत सकती है ना टीम सीक्रेट. IPL देखते हो क्या? यार आजकल तो नहीं देख रहा यार गौतम. कल हमने सोचा था कि IPL देखें. थोड़ा सा धोनी खेल रहा है. थोड़ी देर लगाया 10-15 मिनट स्टार्टिंग के. फैन ही नहीं हुआ भाई. बंद कर दिया मैं ना. हो गया भाई क्रिकेट से. एम प्रेशराइज करना पड़ेगा. यस.
With this drone that does actually not spot Darby.
Need new info.
Oh,
be quick with the reactions. Will take on Damby. Now in with the Hunter Sphere as well, but nothing found.
Well, Francis though, one bolt. Down to 70.
A is the way भाई, A is the way. क्या किया डाम्बी ने भाई ये?
You're not seeing
बहुत
anybody
मेजर
over towards B giving
whiff
you
है
a
भाई ये
duel
तो.
as well. Oreo, who's just going to play big ol' lurk for the remainder of this round.
ये वाला कंट्रोल एस्टेब्लिश कर नहीं, ये वाला कंट्रोल एस्टेब्लिश करना पड़ेगा पता है टीम सीक्रेट को पोस्ट प्लांट के लिए. अगर इस एरिया का कंट्रोल नहीं लेंगे. ये फ्रांसिस ने क्या किया, क्यों? अच्छा नियॉन मर गया ना फिर. नाइस, देखो ये वाला कंट्रोल जरूरी था इसलिए सबसे पहले वो वहीं गया फाइट करने. बहुत बढ़िया, नाइस.
Wise decision from Nongshim to save, but even wiser from Team Secret.
मैं कह रहा है यहाँ क्यों आया, फिर मैंने देखा कि नियॉन स्टार्टिंग में मर गया ना यहाँ पे, तो इनको स्पेस नहीं मिलेगा रीटेक के टाइम पे, तो एक को ऊपर रहना पड़ेगा किल निकालने के लिए स्टार्टिंग में ही. Do you prefer agents being stacked up in one side or prefer the agents to hold multiple positions at same time? यार ये थोड़ा रैंडम है क्वेश्चन. कभी भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि तुम रैंडमली कहीं पे स्टैक कर रहे हो, कहीं तुम रैंडमली कहीं पे तुम जबरदस्ती अपने ऊपर सर पे मल्टीपल पोजीशंस रख रहे हो, ऐसा नहीं होता. पूरा स्ट्रैट के ऊपर बेस्ड होता है, तुम्हारी रीड के ऊपर होता है. कुछ प्रेफरेंस की बात नहीं होती है, तुमको फ्लेक्सिबल होना पड़ता है उस तरीके से कि क्या नीड ऑफ द आवर क्या है, उसके हिसाब से गेम चलता है.
In this series, of course, starting to maybe.
क्या प्ले बना रहे हो तुम, उसके ऊपर गेम चलता है.
You want every win, you want every game 13-0, you want 26-0s, you want to lift the trophy.
आपका टैलेंट का फैन हो, मैं टैलेंट नहीं.
Hopefully.
Well, again, deja vu back towards the A side of things, though Jeremy is going to be leading with the dimensional drift. A lot of numbers here already for Nongshim as well. Gets the kill, gets straight.
Nice.
Good little wallbang shot. Well, this is a place that we've been in before, right? Team Secret still trying to pack themselves into A.
Which?
Raybos Francis down
G भाई.
as well.
G fighting.
In with the op, holding the angle currently. No information found.
जाते हैं G जीते यार.
The outside
G जीत
outskirts
के ही
of
नहीं दे रही भाई.
Team Secret still trying to piece
दुख
together.
फैला हुआ है भाई. Changing the game plan according to our needs, yes. Changing the game plan नहीं होता, game plan ही वही होता है. Game plan change नहीं होता है. जहाँ game plan change करना पड़ता है, usually teams वहाँ पे हार जाती हैं.
Trip the alarm button at the right time. The rest of the team trying to get the pinch on.
The interesting thing for me is that Team Secret have not
जी फैल गई.
utility's going to be at this B site here, right? They've not been able to really find any deep momentum in towards this B site just yet. While Orio's been taking a couple of jewels here and then ultimately falling off.
And
Next
if
match
Margaret,
जीगा
possibly playing the retake game, just
कल है
finds
ना
a single pick,
mostly.
that would be locked down.
But you've still got Steel Garden too, and a wall for Persia, so they've got a lot of these key
ये
components
वाला
to
plant
bounce a retake.
क्यों?
So many
तो तुमको ये खेलना पड़ेगा.
Ultimately playing it safe. Nongshim just looking for that 1 point towards map
वो
point.
इतनी close से
Steel Garden
ऑफ लगा रहा है.
instantly ripped and let go. Overdrive now coming in, and that's Dumby finding the trace onwards. Double kill found. 2GE trying
जैसे
to
वो उसके देख
salvage
रहे
the
हो
round.
कितनी देर बाद उसकी शॉटी बाहर निकली है, उसको कितनी देर बाद रियलाइज हुआ है मेरे पास शॉटी है.
Map point for Nongshim and Team Secret down in the dirt.
Yeah, having to get towards this B site without baiting out anything enormous earlier on, unfortunately. Gets close, I will admit, you know, that 1 versus 2, gets in the smoke, gets down off the defuse, maybe Persia's not able to find it, and Team Secret are holding on. But
वही वाला हिसाब मैटर कर गया at the end of the day. जब इन्होंने स्टार्टिंग में ही अपने अटैक में 2 टाइम आउट लिए और उसके बाद इन्होंने 7-5 कर लिया, पूरा गेम उसी के ऊपर मैटर किया. अब देखो उतना क्लोज चला गया था, लेकिन अब ये गेम को निकाल देंगे क्योंकि इनके पास राउंड्स थे. बाय, ठीक है भाई, चुलबुला. बाय बाय, सी यू लेटर.
But ultimately still not quite enough. Down Margaret playing it safe.
Oh,
this is a different look for Nongshim in this round.
Interesting. और एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं ये.
Crash out. Salvos deep.
एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे, बताइए.
Yep, they attempting to flush Team Secret somewhere.
Well,
और
just
ड्रोन
that is
करेगा
making
आगे।
sure that it's keeping Team Secret's
ये
early
बढ़िया किया,
engagements
देखो
a little
एम
bit
इन का
honest,
इतना
right? They have to
स्टार्टिंग में
put some
कंट्रोल बनाया, अब
utility
इससे
down
क्या
early
हुआ,
to
रोटेशन आ
reclaim the
गई,
control, which is going to be this
क्योंकि
drone, which is going to
टेओ
be,
को यहाँ पे
something
अपने
that
वो
Jesse Vash
मारने
has
पड़ेंगे,
really been
मिसाइल्स
using to
मारने
just clear
पड़ेंगे
these
अगर
choke points
एग्जीक्यूट
nice and
होगा
early,
तो।
right? We see it so much in this map for him, over towards A early, over towards B now,
नाउ
that he's
दे आर
forced
इन अ
to use.
प्रॉब्लम,
And meanwhile, Envy
क्योंकि 9 के
is
पास ये कंट्रोल है,
stuck up
9 के
towards A
पास
main. But look at on the radar,
एम इन का
all of the
कंट्रोल है,
utility that
इन्फो
surrounds this A
बिल्कुल नहीं
site
आ
here
रही,
for the double senties.
मिड भी
This
हो
is
सकते
tick
हैं
time away
क्योंकि
from the clock as well. Team Secret, they've got to make a decision sooner or
Yeah.
later.
If they get spot out over at that A site, a lockdown can just buy so much time. There's nothing to destroy that here for Team Secret. Wild Oreo, the shoulder.
Ooh, he does get the tag, but not the frag. And instantly, lockdown
जल्दी
placed
मार
on
दिया
towards
उसने
A.
बे।
They saw that there's only one player around B main. That's a
थोड़ा सा
whole
और
tell.
टाइम
Jesse
लेना था।
Vash, though, still pushes up
Nice.
front, does find the wall back. Jeremy now to cut them off around Link. Connector as well.
The smoke. Oh, they're not going to
Ivy.
be able to play off it.
Still inside of sight, and that's enough of a presence
Huge.
to deter Team Secret from fully launching their
इसके
assault
ऊपर
in.
है,
Now goes for the swing,
Ah.
but that's going to be Envy
ये
working alongside his
ये वाला
teammates to
फ्लैश
cut
वाला,
down any
ये जी भी तो
incoming
यूज करती है ये वाला
players.
फ्लैश।
Just down to Persia, and that will be
Nice
a
round
round.
है, बहुत अच्छा राउंड
Beautifully
किया
picked
ये
up by
टीम
Team
सीक्रेट।
Secret. It came really close.
Yeah,
यही
I'd
मैं
love to see
बोल
how
रहा
they
था
actually
इतनी देर
managed
से
to
करो
find
भाई,
Margaret, the spam
तुमको
through
स्टार्टिंग
the
में एम इन का
dugout
कंट्रोल
wall, but
बनाना
it's
पड़ेगा,
also the
जैसे ही
fact
तुम
that
एम इन का
Jeremy
कंट्रोल
shifts
इनको
him
डिनाई
towards a little
करोगे,
bit of a solo
लॉन्गशिम का पूरा
workload
डिफेंस
into
उस चीज के ऊपर
Connector,
चलता है
down
वे।
the water as well. Getting a little bit
तो
sneaky
वो
beaky
किया,
from him there.
उसके बाद
As
बी
Team
का
Secret
बी
will
मेन का
achieve
प्रेशर
double
बनाया,
digits here now on
तो अब इनको पता नहीं था
Pearl.
किधर जाना है।
Persia, who this time at the same angle as the last attempted save, Quack will get
क्योंकि
taken.
ए पे वो रीक्लियर खेल ही नहीं रहे हैं,
My
ए
math
पे बस
is
वो
right.
रीटेक खेल रहे हैं।
Nongshim
Dangerous.
gonna be, yeah.
F1 broadcast, dangerous. I mean,
हाँ
he got scanned, that's why.
Oh, that's why he pushed up. So kind of nullifying that lockdown now, and at the same time, you're striving for that overtime.
DRX वर्सेस
Nongshim
बूम बढ़िया, हाँ भाई।
gotta watch
सेकंड
their
मैच तो बहुत
economy
बढ़िया
as
होगा,
well.
आज के दोनों मैच
And that's
बढ़िया है,
what I
पता है,
was worried
दोनों मैच
about. So
देखने
my
वाले
math
हैं,
was somewhat
दोनों मैच में
right.
सीखने के लिए बहुत है।
Although I wasn't fully piecing it together.
Yeah. Still,
सेकंड
pretty
मैच में
proficient
कुछ
in
मतलब
gathering
अलग
some
लेवल पे
forward
करारा
lane
होगा
control
भाई,
space.
मजा आएगा।
Just need to
देखो
not see
एम एन पे अभी एक्सपेक्ट
stakes
कर
in
रहे
this
हैं
round for Team
टीम
Secret.
सीक्रेट वाले
Nongshim,
कि
of course, the half buy. I'm hoping to see Francis
इधर
hold on to
फाइट
that
आएगा,
arm
क्योंकि
again in the
लास्ट
next
राउंड में
round,
इनको
'cause
यहीं से
there could
प्रॉब्लम
be
हुई
some
है,
pretty
पूरा का ये
big old
कंट्रोल
exchanges there.
ले लिया था टीम सीक्रेट ने, उस चक्कर में राउंड हार गई नोंगशिम,
Well, one off the
तो इसीलिए
dimensional
इनको
drift.
रीड था टीम सीक्रेट वालों को कि एम एन में लड़ेगी इस बारी नोंगशिम, वही हो रहा है,
Much slower look for Team Secret.
इसलिए उन्होंने यहाँ पे वॉल
See
भी
if they
लगाई
can
है।
catch anyone of Nongshim off guard a little bit. The
बी
drone
पे
now
चैम्बर
heading
इसलिए
towards
स्टार्टिंग
A
में
again.
कंट्रोल लेके बैठा है।
Similar default though.
Yep.
And Nongshim this time with the aiming presence, you know, they're trying to deny
बढ़िया।
Team Secret that
वॉल
entry that they're looking
वॉल का
for.
हिसाब
The
कर
timing
दिया,
as well from Francis on that.
लेकिन ये बहुत
salvo.
इजी
As
रीड है,
soon as
सिंस
Dami
यहाँ
gets
पे
spotted, just immediately staving off
कुछ
any
नहीं हो रहा
assault.
है, तो बहुत इजी रीड है
That
कि
just
बी होने वाला है,
pushes
तो
Team
देखो
Secret onto
रोटेशन
the
आ
other
गई,
parts of the
देख रहे
map,
हो?
namely B Link and B Main.
Ivy needs to get close to these duels if he wants to try and assist his teammates here.
Wow, Persia
use the
gets the fan
Armageddon?
out, Armageddon
Abu.
deployed,
Okay, hang
trying
on.
to cut them off around, and this is a slight opportunity. Ivy will find the frag, but
Ooh.
Jesse Vashmaler sneaking in, and now it's just Envy left.
10 seconds to get the plant, and look where it is.
He is way too far away, he's kind of separated, disconnected from where the rest of his team were.
he
It's
has
a
to
rushing
plant.
run over, he's sprinting, he's trying to get the rush in, but Salvo's deployed at the right time, no time to pick up the spike
Nice try.
or to even get it planted.
Nice
Nongshim will deny Team Secret a round.
बहुत बढ़िया,
13-10
वही 3 राउंड
as the
मैटर कर गए
final
गाइस।
score. Nongshim pick up the map.
Another one where the time is just an issue for Team Secret.
Let's
I mean,
go.
hide the name. Are we seeing RR?
देखो वही डिफेंस के जो राउंड थे वही मैटर कर गए एट द एंड ऑफ द डे। इसके बाद कौन सा मैच है? अभी DRX वर्सेस वो होएगा, बूम होएगा इस वाले मैच के बाद। लेकिन फर्स्ट मैच बहुत अच्छा था, दोनों टीम भाई, टीम सीक्रेट के यही है यार, टीम सीक्रेट के मैच देखने में मजे आते हैं भाई, अच्छा खेलते हैं टीम सीक्रेट। प्रो कॉस्प्लेइंग एश विद रेड कैप, ऑब्वियसली भाई सबसे बेहतर बनूंगा मैं जैसा कोई और न था। ओ भाई ऐश कैसा नहीं हूँ यार मैं, गाइस आई एम टू गुड यार। नेक्स्ट मैच भी वॉच लॉन्ग करोगे? बिल्कुल करेंगे, क्यों नहीं करेंगे। गाइस तुम लोगों ने शॉर्ट देखी मेरी, कैसी है शॉर्ट्स, कैसी लगी? अगर देखी है तो याल लाइक इट? बाय द वे ऑल मटेरियल हो गया एक्सेप्ट प्लांट्स एंड ऑल, वो भी कर लेंगे, दैट टू वी विल गेट। मैं देखा हूँ, कैसा लगा भाई गौतम? मैंने 2 शॉर्ट डाली गाइस अभी, थोड़ा सा फीडबैक दो यार अगर किसी ने देखी है चैट में तो। अच्छी लगी, खराब लगी, कुछ दिक्कत लगी कि हाँ ऐसा होना चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा ऐसा था, अच्छा लगा, ये भी बता सकते हो। अच्छा सिर्फ अच्छा बोलेगा गौतम, ठीक है। तो ये दिस ऑल्सो वर्क्स, दिस ऑल्सो वर्क्स, आई डोंट हैव एनी इश्यूज विद दैट। रुको, इसके स्टैट्स देखे जाए, गेम के क्या स्टैट्स रहे। फ्रांसिस भाई इंपॉर्टेंट मैचेस में हमेशा फ्रैग आउट करता ही करता है ये लड़का, बहुत बढ़िया प्लेयर है। डाम्बी 13-17 गया है, तो इतना नहीं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था मैं। हाँ वैसे डाम्बी बहुत ज्यादा फ्री मरा है वे, बहुत ज्यादा फ्री मरा है। क्या अच्छा लगा? मैं पूछ रहा था मेरी शॉर्ट्स देखी क्या, शॉर्ट्स अच्छी लगी? मैंने 2 शॉर्ट्स डाली हैं इस बारी लास्ट वीक में, किसी ने अगर देखी है चैट में तो कैसी लगी वो पूछ रहा था। जेरेमी ने यूरो पे बढ़िया गेम खेला है यार। जैसी वॉच बहुत बढ़िया प्लेयर है बे, मेरे को बहुत बहुत इज्जत है इस बंदे के लिए बे। इस एज में ऐसा खेल रहा है, और ये पता है एम पे नहीं हारता, ये हमेशा बस वैसे हारता है पोजीशनिंग पे, और मतलब मूवमेंट पे हारता है, ऑफ गार्ड पकड़ा जाता है स्पीड पे। क्यों बुरे लगेगी? अच्छा अरे मतलब मैं फीडबैक मांग रहा हूँ भाई कि उसके अंदर कुछ कमी लगी तो मैं उस चीज को ठीक कर पाऊँ, उस सेंस में बोल रहा हूँ। ये क्यों बोलूंगा भाई कि बुरी लगी, भाई मैंने बनाई है भाई। चैलेंज क्यू एंड वाई, एक कंट्री का नाम बोल के दिखाओ। क्यू एंड वाई से एक कंट्री का नाम बोल के दिखाओ। क्यू से तो कतर, वाई से यमन, वाई से यूगोस्लाविया भी था, पहले था लेकिन यूगोस्लाविया तो अभी। और कौन सी कंट्री है वाई से? यमन ही है, उसके अलावा तो और कौन है? वाई से और कोई कंट्री है भी इस टाइम पे? मैं तो कहता हूँ फ्रीक्वेंटली शॉर्ट्स या रील्स डाला करो। मैं अभी अपनी मैंने डाली है 2 लास्ट वीक में, तो पहले मेरे को उसके हिसाब से बता। We'll slowly move forward according to that. एक और है योकोहामा। योकोहामा क्या है बे? योकोहामा कंट्री है, सिटी होगी बे योकोहामा तो। योकोहामा कौन सी कंट्री है भाई? मैंने कभी नहीं सुना योकोहामा। योकोहामा इज जापान सेकंड लार्जेस्ट सिटी, वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, सिटी होगी भाई। ये क्वेश्चन अगर मेरे जनरेशन वालों को पूछ लो 2 सेकंड में। ठीक है भाई। अरे 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 अरे, इधर तो मैंने गेम कर रखा है भाई, एवरीथिंग बंद करो। हम्म। टीम सीक्रेट की साइड से अच्छा हिसाब था इनका, बस प्रॉब्लम ये हुआ कि अटैक पे इतने राउंड मिले नहीं इनको, इतने चाहिए थे। डेली शॉट डाला करो, डेली शॉट डालूं? अभी तो यार मैंने जैसे 2 डाली हैं, उसके ऊपर मैं अभी पहले थोड़ा सा एनालाइज करूंगा, उसके बाद देखता हूँ क्या करना है. पर्टिकुलर सेक्शन ऑफ इंडियंस बहुत वियर्ड है दादा, गॉड नोज व्हाई. वियर्ड है मतलब समझा नहीं मैं भाई. एनंद डार्लिंग,
Going back to Team Secret though.
3 मिनट में मैच स्टार्ट है.
I know they've been experimenting a bit,
मैं
tossing
मूत्र
around that
विसर्जन करके आ
ball
रहा हूँ
within
guys.
players.
Yeah.
2 मिनट दो मेरे को.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's paying off.
The thing is, like, a part of that is just the side effect of how Pearl is played and the comps that they were playing. They were playing very slow comps. Secret was running down the timer time and time again, and they did have actually a couple of decent rounds in there, but just the way that they started that half, especially in a 13-10 game, just dug way too big of a hole, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you have that little side quest with Wild Oreo, and maybe it was like Ivy, or maybe it was Francis over on B. You know, what's happening over there? It's the operator showdown somewhere there. That always happens on Pearl. Going over into Split, though, how are we feeling? Because Nongshim, I don't think they have to fix anything.
Here's the thing. They played Waylay last time. I hope that that doesn't happen again. Split is a map that they've picked. Even they picked it against T1 and played this Waylay comp, and they got 11-13 despite Danby not having the best stats. This is a map that Nongshim has felt very confident on and has been well and truly in their wheelhouse. I mean, if you're picking it against T1, then, and it's a map that T1's known for playing banger games on it, you are feeling pretty confident on this map. For Team Secret, they've not played it in a while, since kickoff, I believe. So I feel like this is kind of one of those maps that they're going to show us something completely new on, and they're going to be picking into this series.
I am back, guys.
I just don't
कहाँ
get the
चला
sense
गया?
that they're going to be playing against the
मूत्र
same
विसर्जन करने गया था भाई मैं. मूत्र विसर्जन इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट गाइस. जो जो नया है चैट के अंदर लाइक कर दो यार स्ट्रीम को. लेट्स गेट दोस लाइक्स गाइस. दिल्ली रोर मचा है आईपीएल में भाई. यार आईपीएल कौन देखता है बे? आईपीएल मत देखा कर यार. टेक्निकल. हेलो डॉगू. आज तो गाइस मेरा डॉगी मेरे साथ बैठा हुआ है, पता है. इट्स बीन सो लॉन्ग. इस टाइम मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ और डॉगी वॉल्टर मेरे साथ बैठ के मैच देख रहा है ना. कैसे हो आप? निन्नी कर लो, अभी टाइम है. आईपीएल बंद करना पड़ेगा, सीएसके आ रही है. हमारे इंडियंस की लीग है, देखना तो पड़ेगा ना. ये भी बात सही है अनंत भाई. हाँ हाँ जी, बोलो क्या हुआ? आई लव यू. हाँ आईपीएल ना देखते तो क्या देखें, इंडिया का तो लीग है यार. आईपीएल यार नहीं बे, बहुत दिनों के बाद आया हूँ. टेक्निकल भाई कहाँ बिजी है आजकल, नौकरी चल रही है. यार मैंने 2 दिन से पता है एक्सरसाइज नहीं करी है, तो मैं बहुत गलत कर रहा हूँ. मेरे को आज कमर में हिसाब फील हो रहा है इस चक्कर में. कंसिस्टेंटली एक्सरसाइज करते रहने का हिसाब तभी सही रह रहा है, पता है. वरना हिसाब गड़बड़ हो जा रहा है वे. गड़बड़ करी है मैंने. इंजीनियरिंग चल रही है. हो जी जी, गो नेक्स्ट भाई.
Deadlock and the
मैच स्टार्ट हो रहा है
is
गाइस.
really about how are they able to destroy those deadlock utility.
Well, it comes to a head over here. Can Team Secret finally secure this? Or is this Nongshim all the way? We're going to find out as we head into Split. We're going to toss it back to Quack and Komodo.
जल्दी रहा बना रहा हूँ आपको चाहिए जल्दी रहा नहीं पीता यार मैं
Yes, we are very much going into this. It's going to be a slight double duelist, but you do have a
टेक्निकल भाई देख तो थैंक यू हो गई भाई
Yeah, we got Nongshim versus T1 here in the server to repeat here. But no, it's Team Secret who are going to be opting to run that T1 comp, and I am interested to see how proficient they are going to be running this one, as well as we know that when we think of T1, we
स्टेज 1 पे स्ट्रांग है टीम सीक्रेट का ये मैप
on a map such as
तो दोनों का 55% विन रेट है बे
any idea from 2GE, for example, what works on this attacking side.
And it's at the very least going to be really interesting to see Wildora onto this raise now, but they're just coming straight into the GravNet from Ivy, instantly collected upon, and now Wildora trying to hold the angle, does find the exchange.
Looking for some more, of course. Wildorio back on this raise, he's not shy away from raise in the history of Valorant, of course. Pretty proficient on this agent.
दोनों टीम प्रोएक्टिव खेल रही हैं
But in this caliber of play, will that be the case? Margaret to dispatch a 2GE, looking for a second, and he does it gorgeously as well, Black.
उसने क्लासिक से दो बंदों को हेडशॉट मार दिए इंसेन आप रात को कैसे टाइम पास करते हो मैं टाइम पास नहीं करता भाई
It's going to be tough to pick that one up.
You would think so. Though Margaret gets all the information, 10 HP, trying to escape, he does.
Okay, we've got the smoke up and swell, and now it's just Wildora and Envy to find frags individually. All of a sudden, Persia
गेम चेंज हो गया भाई दो किल मिल गए भाई ये भी सॉरी ये किल हो गया भाई राउंड स्विच हो गया भाई कैसे कुछ भी पिस्टल निकल गया
2-on-2 situation, and they both just lose their lives, and that's technically an advantage that they could have utilized to just reset a little bit. Beginning stages, that deeper right click as well. Pistol rounds, of course, we saw, exchange over in the first map. We saw Team Secret get the first one, so they are able to echo that here as well.
So not too
nice.
This way, definitely feeling the boost in morale, and also Nongshim Classic, by the way.
Yep. Looks alright.
Alright.
It looks alright. Kind of looks the same to me as a lot of the other bundles, but not everyone has the same vision as I have, unfortunately. So.
Oh right, you're colorblind. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting that.
I just get the bundles to support the teams. I love Valorant. And
yes. Yeah. And well, you get the logo on there as well.
That's true.
Which is always nice, especially when you expect it. But right now, it's Nongshim to try to stack up.
Yeah.
Quad stack.
It could be good. It could be not good.
Could be.
चार बंदे.
Or. Could not to be, and that's gonna be
salvos.
Oh no!
Oh, they got two of them
with the salvos as well.
But it's a 3 versus 5. None of those guns are retrievable. Time to be bought by Ivy, dropping the deadlock util over at the B side. You do have this lurk.
क्या play है भाई मजा आ गया
As I said, doing his best media impression.
Oh.
But can he really have the same impact in this map?
I don't know, man. Meteor was
कुछ भी trap setup था भाई मजा आ गया
see that from 2GE so far in the
बहुत नए बंदे आ गए हैं stream पे ठीक है भाई
You saw this, the elbow.
But do they know there's 3 players now back at the A site?
Yeah, they're up against Classic, so hopefully they do, and they will be able to find the frags needed. Jeremy at least will be able to rack up a double. But down to it, Persia now tracked by the Fade utility.
2v2, Omen 1
still
HP
alive, trying to keep himself long enough for Ivy to come back in with the additional support. GravNet will land on towards a possible target,
huge kill.
Jesse Vash in with the Spectre, quick on the draw to take the round.
ये राउंड कैसे हार गए भाई रुक जाओ ना ये इनको हार्ड एंकर मारने की जरूरत ही नहीं थी रीटेक मारते तो फेवरेट कोल्ड ड्रिंक नेम
One of the big things, I mean, when there's a Teo,
फेवरेट कोल्ड ड्रिंक भाई मैं इतनी कोल्ड ड्रिंक पीता नहीं हूँ कोक पी लेता हूँ कभी कभी मतलब ऐसे फेवरेट तो कुछ नहीं है इनको रीटेक खेलना चाहिए था पता है सीटीए कंट्रोल बना लेते सीटीए कंट्रोल था इनके पास इनको सबसे पहले हेवन का कंट्रोल रख लेना चाहिए था
very good chance for Nongshim to strike back. Barrier mesh down mid already.
Yeah, quite deep. Gives a bit of time You know, if you want to try and break that one with the pistols, you're not going to be able to do it. So it just puts a little bit more of a heads up for Nongshim on the extremities of the map. A little bit more towards this A site at the moment, where the head of 2GE may have just been spotted by Darby. Not 100% sure. Wall to be broken in mid, however.
साउंड लेने के लिए बैठा है ये इधर कि अगर साइड से कोई भी भग के जाएगा ना तो इसको साउंड आ जाएगी.
It's Gash's state at least, but yeah, you do have Persia right around side Danby as well for
nice
support. So 2G still trying to sneak his way into side.
यहाँ तक आ गया. उसका मूवमेंट देखो बे, यहाँ तक गया, फिर क्योंकि छोटा सा वो पार करना है, फिर यहाँ तक आया. अब यहाँ पे अपना और डाला हुआ. ओ भाई मूवमेंट देखो भाई लौंडे की, कहाँ तक पहुँच गया बे. इसको खेलना आता है पूरा इसको वाइपर के. ओ देख लिया, कॉल आ गई होगी, देखो देख रहे हो, रोटेशन देख रहे हो, आ गई. कहाँ तक पहुंच गया बे, इसको यहाँ तक चले जाना चाहिए था, पता है. वो क्लियर कर रहा है कि यहाँ पे कोई है तो नहीं. ये बंदा गड़बड़ हो गया भाई. What is your favorite subject in school? यार मैं स्कूल में नहीं हूँ अब.
Francis, undetected, has a great opportunity to spring and strike right now. Finds the first. Meanwhile, the rest of Nongshim coming to get more space around elbow. Jeremy does take and eliminate Francis for the weapon, possibly, but still, the entire Nongshim forest has arrived. Danby to stick it down halfway. Ivy to get the sprays through. Danby to swing on a trade.
Last बंदे पे कैसे आ गई भाई ये बात.
It gets close though, doesn't it? Only Danby at the end there alive. So the trades from Team Secret. That's a 5 versus 5 retake that goes on down there, and there's even, you know, not too much damage that Francis is able to find bar the one on.
लेकिन मार्गरेट,
right? So
मार्गरेट कह रहा हूँ 2G ने भाई
around the map from Team Secret. 2G
बहुत बेहतरीन राउंड खेला है बे, बहुत बेहतरीन राउंड खेला है. स्कूल में था तब आपका फेवरेट सब्जेक्ट का क्या था? मेरा फेवरेट सब्जेक्ट स्कूल में, मेरा फेवरेट सब्जेक्ट स्कूल में
Coach Meow on Team Secret are, you know, quite familiar with how
computers यार, computers ही पसंद था मेरे को starting से.
He was the coach for Boom back then in Ascension.
Yeah, but we've got a very different Nongshim.
Info आ गई क्या इसके ऊपर?
True that.
हाँ, इसके ऊपर info आ गई बे.
Somewhat familiar though, especially with the deadlock in play.
If they know that Francis is in this corner, Valorant can just absolutely molly him out.
You gotta watch out for those.
C's missed though.
So all good, Nongshim able to get away, and that is information as well that Team Secret were around mid.
Yep. Bit of a reset on towards the round, by the way. Nongshim, for those that might not have seen it, a little bit lackluster of the weaponry invested into this round from the damage delivered in the last.
Ivy though, still able to do quite a bit of damage. Margaret now coming in, does buy quite a bit of space, and in comes the annihilation.
Huge.
Puts Envy into a coffin. Jesse Vash trying to frag himself out of the situation, but unfortunately not quite going to find that. 2GE outside our garage, struck down as well.
Just getting down and dirty as Darby there.
नहीं, गड़बड़ ये हुई कि रेज इधर गया बे. रेज को बैक साइड स्केल अप करना चाहिए था.
The last couple of games as well, that you know, makes it look and feel a bit awkward, but good to see that at least the kill is calculated at the end. I want to highlight for Margaret, by the way.
वो जो यहाँ पे जाके फ्री मर गया ना, और उसके बाद रेज भी मर गया, वो प्रॉब्लम था. उनको ये वाला साइड, पहले साइड मेंटेन कर रहा, उसके बाद इधर आना चाहिए था. थोड़ा सा गलत खेले राउंड को, एग्जीक्यूट थोड़ा गड़बड़.
Just a body to shoot. Quick one up from Team Secret this time towards the A side of things. Immediate rotations to be seen from Nongshim, and as they start to get some information.
Oh,
what is that? Just a drive-by. That's not just a drive-by. That's a hit and run. Huge Ferrari peak. Oh, he's playing Grand Theft Auto. Well, it's gonna be now Nongshim fully aware of what's happening on the A side. Francis taking more space around ramp. Team Secret need to kind of get a little bit more space.
Team Secret का थोड़ा सा
just pinned down around the map. Persia finds the sprays.
थोड़ा सा मैक्रो हल्का फील हो रहा है इस मैप पे.
Well reacted round coming out from Nongshim.
5 alive against the pistols for Nongshim, so I want to give credit to Team Secret. They got the plant. You know, you get the credits, you get the extra
considerably last map के हिसाब से इस मैप पे थोड़ा सा डाउन लग रहा है मेरे को.
Start to see what you can really do, because
कहाँ मारा है बे.
Team Secret are close to having all 5
wow.
ults
Yeah.
online.
Yeah, absolutely. On a map like Split, you want all you can get on the attacking side. Of course, this map, you know, one that Nongshim have been picking in a little bit. You know, the likes of our Q series, the T1 series.
Okay.
So
What are we seeing by round
Team
A?
Secret coming to pick it. You know, there's some counter plays that can come out. You can sort of get on the
मैं मैच ऐस लेके पछता रहा हूँ बायो ले लेता क्या तेरे को डॉक्टर बनना था क्या
So far, it's been
बायो
mid for
बायो का क्या
majority
सेंस
of the rounds, and that's something
हेलो
that Team
डायनेमिक
Secret
डार्लिंग
needs
क्या
to
हाल है
be cognizant of. So 3 players staring down to this mid position. And what they don't know is that
मिड
Francis
का
yes,
इतना
has
स्ट्रॉन्ग
kinda
कंट्रोल
snuck
बना के
through.
बैठ रहे हैं
They
भाई
fire
ये
some pot shots in,
नाइस
but oh, look at that! Just as that
I
happens,
like
Francis
it.
goes for the peek, takes down Wildaru. That's one duelist gone.
फ्रांसिस हर बारी ये चीज करवा रहा है बे रीजन पता है क्या है गाइस इनके पास सिर्फ एक टेहो ड्रोन है इन्फो के लिए समझ रहे हो अब उससे क्या हो रहा है कि इनको मिड का कंट्रोल स्ट्रांगली बनाना पड़ेगा ताकि इनको इन्फो रहे कि सामने वाली टीम अटैक में जा ए रही है या बी रही है इसीलिए वो हर बारी मिड पे इतना स्ट्रांग खेल रहे हैं और वो ए मेन लेने दे रहे हैं ए मेन बी मेन देखो लेने दे रहे हैं वो
Still though, Danby looking to take matters into his own hands,
Oh,
supporting the cells
nice.
as well. But Jesse Vash will find
लेकिन
the
यार
trade.
थोड़ा सा ज्यादा
Dimensional drift
यूटिल
now
हो गया है बे
coming
गेम के
from
अंदर
Jeremy just to fend off his
थोड़ा सा
incoming
ज्यादा
opponents. The flash out of the
मतलब
dimensional
एक
drift, the clone, but
यार
Francis
फ्रांसिस क्या
quickly
खेलता है बे
dispatches of it.
मेरे को इतना बढ़िया प्लेयर लगता है यार ये
Trades are so quick though from Team Secret for this 2 versus 2.
And they're able to work their way off of it as well. Because of these frags, now Nongshim are straying away from
डॉक्टर बन जाता
screens,
ठीक
which
रहता
would be,
अब पछता रहा हूँ
perfect spot to
इंजीनियरिंग में
take down where the
आके
spike is planted, but
Ivy still with Gravnet.
yeah, with
At
this
the right spot.
current position, Ivy might
retake
be
सही हो
able
रहा
to
है
set something up for Margaret.
लेकिन इसको
hit
यहाँ से
spotted
आना
though.
चाहिए था
So Jesse Vash looking to hold down the angle. Ivy
Short
instead
way.
to find the
Ooh,
frag. No
Ivy.
frag needed. Just goes in for the swing.
Stanza delivers.
जैसी
Crosshair
वॉश
plays what you would
यार
expect
नहीं
with a
वे
quick headshot that comes on out there. Another round though for Nongshim where they're only surviving with one player. This time the credits
टीम सीक्रेट
aren't going to be
जीतेगी
too
ना
much
ना
of a problem.
बहुत मुश्किल
Flip
है
it over to Team Secret, Quack, and that's why I say we need to see something
ये
from them
ये
in
मैं
this
कह रहा
round,
था
right?
ये वाला
The
जो
attacking
रीटेक
side on
रहता है
Split
ना
can
बहुत
be a bit of
स्ट्रांग
a
होता है
fickle
वे
thing,
बहुत
specifically
मुश्किल
when
है
you're
इस चीज
running
को बीट
double
करना
duelist as well, right? You really want to play on the back of the timing, the space that they're going to be able to find.
तो यूटिल ना थोड़ी सी ज्यादा हो गई है गेम के
Yes, he
अंदर
finds one on it, but the immediate trades, the real big name of the game in this one so far for a lot of these rounds is Team Secret are getting these trades, but they're not on top when the trades all expire.
नाइस जैसी वैस ने थोड़ा सा वहाँ पे एम ऊपर नीचे कर दिया
Especially when you're in the heat
पेड़
of
के
the
ऊपर मैंने
moment.
देखा है थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे रहता है
So
कभी
now,
कभी
especially with the ultimates coming
जैसी
online,
वॉश
some
का
had already spent. You know, Jeremy with the dimensional drift from before.
सोवा के ऊपर ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल
Now
है
trying to round the team up to cook something up for the next round.
यार भूख लग रही है बे
I'm sure they could ask for some noodles.
मैं एक सेकंड में आया गाइस कुछ लेके आता हूँ
Yeah, a little sponsor from the other side, but no, they've got their own like instant noodles from the Philippines as well. You know, I think Nico would be able to talk a little bit more about that. I'm not as well informed, of course.
It doesn't look like we've got much information, by the way, for Team Secret on this attacking side, which is why the timeout is here to see if they're going to be able to bounce back on this one and maybe play a little bit more lent towards the A site that's had some pretty good stoppages from Francis at the moment.
Yes.
That's what they're going to look to do. Majority force
I am back guys
in this haphazard buy
Let's see.
from Team Secret.
Okay, well, Francis and Ivy, both pivotal players for Nongshim currently, and with a lot of the lurk presence from 2G before, now Team Secret calls for a big hit.
Ooh.
Site, instantly spotting out the jump peak. Yes. So a lot of
बहुत
information
info है,
found. Gatecrash
multiple
in
बंदे
towards
दिखाई
the
दिए,
key
fast
position in the side
rotation.
as well, but Francis finds him quickly. Instantly hops off of
Dabby?
Raptors, and Dabby shuts
हवा
down
में-
an incoming flying
हवा में
wild
लपेट
warrior.
दिया
Oh, but the flank right now from Jesse Vash. Going to get an upgrade on the back of that kill.
लेकिन जैसी वैस मिड से क्यों आ रहा है प्रेजेंस उधर
A
दिखाने
bit
के
of a
लिए
stoppage here, but
इंटरेस्टिंग
You might want to reset, but they're still trudging forward, and
Okay,
with the
okay.
onslaught, they take down
Okay.
Dabby and Ivy.
अबे ये
Yeah,
कैसे
Francis
राउंड्स
still alive,
पलट जा रहे हैं बे
it's extremely doable, isn't it? Do you want to pivot?
टीम सीक्रेट फर्स्ट राउंड भी ऐसे ही निकाला था इस राउंड में भी यही हो गया
Let Nongshim really
हारते हारते राउंड पलट गया
rotations might go.
They know where Francis is. They're
कोई
wondering about
रीजन नहीं है
Persia.
कि
Yeah, but the line that he's
इस
holding
एरिया को
here,
वापस फाइट
it's
करने
one.
के लिए आए
That's not
नॉक्सिम
Could be
बिना बात
huge.
उनको
Not
इस
gonna be
एरिया
the trade, but
ओह
no trade found.
Nice.
Persia just sprays all of them down.
And the flash is good on towards Jesse Vash, who has to now come up with the goods. A 1 versus 2.
भाई
Horn
क्या
not available. He needs
भाई ये
to play
बढ़िया
on the
मूवमेंट
side
दिया
of
ओवन
silence here.
हाँ यार रुक जाना
Silence truly aid him though. The repositioning from the Nongshim members.
साउंड आ गया अच्छा उसको एक्सपेक्ट था कि यहाँ से आएगा
Persia slipped in towards garage. Francis to come up from the tower.
They know he doesn't. The salvos might have revealed a little bit, but Persia still in a really perfect spot to strike.
Nice,
And there it is. The third kill round.
बहुत
found in the
अच्छा राउंड
round.
खेले नोंगशिम वाले नाइस आई लाइक
Good
इट
discipline at the end there from Nongshim. A little bit of discipline from Team Secret as well, don't get me wrong, stopping things down at the A tower side when they start to gain advantages, but it's Persia just being in an unexpected position, peeking out at the right time, and then kind of sealing the deal on that round as well.
फर्जी बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर है लेकिन अभी तक एटलीस्ट इस स्टेज के अंदर तो मैंने बहुत कम देखा है पर्शिया का इम्पैक्ट
Expecting the full-on buy from Team Secret in this one. Viper's pit.
थोड़ा सा हिसाब ना पर्शिया का मतलब मेरे को लग रहा है परफॉर्मेंस लेवल थोड़ा सा डाउन गया है पहले से पहले तो इसका इम्पैक्ट गेम के ऊपर बहुत रहता था इसका मेरे को लगता है ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग एजेंट भी पता है ब्रिम था ओमन से ओमन इतना इसका इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग लगता नहीं था मेरे को ब्रिम पे बहुत ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट देता था ब्रिम मैप्स निकल गए ना उससे मेन जो ब्रिम मैप था वो तो वही था अब यार वाइल्ड लोरियो 2 बार ही ऐसे ही मरा है
It does slow down the push though, and that's enough for Persia to hold on for these lines.
Yeah, I don't know if he's actually been spotted at the back of the side at the moment. He just has to have his crosshair ready.
All good. Francis buys a little bit more time as well with the salvos. Meanwhile, you've got Dambi and Margaret coming in closer nearby. 2G plants his own Viper's pit up to get the spike safely planted. Envy denying any possible re-entry coming in from Nongshim.
Persia was distracted there. So on this 3 versus 3, how do you get back in towards this? Francis, no salvos just yet. You spot out Envy, who does some good damage.
It's down to 2GE. He hears the footsteps. He hears them dropping all around him. Would be big information, but chooses to play for time instead. Downbeat now, the rest of them knowing that they have to work their way into the pit. Decaying away at their health. Oh, but they spot 2GE out first! The relay bolt collapses onto Envy! What has happened? It's down to just Jesse Vash, and he cannot rise to the occasion! Nongshim have turned an unwinnable situation around!
क्या खेल रहे वे
थोड़ा
सा तो कंट्रोल रखो तुमने उनको पूरा कंट्रोल लेने दे दिया बे वाइपर पिट का थोड़ा सा कंट्रोल तो रखना पड़ेगा यार वो पीछे होता चला गया होता चला गया होता चला गया
from Dambi in that equation when the pit drops that immediately catches Team Secret and you just feel for them in that scenario because I really feel like Team Secret played that round well how they got into the site how they dropped the pit it distracts Persia you get the kill onto him as well but it's just the ending stages of that one that
Team Secret की वही ये थोड़ा सा मैक्रो में गड़बड़ हो रहा है इनका
need to shine and it's just so unfortunate still next round comes up and Team Secret still need to find so much more, especially on this attacking half.
Well, this round doesn't provide too much in terms of weaponry. Unless somehow you're able to catch the Nongshim members off guard, or you pick them in the seas, or you're somehow catching the members to then
second half तक इनकी mental टूट जाएगी.
It makes it extremely difficult to gather this round.
At least they should be quick enough to piece together.
अगर ये एक दो अपना अगला बाय राउंड भी अगर ये ऐसे हार गए ना तो अभी तो हाफ बाय टाइप है अगला बाय राउंड भी अगर ऐसे हार गए ना टीम सीक्रेट मेंटल ऑलमोस्ट टूट जाएगी इनकी शट डाउन हो रहे हैं ये वाले राउंड से हिट हुई होगी मेंटल थोड़ी सी अब एक पर्सनल लाइफ के एल लगे पड़े हैं क्या ही करूं भाई टेक्निकल अरे अरे क्या हो गया भाई डायनामिक सब ठीक
when the nightfall goes in that Jeremy's not looking to gate crash to the back site and you're trying to set him up to be able to sneaky get in there right when you're removing all of the audibility
30 seconds
but now 2GE Jesse Vash a 2 versus 5 20 seconds
जैसी बॉस क्या कर रहा है भाई?
Especially when Nongshim has your number, instantly spotting him out. Just Jesse Vash to try to preserve his weapon and to
देखो
collect
भाई,
as much as possible.
Yeah.
ये
And he's
अभी भी
lost
पोजिशनल
the
गेम प्ले खेल
Nightfall
रहे हैं
as well.
वे.
I think that's the biggest problem, like one of the biggest problems.
मिड छोड़ दिया सब इधर.
Map like split.
Tried to ninja plant. Oh no, you don't want to. Well,
He needs to die.
he needs to die. He keeps the stinger. He keeps the stinger.
He'll just get rid of it. It's fine.
All right.
It's fine.
उसको ऐसे kill के और plant के पैसे तो मिल गए ना.
He doesn't give away another ulti orb there. Let's just swing it that way. It's okay.
लेकिन
But
उसको
what's
यार
not okay is the round count.
AR का पैसा मिला होगा क्या?
Got to do something now on the back of this timeout.
पढ़ना बहुत है यार.
Yeah, the second timeout.
तो
In the first
डायनामिक भाई
half,
पढ़ना तो पड़ेगा ही भाई
dire
अगर
straits
कुछ
for
करना है
the
तो.
Filipino squad.
Yeah, I mean, you lose this one and
पढ़ाई
there
को
goes
मतलब फिर
chances of
अपने
playoffs,
अगेंस्ट
right?
में मत
You're,
रखना.
what, 0-4? You're going
I'm
up
gonna
against
keep-
our
प्लान क्या है तेरा
next
मतलब
time.
चाहता क्या
I'm
है?
gonna keep counting the days
Count the days.
until they win.
अपने सामने एक प्लान रखना कि भाई मेरे को ये करना है.
We've had one of our big day breaks already in Pacific, right? Suggest getting his win after
Okay,
years.
that's another team. A
But-
whole other scenario.
But it's days that we're counting, or that we did count,
Fair
and
enough.
it happened. So there's a chance for Team
जेई
Secret.
वाला हूँ.
Still keeping the things that are relevant to this current series at the very least. Yes, Team
वो
Secret
ठीक है.
struggling
अबे
to
जेई
stay
के अंदर भी
afloat
तो
right
कुछ
now,
करना था.
but somehow
वाला
just
नहीं
fumbling
ना.
the bag at certain moments, and you
कुछ
have
तो
to
डिसाइड
imagine
किया होगा
how
कि हाँ
it
ये
feels for them
इंजीनियरिंग ये
in
कॉलेज
in their seats.
12th के
Certainly a lot of
सबसे
pressure
टॉप
mounting
बैच
up on
में
their
हूँ
shoulders.
इसलिए मेरे इंस्टीट्यूट में
Hopefully
homework
around
बहुत
to
है.
maybe alleviate some of that
अच्छा.
pressure. They know how Nongshim love to set themselves up, but just as they start to piece that around off of this timeout, this time it's Margaret towards middle.
Yeah, a bit of a different look, and he's shouldered it out.
Oh.
Confirms two. I like this different look as well. On the back of a timeout, if Team Secret had a really good counterplay, well, they probably wouldn't have expected this scenario right now. To me, how hungry is Margaret to overstay his welcome, because
Oh,
that
भाई.
has been at
मार्गरेट को
times
क्या
something
पकड़ा
that
है?
he does fall
नाइस
trapped
वन
to.
यार जेरेमी.
And he is the first casualty.
Which pulls out the reaction off the
मजा आ
grab
गया.
net from Ivy. Doesn't find too much, which makes him a little bit more curious. This could be his downfall unless he plays his cards right. Does hear the footsteps from the fake out as well.
Well, this
Be a little bit too telling as well.
This is the situation where Team Secret have a very clean opening kill, and it's a 5 versus 4
Expect
that
नहीं
they
करेंगे.
need to hope to not to lose, right?
नहीं, कर
Armageddon
रहे
for
हैं.
Francis
एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं वे.
clears all of mid just to make sure that no one has snuck on up. You've got the
अच्छा.
barrier
ओ
mesh
भाई.
in male as well, so it should be
इन्फो
all
के
eyes
लिए
on the
उन्होंने
main
मारी.
choke point.
इधर तो ऑलरेडी डेडलॉक खेल ही रहा था. कंफर्म हो गया कि ये आ रहे हैं. नाइस वे यूज अल्ट वे बहुत स्मार्ट अल्ट मारी है. नाइस आई लाइक इट. लेकिन फिर भी दोनों मर गए वे. वाओ. योरू भी था ना. क्या ये राउंड तो गया. नोंगशिम में राउंड तो नहीं जीत सकती.
Bit of an off angle for 2GE that Ivy has low HP on.
Secret 2GE. Oh no! Okay, slight whiff, but thankfully recovers. And now
नेम
just
3
Persia.
CSK players.
I almost
3
lost it on
CSK
that one.
players.
Don't worry. Team Secret
इस राउंड के बाद बताता हूँ.
This should be their round. Persia's not going to be able to
खत्म है
get in
वैसे
and
round.
diffuse.
Alright.
I hope.
Too much control, too many numbers. बढ़िया राउंड निकाल दिया भाई.
We all
टीम
hope,
सीक्रेट ने.
Komodo. We all do.
How much damage though on the escape is he able to
Oh.
find? There's one. Make
Oh.
a second. Looking for more. Not going to happen. Traded
Yeah.
out by Wild Oreo. Damage done. But
2-0
more importantly, folks,
to
Team
2-7.
Secret with a round.
We've got around ever since the pistol. Yay!
Well, the second
Finally.
one. Yeah, which, I mean, is a gimme, right?
नहीं बहुत गलतियां कर रहे थे ना टीम
Still-
सीक्रेट वाले अभी तक.
It's a good step forward. They had a 5v4 and they managed to convert it into a full round win.
Yeah. Good C's, trapping 2 players. You got a TP to the backward side of the choke as well. So just a bit of good coordination there.
जॉब
from
दे रहे हो
Team
क्या?
Secret.
इधर इंटरव्यू क्यों ले रहे हो?
Wipe the bead of sweat off my eyebrow.
क्या कह रहा है
Shot coming up
आनंदत?
and we're
जॉब
back
मिलने की बात है
to,
तो मैं भी
again,
हूँ.
Ivy controlling middle this time with Dabby watching down the angles.
हाँ
with
3
Dob.
CSK प्लेयर थे
Yeah,
यार.
we've only really
ये हो
been
गया.
seeing a lot of jump
अश्विन
spots come out
अन्ना,
of Team Secret. A prowler
धोनी,
here or there. When you don't spot
सचिन
that
रविंद्र,
immediately, or actually this time that you do,
ऋतुराज
he's off
गायकवाड़
the line, an operator noted.
और भी
So
बहुत
that's going
सारे
to
हैं.
have to be a little bit of a
लेकिन अब
different
मैं
look on
देखता
how
नहीं
Team
यार.
Secret do
हो
want to
गया.
challenge that, but you've already off-put him with that's first shot of utility with the prowl there.
सचिन रविंद्र भी मेरे को इसलिए पता है क्योंकि मैंने कहीं पे उसकी फोटो देखी थी कल आउट होके जा रहा था सीएसके की जर्सी में 103 पे 9 खेली है 20 ओवर में वही सुनने में आया मेरे को बहुत गलत है वे ग्रेवनेट वाला सीन भाई बहुत गलत है वे मतलब बिल्कुल ऐसा होपलेसनेस सा आ जाता है ना कि कुछ नहीं कर सकते
Jeremy least expects.
Good recovery from Nongshim in that round as well. You off-put Darby in middle, but he just immediately, switches guns, repositions towards the other side of the map to try and catch out your lurk, right? It's just good meandering around the map as well from them and how they're playing their rotations and how they're playing their crossfires. Again, it feels like Ivy's Gravnets have always been good for a kill in mid, always up from that tower to Mail.
3 players hit by it.
Yeah.
So good.
Last round of the half now.
Wow.
Team Secret need to get this to 4. I'll be real.
Big smoke outside of garage as well to keep Team Secret
इधर
honest.
सिर्फ ट्रिप्स और डेडलॉक के ऊपर ये पूरा एरिया छोड़ दिया इन्होंने और इधर हम स्टैक कर रहे हैं इंटरेस्टिंग
You would have to contend with the Sonic Senses. 2GE down on that lurk though. Now with the dimensional drift, I mean Ivy will be spotted. Yeah, sure. Senses to be tripped. Provides a little bit of a pathway in towards the site for Team Secret.
Especially with the showstopper. Paranoia sent through as well. And look at this from Nongshim though, just completely avoiding all of it.
Plant to go down. 5v4.
अब उनको पता है लेकिन सीटी तक है
At least looking to make their way work around it.
रीपोजीशन पता है यहाँ से पुश कर देना चाहिए था यहाँ पे मत लड़ो यहाँ मत लड़ो ये एरिया छोड़ दो बे
and now Margaret to take space around heaven. Just Jesse Bash and Unk tries to start things up, but
जैसे यहाँ पे नेट डाल दिया ना उसके बाद इनको यहाँ से मूव कर देना चाहिए और यहाँ पे आके लड़ना चाहिए था पता है एक बंदे को बस यहाँ पे चुक पॉइंट होल्ड करो यहाँ से बाकी 2 बंदों को हेवन पुश कर देना चाहिए था प्रोएक्टिवली
all throughout this entire half, just so much pressure coming out from the likes of Francis, Ivy namely, with the way that he's operating this deadlock. How many times did we see his grab?
Orange is a dash route.
The bear mesh really push Team Secret off, or
or color if you do correct, you are selected.
Yeah, and then again for me, it's a lot of the timing on Francis's utility as well, right? How
Orange is a dash route or color. अच्छा.
Of utility, clearing angles.
मेरे को लगा अबे यार मैं भी गलत रीड कर लिया क्वेश्चन 3-9
I want to see more from Team Secret, right? Going over onto this defensive side as well is not going to be too.
13-7 game लग रहा है guys ये. 13-7, thank you.
To be able to hold on to some lines, get in for some good traps, right? If you're trying to get some good C's plays out, some good flash plays as well, you want to try and be setting up Wild Oreo here. You want to be setting up Jeremy.
लेकिन डिफेंसिव सेटअप सही रहते हैं इनके 13-7 से आगे जा सकता है
भाई. 2Gs, Viper.
जा सकता है देखना पड़ेगा पिस्टल देखना पड़ेगा अगर पिस्टल नहीं जीती टीम सीक्रेट तो 13-7 ही हो जाएगा अगर पिस्टल जीत गई तो 13-9 तक जा सकता है
It's been a bit of a talking point I think for both of us. Not to put 2G too much on the hot seat, but he hasn't quite been living up to a lot of these expectations. New IGL, playing a certain role.
13-10, 13 Team Secret.
Not quite finding
Secret
the
इतने round.
Now on the defensive side, hopefully, maybe a little bit better.
I'm not so sure, buddy.
But at the same time, for the likes of Wild Oreo, I mean, he was just getting shut down as well, not being allowed to create that space.
Well, pissed around is going
यहाँ से तो यार नहीं हारेगी नोंगशिम.
One of the more important ones here for Team Secret, if they want to even try and
क्या कर रहे हैं?
Get away for a win.
ये मेन का इतना एग्रेसिव कंट्रोल रखा हुआ है इस चक्कर में 4 बंदे इधर हो गए. बहुत गड़बड़ खेल रहा है बे. यहाँ पे अब सीन पता है क्या है कि तुमको 2 एंगल देखने पड़ते हैं ऊपर वाला भी नीचे वाला भी. और मोस्टली जब भी लेट आता है कोई ना तो ऊपर से ही आता है.
but
ओ वहीं पे
it's by
पकड़ा गया
himself.
Okay. Might have found a little bit of information he needed,
ओ
but still down back in towards middle. Unfortunately, 2G just gives it over.
Dammy not going by
Dude
himself.
भाई
here,
आंसर
by the
दो
way. Not
किस चीज का भाई
overheating, waiting for the team, and then the space taken. Paranoia blinds both of them.
Okay. So trying to take more space, especially to recollect themselves around Garage. If they can take down Persia, this fight might be a little bit easier. Ivy and the rest of the team continue to push forward, which causes them to take a bit of damage as well.
Wild Dory
Francis
अकेले
holding
fight
down the
भी ले रहा
line,
है
will spot out Jesse Vash, thankfully with Margaret at hand.
And now they know where both of them are.
And instantly for that, the crosshair placement in place. Envy. He's been consistent so far all throughout the entire league, even though the losses come through.
पता मैं 13-7 से ज़्यादा नहीं जाएगा ये स्कोर
Situation not quite
Orange is a fruit और color
as the duels will take him down.
Orange is a fruit
Pistol
bro
round for Nongshim. So, you know, first pistol goes to Team Secret in both maps, second towards Nongshim. But this one here has, well, much more of a anvil kind of thrown on towards Team Secret, right? Just placed and chunked down right on them because now they drop the pistol. You know, if they go for the save, you're looking at an 11-3. You kind of incentivize them to maybe force up, considering that there were 3 kills found in the rounds. I don't know. We'll see what the idea is here. Yeah.
यहाँ से तो खत्म है यार
I do wonder if the mental game comes into play.
ज़्यादा round दे दिए Team Secret ने बहुत
But we'll see how it goes. Nongshim trying to launch the assault. Made some reactions out towards A.
All the space as well.
Yeah,
Already
IPS के इंटरव्यू में पूछा होगा IPS के UPSC
back towards B if you need to, because Wild Oreo is just jiggling that there. That'll now be conceded over towards the Nongshim lads.
Portal closed.
Team Secret getting a little bit curious towards the middle as well.
इतना passive हर जगह पे
Need to see some corners cut from Team Secret in a round such as this one. Try to
और
do something
force भी
unexpected
कर लिया
that
भाई
Nongshim would not think of.
नहीं यार जबरदस्ती force क्यों
Just refreshing these smokes.
अब
on top of
ये
the
राउंड भी
tower.
हारेंगे इसके अगला वाला राउंड भी हारेंगे
That Nongshim are kind of more largely grouped
तो
towards
ये
the
तो
safe
उल्टा
side.
जल्दी खत्म हो गया बे
Problem is it's only
ये तो मेरे को
Jeremy
13-7 भी नहीं लग रहा अब
tower as well.
Oh, well, 2G's coming in now.
Yeah, but is that going to be enough for them? Salvo's in.
Okay, good little spray from Wilder towards the
Wild
back.
Oreo
Does
को
take out
important
one
kill मिल
member.
गया
And here comes the push. Jeremy to launch the assault. The wall up does segregate things. And that allows for a bit of a frag coming through
जीत गई
again.
बे
Envy it. Another
Team
one
Secret का
found.
गेम चले
And
गया
now
ओ
to
ओ
block them
ओ
out towards ramps. But what is this? A couple more kills found by the rifle-wielding members from Nongshim. Down to just Wild Oreo, who is rather low. The paint shell's almost blowing away at his feet, but Persia recollects himself, recenters his aim, and takes down Wild Oreo to put Nongshim up to an 11th.
I don't know if Wild Oreo knew that he would be right back on towards that angle. If
Zeta versus Nongshim में कौन जीता? Nongshim ही जीती होगी Zeta versus Nongshim में
timings in this round actually, with people you know, executing their opponents.
वाइल्ड ओरियो को ऊपर आ जाना चाहिए था जैसे ही उसने नेट डाला था उसके बाद उसको स्लोली ऊपर आ जाना चाहिए था
Kind of falling behind a little bit
India
in the last little stages where they just
इंडियंस नहीं दादा
kill feed and bring that one back. One player surviving. That's the force by the way, from Team Secret shut down. Now they have to play a little bit more cautiously, and most likely you would
ये वाला भी
expect to
राउंड गया
concede the series point.
One of the Nongshim players looking a little bit under.
ये जबरदस्ती फोर्स करने वाला सिस्टम ना मेरे को पसंद नहीं है
Looking to collect on towards map and series point. Ooh, Sonic sensor.
लास्ट राउंड दे देते इस राउंड में प्रॉपर बाय तो आता
If you want to try and challenge and retake this one, well, I'm going to be more on a forward line. Paranoia is actually going to work a treat.
Okay.
But you don't get a kill on the back of that, unfortunately. You do get to some garage space, you know, sure.
पर्चा कौन रखता है अपना नाम
Really care for that one. They're going to
नहीं
immediately
बढ़िया
call
तो है
for a
नाम यार
shift back
पर्चा तो
towards the
सही
A
है
side
बे
where the team was already starting to clear anyway.
And also shifts the weight onto the shoulders of Jesse Vash as well as Jeremy, where the weaponry not supporting them too much. However, with the
Short
angles from
है
Jeremy, he might
Jeremy.
be able to do some damage.
वो भी
Takes out
untradeable
Dabby.
Puts himself in another spot.
कॉल आ गई भाई कॉल आ गई
Back at B.
Yeah, you start to
रोटेशन आ
rethink
गई
that, leave
पूरी
Margaret to his own devices.
ये साउंड लेने के लिए बैठा है जैसे इधर से मूवमेंट होगी ये बता देगा
Prowler sent out might give them a clue. So rotations moving forward. How does
Nice.
the timing work out? Margaret does find one.
Oh,
Back
no.
in towards
Abe,
Rose and
Envy.
finds a second. Unfortunate for Envy. Margaret's still alive. That's going to do numbers against Team Secret.
Now you've got a big open plant as well.
नहीं सैड हो रहा है
They
बे
know that he's somewhere nearby. If they could take
Every
him down,
school
that
when
could
it-
be a rifle picked up. But where is
no
he?
so today
Oh, look at the timing on
Where
that
are
one.
you?
ये कैसी बातें हैं यार
Oh,
गौतम
no.
भाई?
Unfortunately for Team Secret Quack, they've got a lot of work to do
ये
now.
कैसी बातें कर रहा है तू चैट में?
Insurmountable. They hop on over, and that's when Margaret shows up again! Third kill in the round. Two
Margaret
more
ने
for the
thank you कर
ace.
दिया भाई.
The spike still beeping away.
Margaret, don't tell me you're going to find a fourth one.
Oh, there it is!
Ace.
Swap on over to heaven. He finds the
It's
ace.
over, bhai.
Every single head racked up in kills and knocks him up
Mental
to
बिल्कुल खत्म
series
कर दी इनकी.
point.
Great little moment of brilliance to come out just individually from him there. Doesn't matter that it is the lesser weaponry, right? He's still navigating all the angles, playing it very wisely. A bit of luck, I'll admit, onto the one onto Envy, but the rest of them just on the right angle, at the right time, the right timing to re-push, and this last one, I mean, it's 2 HP for that one, right? Really unfortunate. Now, Map and Series point, 12-3. Math is 9 of those. That's not a good number for Team Secret.
Quick maths.
चलो ये मैप जल्दी खत्म हो गया एटलीस्ट है.
Very well could be their final buy. Desperately trying to hold on for control, while
Okay.
Loria will be able to walk away with one frag.
Don't let Margaret do what he just did yet again.
वाइल्ड लोरी एक राउंड ले गया. ओह
Dabby will do what he just does as well. Slides on forward
Oh,
and
hey,
finds the
yaar.
second one as well. Down on towards Envy, who unfortunately gets taken down by Francis.
It's
Trade
over
protocols
भाई.
coming up from Nongshim.
3v2 ये चौक पॉइंट को टाइट कर देंगे. Flank.
Trade, he attempts for it, but
अरे,
unfortunately, yes,
वो
the
भी
heads up duel
proactive खेल
handed
रहा है.
over on towards Persia. Just Jesse Vash left alive, and he tries to take
Nice.
more space around
Flank
Garage,
expect
but the
किया
door
क्योंकि वो
gets
बहुत
shut
आता है
in
flank से.
his face. The final score on the map, 13-3.
GG भाई.
It's a quick 2-0 sweep coming out from Nongshim.
नहीं इसमें तो मेरी प्रेडिक्शन भी गलत हो गई भाई. लेकिन मैंने एक्सपेक्ट कर लिया था इनकी मेंटल तोड़ देंगे. मैंने ये नहीं सोचा था कि वो फोर्स बाय कर लेंगे वे. वो फोर्स बाय ज्यादा बुरा था. आई एम सो सॉरी. वहां पे फोर्स बाय नहीं बनता था. डूड भाई आपका फेवरेट यूट्यूबर कौन है? मैं हूँ भाई. हेलो सूर्य. क्या लग रहा है भाई तेरे को? टीम सीक्रेट अब एक भी गेम जीतेगी कि नहीं जीतेगी है? सर कंट्री लाइक वियतनाम, सिंगापुर और मलेशिया. अरे 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 डिसबैंड बोल दिया भाई. सैड हो गया भाई. टीम सीक्रेट का मतलब इतना मेजर डाउनफॉल. बहुत ज़्यादा हिसाब गड़बड़ हो गया पहले से टीम सीक्रेट का. उन्होंने कोच चेंज किया था ना अभी जहाँ तक मेरे को याद है स्टार्टिंग में. याओ हाँ टीम सीक्रेट का कोच बन गया. जी मैच मोस्टली कल है. टीम सीक्रेट थाईलैंड की नहीं फिलीपींस भाई. देख थाईलैंड की टैलेंट है. कल भी नहीं है क्या? देखो एक बार कल किस किस के मैच है. मेरे को लग रहा था कल मैच है अपना. हाँ कल ही है ना. वही मैं कह रहा था. कल हमारा दूसरा गेम है जेनजी के अगेंस्ट. पहला कल गेम है T1 वर्सेस RRQ. ये भी बढ़िया गेम है. टैलन वर्सेस जेटा, DFM वर्सेस पेपर एक्स. हो भाई कितनी बार प्रैंक हुआ. अप्रैल फुल में मैं नहीं होता भाई प्रैंक. फिलीपींस तो मैं घूमने जा रहा मई में. ठीक है भाई. ये मैच तो हो गया. कल जी का डाउनफॉल. अबे यार नहीं मतलब यार जी कर सकती है वे. ओ अगली बार सबसे पहला गेम ही पेपर एक्स वर्सेस जी है। ओ भाई इस गेम के ऊपर ही इस गेम के ऊपर ही सब कुछ टिका हुआ है बे, दोनों टीम्स का। इन दोनों का इसी गेम पे टिका हुआ है। क्योंकि अगर पेपर एक्स से डीएफएम मतलब पेपर एक्स अगर डीएफएम से हार जाती है ना, तो भाई यही उनके पास गेम होगा जो उनको जीतना जरूरी है। जेनजी को पेल देंगे, बहुत मुश्किल है। अबे जेनजी भाई बहुत ओवरली ड्रिल टीम है वे। जेनजी को हराना मतलब बहुत ही मुश्किल चीज है वे। मतलब मैं तो मैं हैरान हूँ, मतलब ये सोच के कि जनता बोल रही है कि अपन जेनजी को हरा देंगे। बहुत मतलब अनलेस एंड अनटिल वो कुछ रैंडम कुछ करके आ जाए कि हाँ देने गेम देने के लिए आ जाए कि भाई उन्होंने प्लेयर चेंज कर दिया या फिर सब रैंडम एजेंट्स खेल रहे हैं, कुछ कॉम्प वॉम्प सेट मतलब कुछ कुछ कॉम्प वॉम्प वगैरह रैंडम उठा के 5 ड्यूलेट्स उठा के खेल रहे हैं, तो हम जीत सकते हैं, अंडरस्टैंडेबल। वरना तो बहुत ओवरली ड्रिल टीम है भाई उनकी। जेनजी को ऐसे हराना तो यार, एक बार वो भी तब जब उनका एक बार ही मोमेंटम बन गया है तो।
Needed. Well,
अरे
good luck
जेनली आ गई।
because you have that Zeta game before making it to playoffs. And for the fans on site, there will be Nongshim fan meet and greet downstairs in the lobby. So make sure you join them and give them good energy for the upcoming game. And we'll be back with the
जी
next
तो
game
टियर
too.
2 टीम है।
오늘 인터뷰 감사하고요. 네,
네.
프란시스 선수 다음 경기도
मतलब
파이팅 하시고
जी कर सकती है,
팬들을
लेकिन
위한 팬미팅이
too
준비되어
many
있잖아요.
mistakes they are making,
팬미팅도
भाई।
파이팅 해주시길 바라겠습니다. 관객 여러분들께서는 또 농심 팬미팅 참여하셔서 많은 응원과 또 다음
बेकार है,
경기를 위한
मोमेंटम खो देगी
힘을
बेचारी।
부여해
ठीक
주시길
है भाई
바랄게요.
डायनेमिक।
저희는 이제 인터뷰 마치고 팬미팅 하러 가시고 저는 다음 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다.
चलो मैच है निकल रहा भाई। किस चीज का मैच है भाई? चलो अब सेकंड मैच का टाइम आ गया गाइस। सेकंड मैच कितनी देर में है? अभी तो टाइम है। आईपीएल, अभी आईपीएल कौन देखता है भाई? शी बहुत रस्टी है दादा। रस्टी नहीं है, मतलब प्रिपरेशन बहुत कम है। मुश्किल से देखने मिलता है आईपीएल, ऊपर से जीटी का मैच है। वो तो जीटी तो आजकल जीत रही है ना। डुओलिंगो में कोरियन सीखते हो क्या? नहीं नहीं, अभी तो ऐसा कुछ सिस्टम नहीं चल रहा भाई गौतम भाई।
Yoru, the thing that you do have is a lot of burst potential, but every round was painfully slow. I felt like we were watching Pearl again, where Pearl is a slow map on the attacking side, but even with this comp that has so much burst potential, every round was coming
DRX
down to the
versus
last 15
Boom.
and 20 seconds, and it just didn't
क्या लग
really
रहा है
feel like
कितनी
there
देर में
was
स्टार्ट
strong
करेंगे?
decision
3:30 बजे मैच खत्म हो गया है। 4 बजे से पहले तो नहीं स्टार्ट करेंगे गाइस, मेरे को लग रहा है। या हर बार ही बोलते हैं कि जल्दी स्टार्ट कर देंगे, लेकिन फिर करते टाइम लगा के हैं अच्छे से। अगर जल्दी स्टार्ट कर दे तो मजा आता है। और भाई गाइस मैं फिर से पूछ रहा हूँ, जिसने मेरी वो देखी है, शॉर्ट देखी है, मेरे को बताओ गाइस कैसी लगी तुम लोग को शॉर्ट? कुछ उसके अंदर प्रॉब्लम दिखी या कुछ भी है तो मेरे को बताओ, ताकि मैं इम्प्रूव कर सकूं। प्लीज प्लीज गाइस प्लीज, आई रियली रिक्वेस्ट यू गाइस। नाइस शॉट, थैंक यू। दोनों देखी तूने? मैंने 2 डाली है। कमेंट में गाली दे के आता, ठीक है भाई, अच्छा है यूनिट भाई, ठीक है। ओ भाई इसने सर पे क्या पहना हुआ है? पैसिफिक के साइंस है ना ये तो आज तो हम मीका फेब्स को बहुत टाइम के बाद देख रहे हैं.
Not comfortable to watch in any point in that map.
It seemed to me like it was a little bit of a crumble carried over from map 1, right? They started so strong on map 1 and then it fell apart and they stopped playing the kind of Valorant that we know that they're able to do, and I didn't feel like they were ever able to reset at all into this.
एक देखी वो did exactly the same वाली. ठीक है भाई. दूसरी वाली भी देख, दूसरी वाली भी देख. दूसरी वाली बता कैसी है? उसके अंदर कुछ कमी लगी क्या? भाई मेरी शॉट भी नहीं देख रहा है भाई डायनेमिक. ठीक है भाई सब देख रहा हूँ यार डायनेमिक. कोई नहीं यार. मैं CSK का हूँ. ठीक है भाई. हाँ देख के आता. चलो भाई. क्या कुछ टाइम वाइम नहीं दे रखा इन्होंने? कुछ टाइम नहीं दे रखा बे.
At the helm, this man is a monster in the server. He is one of the best IGLs in Pacific, especially for his
मेरे को
rookie
फ्रांसिस
year. He
बहुत
is
बढ़िया
really,
लगता है.
really
मैच
good, and
MVP
he's
भी है.
very comfortable on Teo as well,
He
which
looks
is
great.
super valuable to have.
We were talking about this back in the green room. The way he was able to use that Teo was somewhat.
शॉर्ट कब डालोगे बता दूंगा यार.
I feel like he really understood the agent.
Yeah.
He was able to call so
मैं
well from it.
इंस्टा के ऊपर मैं वो कर दूंगा.
It's a
क्या
little
नाम
different
है?
to Freen, 'cause for me, Freen, the
स्टोरी
way that
डाल
he
दूंगा.
uses it,
देख
he's like
लेना
a big
गाइस.
fragger, right? And
Yeah,
Francis
not
does
impressive.
frag with it.
इंस्टा फॉलो कर दो इसीलिए अगर किसी ने नहीं कर रखा है तो.
Francis plays Teo is exactly what you said. It's like the way that you control the game with the Teo. You're the IGL, and on defense, like take Pearl A main for example. They're trying to take A main control. You can stop them taking A main control and then call the rotations from there, or you can read what the other team is going to do and actually use the Teo utility to kind of direct the flow of the game. So that's what I really like about how Francis
आगे
plays the
वापस.
Teo.
Yeah, he definitely controlled the tempo the whole way through.
Yeah.
He's able to lead so well from there.
Unfortunately, this means again that Team Secret is out of playoffs, but we do want to, congratulate them still for being a part of stage 1. Hopefully this means to stage 2 we're seeing a lot more innovation from them. For Nongshim, I feel like, hey, if it ain't broke, you don't need to move anything. You can just keep on putting Dambi on Neon. That's totally fine. There's that Filipino representation. We'll put it in there, okay? We'll put it in there. It's okay. But we do have one more series.
देख
We
ली
have
कैसी
DRX
लगी?
Boom coming right up. So don't go anywhere. We're off to a short break, and we will be back with 2 undefeated teams here on VCT Pacific Stage 1.
ओ भाई 2 मिनट के अंदर बोल रहे हैं. 2 मिनट में स्टार्ट हो जाएगा भाई. लेट्स गो बे. अगर 2 मिनट में स्टार्ट हो जाएगा तो मजे आ जाएंगे. मेरे को नहीं लगता ये साले टाइम बढ़ा देते हैं हर बारी. अच्छा है. नाइस प्रेडिक्शन. ठीक है भाई. दादा ओनली फैंस इंडिया में बैंड है क्या? नो आइडिया यार. कभी चलाया ही नहीं मैंने तो इंडिया में. ओनली फैंस वगैरह लोग देख कैसे लेते हैं बे? चलाते मतलब क्या सिस्टम भाई? किस लेवल का हॉर्नीनेस हो सकता है कि तुम ओनली फैंस चला रहे हो? झूठ बोल रहा है. ठीक है भाई. करंट ईयर्स में इवन स्ट्रगल नहीं. Warburts must be that disappointed. Warburts अच्छा कोच था. पता नहीं इसको क्यों हटाया है. अगर इनको कुछ चेंज करना भी था तो दोनों को साथ में रहने देते. Warburts और मियाऊ.
Red Bull gives you wings.
मेरे को देखना 1 मिनट में स्टार्ट हो गया. मजा आ जाएगा. अगर जल्दी स्टार्ट हो गया ना भाई वाइब हो जाएगी. क्योंकि ये गेम सीधा सीधा लंबा जा सकता है, 3 मैप तक जा सकता है ये मैच।
Red Bull gives you wings.
जितना जल्दी स्टार्ट हो जाए उतना अच्छा है फिर। लेट्स सी गाइस, ये टाइम को इंक्रीज करेंगे और वी विल गेट अ सेकंड मैच क्वाइट अर्ली। हेलो शुभम,
हाँ हाँ
है इधर है?
हाँ, बोल बोल।
अच्छा, अबे चल ठीक है,
क्या क्या?
मैं कुछ कह रहा था, मैं चल स्ट्रीम के बाद ही बोलता हूँ।
ठीक है ठीक है।
अगर मैं मेरे ओनली फैंस में बेचूं फिर तो पैसे, अबे यार ओनली फैंस कहाँ से लेके आ गया भाई तू? ओ भाई आ भी गए क्या प्लेयर्स? गाइस आ भी गए वे? लेट्स गो, मैच 2 जल्दी स्टार्ट होने वाला है। लेट मी चेंज एवरीथिंग गाइस।
DRX has got the big win streak going on. They haven't lost in Pacific yet.
DRX
Only when they go
versus
internationally have they faltered. So
Boom.
this is going to be an interesting one because as you can see here, Bane is back in the roster. Bane and Estrella coming in. No flashback here. And that really opens up a whole can of worms. What style will they play? Who's going to be in what roles? Is Termi overcooking or is he a genius? These are all questions that will be answered today. Is DRX just handicapping themselves because they need to find a way
I'm
to
so sorry.
lose? It's too easy.
Like, there's so many angles we can look at this, right? I think the first angle is you can change your style. Now.
लेट्स गो भाई, जल्दी स्टार्ट हो रहा है, इतना जल्दी। आई एम एक्साइटेड
There's
भाई।
also another angle. Now you're safe in playoffs. You can give everybody
is
some
good.
time. Really settle a roster, a full 6-man roster in before your time in playoffs. Who knows what Termi's cooking, but it smells good to me right now.
आज अबे आज एस्ट्रेया और बेन खेल रहे हैं।
It's lavender.
It's lavender.
It's
the
like
kind of
fruity
dish
notes.
though. It's
अबे
the kind of dish
what?
like risotto or
इन्होंने फिर
something.
से
If you
टीम चेंज
don't-
कर दिया।
You don't stir it. If you like leave it on the bottom, it's going to start to burn. It's
Yeah.
going to start to over.
इन्होंने फिर से टीम चेंज कर दिया बे। कुछ तो करना चाह रही है भाई DRX। ओवर कुकिंग कर रहे हैं लग रहा है भाई ये।
Saying that at this stage in VCT Pacific, but with their performance last week,
एस्ट्रेया
how
और बेन
terrifying
खेल
were
रहे हैं
the
अब।
results? Come on.
I smell heat. I smell spice.
You
I smell
samba.
fire.
Samba.
Like, what this team is cooking is hot and spicy. There's no two ways about it. 3-0 when, you know, not many people would have predicted this going in. They've looked
Interesting. भाई famous
unbelievable
भाई।
amount they've had to play. You know, they dropped out of
Famous
kickoff.
आज भर-भर के
So
मारेगा
that's
guys।
but they've turned this around, heading
Famous
into
और
stage one.
DOS9,
Some big wins on the board
Berserks,
there. Genji, Global,
Fancy Slasher, सारे बच्चे ही हैं बे। लेकिन भाई क्या मारते हैं।
Time to make some excuses though. Genji just changed players. Okay, Global ESPORTS had a bad.
ओ भाई शीरो का खेडी इतना कम है, शीरो तो बल्कि बहुत मारता है बे। बाकी सबको खेडी देखो कितना बढ़िया है।
If they beat DRX as well, oh by the way, we're changing players. That doesn't count either.
DOS9 का खेडी 1.39 चल रहा है। Insane भाई। कौन नहीं खेल रहा? फ्लैशबैक नहीं खेल रहा। पिछली बार बेन नहीं खेला था जी के अगेंस्ट, आज फ्लैशबैक नहीं खेल रहा। डैडी बैग और भाई जेफे क्या हाल चाल?
Trouble closing out games, throwing advantageous situations, and it really
DOS का एंड साइन देखो।
and they're playing the fundamentals better than they ever have before.
I mean, you might be onto something there because Shiro also did mention that DRX, they look at them as the one of the final bosses here in VCT.
भाई वो
Pacific.
हैंड साइन
And
बनाना
even
बहुत
though they
मुश्किल है
have
बे।
found their stride,
Cute
and it looks
पगलू।
like they're just walking down the halls, being the boom
Good
reader
bro, what
here,
about you?
but, you know, DRX, that's a whole other machine.
All good bro.
Yeah, I mean, DRX are an institution.
I am excited. Today we build.
When it comes to Valorant. Boom are the underdogs, you know, they are the ones that the newcomers on the scene, you would say, coming up from that ascension. But I think they have it all to prove, they have it all to play for, and they don't have any stress, any pressure.
लेकिन ये वाला मैच बहुत बढ़िया होगा भाई, देखने में मजा आएगा. I am so excited.
Get over that last hurdle today, but one person we have to talk about is Famous.
Oh yeah, I mean, when I saw what he was doing in last week's performance, it didn't feel real at some point, you know? Just look at these shots here.
Yeah, Famous is an
अरे वो
operator
डोर
force
में
right
हैंड
now.
साइन
He's
देखो.
always been solid with it. The issue with
डोर
Famous
में
has
हैंड
always
साइन देखो,
just been
समझा नहीं
his
मैं.
agent pool at times and inconsistency.
वो वाला जो ऐसा वाला साइन बनाया हुआ था उसने,
Games, but particularly this
वो बहुत
season
मुश्किल है.
in
वो
Pacific so
वो
far,
अपनी
in
चारों
stage
फिंगर
one
से
this week,
साइन
this
बना
man
रहा
has
है.
been an
इन
absolutely
दोनों से भी और इन दोनों से भी.
on multiple agents.
वो
Even
चीज करना
popping
बहुत
on
मुश्किल
Phoenix
होता
on
है.
Ascent, he is able to have so much impact, and I'm really wondering if any team is going to shut him down. Is it going to be DRX with this in its style? I mean, look at that, 31
भाई,
kills.
मेरे से तो
Off,
नहीं
and
हो
if
रहा
you look
गाइस.
at the top of your screen as well, first on the usage and first in win percent when they buy
वो
the
ट्रिक होती
operator.
होगी,
That
देखनी
is
पड़ेगी.
operator abusers. Op abusers.
I mean, they really well and truly are, and I mean, I think this is going to be a huge key point for this
ऑपरेटर
game
से
today.
सबसे ज्यादा
Can
किल्स अभी तक
DRX
फेमस की है,
shut down Famous?
31.
Can they stop this
भाई
man from getting
साहब.
the op? Can they stop him from destroying you with
I
it?
mean, they've added another initiator just to nerf Famous. Let's get Sober Drone, let's get Teo
blind him.
missiles, throw everything at him.
That's-
Do not let him shoot the op.
बस से भी ज्यादा किल्स है भाई इसकी.
Directed at
हैरान हूँ मैं ये
Famous,
चीज
right?
देख के.
Don't let this man get any shots in. But that's an interesting point, right? You're dealing with a DRX that is going through a little bit of a experimental phase, I guess, in their roster. So I'm wondering, right? You know, is this the DRX that we're seeing for the rest of the season? Are they really going for the 6-man roster, and can they manage it? That's a big question.
I mean, I don't think they fully decided on who
No.
they want to play in
Right.
the playoffs yet, and I
Yeah.
think that's partly what this is this is doing some testing to see how Bane is going to play with Estrella. And I also think a big part of it is now you can run double initiator very easily against Famous, who loves that up. But, you know, I have to say, like, in some ways I like it for DRX, in some ways I don't. Rotating with 6 people is a difficult thing to pull off seamlessly.
I mean, so far they just haven't lost, so it's hard to criticize them. But if there was another team that wasn't as successful as DRX, adding extra players into their roster, throwing a player who would never play duelist before into double duelist on every map, I would be like, these guys have lost their damn mind. But Termi stay winning. I can't criticize the GOAT right now. They're undefeated in Pacific, so until they start falling off, or maybe they overcook a little bit and lose a series or two that's important, then I'm just going to watch in awe and realize I know nothing about Valorant, and Termi is way smarter than I am.
No, absolutely. That's why he's there in the coach's seat, and that's why you both are now here on the Yapper desk. Okay. I just want to point out, by the way, that big time.
अबे यार
you
ये
have
किस
two
लेवल का
esports
बंद था
players
भाई.
here on your team for
Indeed.
our build a different
Mika Fez भाई.
and you have 2 on the side of DRX. So
Yeah.
just putting that there in case you guys want to favor one side or the other. But that's also a big question for me.
गलत लेवल में रोस्ट कर दिया भाई दोनों को.
Because it doesn't seem like there is at
Yeah,
this point.
I would still say Boom.
It has
Really?
to be Boom. Yeah, they're playing fantastic, but like I said, they've played 3 teams that have made changes or performed weakly so far. I will admit they played well in kickoff and they almost did knock T1 in the opening round, but realistically, guys, this is group stage performance against some teams that have had reasons to underperform or have looked shaky. So they still do need to beat DRX relatively convincingly and still have a good placement and win something.
That is true.
And until that point, you got to say, like, it's a good couple of games, guys, but we
नहीं,
still
लेकिन
have
बूम
more
ने
work
जेंजी को हराया ना बे.
I think you're huffing the copium. I can't. I think when you watch them play, they've been fantastic. But
They
we
have
do
been good.
we do have the map veto coming in now. We see DRX ban Pearl, which I think is a solid ban for DRX. Boom haven't looked good on that map. And we see Boom continue to ban. Smoke, like we used to
Icebox.
Yeah, I mean,
After
it's
so
their
long,
Pearl
we're
now.
watching Icebox,
Yeah,
भाई.
DRX don't really like Pearl, so that's not surprising. They haven't had a lot of success on it. Icebox going to be the pick here for DRX. It's
Sec-
an interesting one.
भाई मेरे को भी इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है.
Well, which is the Haven pick.
बूम ने
recently.
हेवन
We've
लिया
seen
है.
the double duelist from DRX on that map, so that's an interesting one to go towards.
Decider is
The
Ascent.
decider, DRX picks attack. They do not pick defense
So
on
I'm-
Ascent as the 3rd map decider.
As a Boom believer, I'm a little bit scared in this veto because Boom have not played Icebox in a long time.
Yes, they haven't played it since the Ascension Grand Final, by the way.
Yeah, no, I think Haven can be good for them, but then we go to Ascent. They looked great against Gen G, but then against PRX, I feel like PRX were able to have
Haven-
chances, and if PRX were going to find
Haven में
chances,
DRX क्या
so would
खेलती है?
PRX. So what
मेरे
we
को
do adapt and change,
DRX
but
का
round
even याद
one,
नहीं है
as
guys.
we say, this is a strange pick for me.
Do you think it's really strange though? Because again, Boom haven't played this in a while.
DRX
They
का
have
हेवन
so
क्या था
much
बे?
time
मेरे
to
को तो
prepare.
बिल्कुल भी याद
And
नहीं
as for
है
DRX, they are
DRX का
dealing
हेवन.
again with that little bit of a roster identity, which is
अच्छा वो
you know,
था ऐसे क्या
I'm
नाम है
not
योरू
sure if I'm
टेहो
very
ब्रीच
comfortable with this kind of go of the flow new
और
spontaneous DRX, because that never really was
बूम
Cherry's
खेलती
style
है
as well.
नियॉन टेहो
This seems
ब्रीच
like a counter pick, right? They know that
है
Boom
ना?
have played this.
Well, yeah, you're forcing Boom to, you're saying, show me your icebox.
नहीं
because we just
बूम
have
अभी
not
भी
seen
सोवा
it at the
ब्रीच
end of
खेलती
the
है भाई
day.
जहाँ तक
They're
मेरे को
also
याद
putting
है.
Kane in, which is a
हाँ
Sova player,
ओ
whereas
सो
the
दिस
strength
विल
of
बी
the
अ वेरी
Kane play is
इंटरेस्टिंग
much
गेम
Sova than it
यार
really
लेकिन
does
मेरा
some of the
मन होता है
plays
यार
that
हेवन
Sova
पे
is
हमेशा
making.
वो
This is
देखने
a
का
Sova map. They're playing some other maps which could be Sova maps. Ooh,
क्या बोलते हैं
50-50 is an interesting
50-50
one.
once again.
आइसो
A
और
stark
यूरू वाली
comparison
कॉम
to
देखने का मजा आता है
predictions from
उसमें
the
भाई.
last time,
एग्रेशन
we
अलग
were
लेवल का
here on
होता है.
Pacific.
Oh,
Oh,
50-50.
wow. Oh, that's a shocker.
I mean, that goes to show how good both of these teams are. This is how close this game is. I
भाई
think
मैं
this
हैरान
is
ये
the
हूँ
one,
कि
you know,
भाई
phone up your
बूम
friends,
ने फिर
phone
से
up your
प्लेयर चेंज
auntie,
कर
and we'll look
ब्लूम
at the
बूम कह रहा
whole
हूँ
game for this game.
DRX ने फिर से प्लेयर चेंज
Everybody
कर दिया
wants to
भाई.
see.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm like, Mom, it's DRX and it's Boom Esports. You better be watching now. I'm gonna call my grandma. I'm gonna be like, Lola, it's Boom and DRX. You better be watching right now. Do the same thing because we're gonna send it to the stage right now for our two undefeated teams. It's gonna be DRX and Boom Esports.
जल्दी मैच स्टार्ट हो गया भाई. मैं तो इस चीज से खुश हूँ भाई बॉस. एक दो बारी तो बहुत लंबा लंबा वेट किया है. DRX क्वालिफाई हो गई इसलिए शायद एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हैं भाई. क्वालिफाई तो ये दोनों हो गए ना. बूम भी हो चुकी. तो ये हो सकता है कि क्या पता अपनी स्ट्रैट्स बचाएं दोनों टीम्स, इसलिए अपन ऐसा वीटो भी देख रहे हैं. ज्यादा हिसाब देना नहीं चाह रहे होंगे दोनों ही.
Pacific's current kings have found their latest star. With Australia added to the roster, DRX are looking as indomitable as ever. But is this six-man roster something they can manage as playoffs draws closer and closer?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they're going to be bringing today. Bringing Bane back into the roster. They are in experimentation phase, and I want to see what kind of style they're going to be bringing and what roster they end up going with.
Yeah, it's a big question indeed because DRX, they're not exactly known for being that experimental. So perhaps this is indeed another chapter in this
Big
new
change,
age
yaar,
of
big
DRX.
change.
But their opponents, the hungry beasts of Indonesia in Boom Esports.
आज flashback को नहीं खिला रहे.
Going and going, win after win after win.
अरे flashback को नहीं खिला रहे फिर यूरू कौन खेलेगा?
That firepower that's long
Interesting.
brewing in the tier 2 scene is coming into its full power right now, and Boom, they just seem to be getting better as the opponents.
ये बरज़क सो क्या हो गया भाई? लंगड़ा के भी चल रहा है.
Ones to watch in stage one
पैर
for
में
me.
चोट
I
लग गई
love
क्या
how
इसके?
they play. They've become more disciplined. They still have insane firepower, and I do think they have some of the best prep we've seen in the league. Part of me wonders is if this change to put Bane back in is to disrupt some of this great prep that we've seen.
फेमस और डॉस नाइन तो भाई भाई लगते हैं भाई. लेजेंड मजाक से हट के.
Change players at the last second. That's a huge thing, but this Boom
डॉस नाइन का छोटा वर्जन लगता है पता फेमस.
looking atop the group today.
Yeah, and as we see the
No
coaches
cap.
walk out here, it is very important to touch on that. This is a round-robin format. You have time to prepare for your opponent. You have time to anti-strat, and we've seen plenty of these teams with great approaches and great prep, whether they're successful teams in the league or whether even there's some teams that are not having as much success. Every team has shown the ability to prepare a map really well and have a great approach.
Yeah, and I think
Six
historically,
fingers,
they are
bhai.
one of the easier teams to read. Quite
दोनों ही कुछ बढ़िया है पता है.
don't make huge drastic changes
It
to
will be a
the
very
format.
interesting game.
Calls them pretty simple styles, but I think they've thrown a real spanner in the works with this roster change today. So, you know, that's the benefit of that six-man roster. Of you have a lot more flexibility, but how's Bane going to look after he's had a week out? He has to refine some footing back on the stage.
Easy to read, I would agree, but then there's the protocol that DRX always has, which is you know, pretty hard for even the best teams to get through, right? But Boom Esports, this chaotic energy that they bring, this instinctive kind of on-the-fly energy is something that C teams are notorious for, and it's something that DRX actually knows how to manage quite well in Pacific's past and all the way into this stage. So I think they'll know what to expect, but are they prepared for that? For those individual pop-offs that can happen, as we've seen?
Yeah, it's one thing to know what's coming, and it's another to be able to deal with it. I mean, Famous has been unstoppable with this operator, so you know he's going to try and pick it up.
What?
Wait, what is happening?
DRX.
Yo!
Freeing is on Yoru.
Freeing is on Yoru. Bane is on Teho.
Duelist role now. Bane on Teo. So not just one player on the one-trick Teo. He has never played Teo before, by the way, because Freeing's always been on the Teo. And this is
भाई DRX troll कर रही है क्या?
They are just flipping the roles on their head.
I'm worried that Risotto's burning.
Estrella KJ पे.
Quite as good. Over on Boom, a very similar style, but running the KO instead of that Yoru. Something a lot more simple, but still prioritizing that KO. But for DRX,
Interesting.
what is happening here? This is a
कुछ तो देख लिया guys मैंने DRX की side से.
To the double duelists, no matter what map, no matter what their roster is, they are trusting the same style. So that answers the question. We're not changing the roster to change the style. We're just trying different players.
What is happening in the kitchen? We are going to find out as we head into the fridge, into Icebox with Quackmoto.
Thank you very much, Mika. Yeah, straight into the fridge and with our food critics Quack and Komodo. Have you got anything gathered for us, Komodo?
Is there too many cooks in the kitchen right now for DRX? That is one thing that we've got to
Let it why let it question at point
what
way.
we're seeing here with this agent lineup to come on through, but for the Boom guys,
Bangkok level की cooking चल रही है.
Opting for Nongshim's agent lineup in this one because the last time they actually played this map was in that Ascension Grand Final against the then SPG, now Nongshim. Different look to the comp as well, a slight deviation in a player of that one, but we got change of a player over on DRX as well, right? Estrella into this one. Now you're seeing, you know, Bane coming back on in, Flashback is out, so it changes who's on what roles in this map, which is really, really interesting. It's not like Freeing hasn't played duelists before, but yeah, not even.
Let's see.
Could be a bit of a headache for Boom.
Freeing on duelist is not what I was expecting today, but okay.
Is the return of the Pacific Kings up against Boom, who have made their whole way up Mount Doom.
Oh
Who's
भाई.
gonna come out on top? The match
Pistol पे
starts
stage 1 पे
now.
record है 57% और 60%. ठीक है.
Pacific right now, attacking side, and immediately Estrella ducking down in the server, IRL. Don't want to get headshot like that.
Right, good information at least.
Extra peek करते ही थूत पे खा गया भाई.
Killjoy is a very different agent compared to Vise after all, although they are both Sentinels.
Yeah, you got to remember Flashback was the one that played Killjoy on this.
लेकिन Estrella बढ़िया लग रहा है बे.
Some timing here.
बढ़िया प्लेयर लग रहा है Estrella. गेम देख जितनी बार उसका गेम देख रहा हूँ कुछ अच्छा देखने को मिल रहा है. Had to leave the site, fall back, let's go. Time ले रहे हैं बे. ओह कहाँ निकाला? अच्छा ये वाला.
Aware that Marco has slipped through. That's going to be an open B
Damn,
site.
उसको पता था. Call आ गई है. Free site. आ जाओ. लेकिन इस वाले बंदे को इतनी जल्दी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करेंगे. This could be up. Oh, इसको होल्ड करे होना चाहिए था. Oh, damn. भाई मैंने बोला था ना इस वाले बंदे को एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करेंगे. 2 बंदे खा गए वो.
Another kill, 2 kills now so far, but still
Nice.
with his HP down that low.
इनका देखो बूम वालों को कितना बढ़िया है. अब इधर जब वाइपर इतना ज्यादा एग्रेस्ड है, यहाँ पे पहुंचा हुआ है, उस टाइम पे जेट जो पीछे से आ रहा है, he becomes the lurker भाई. इनके रोल्स इतने अच्छे से सेट है ना भाई साहब. नाइस. मजा आ रहा है देख के. प्रोटोकॉल्स इतना अच्छे से क्लियर हर प्लेयर को. बहुत अच्छे से ड्रिल टीम है, प्रैक्टिस टीम है अच्छे से. मजा आता है देखने में.
Very nice. Lovely support for the Pacific Ascension teams, but right now it is Boom with the pistol pickup and also Boom with the guns. Hyunmin does have a Marshall, and he's positioned all the way towards yellow though.
Yeah, these are the rounds again. You just do not want to give DRX an inch because they'll take a mile. Kind of curious still to see how these role shifts are going to look for them, how active Freeing is going to be on this Yoru, how supportive Bane is going to be.
स्पॉन वेट कर रहा है. एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि कुछ ना कहीं से कोई प्ले आएगा.
right now, at least doing their due
ए
diligence.
पे इनको कंसीडरिंग इनके पास 100 नहीं है तो इनको कम इन्फो मिला हुआ है कि यहाँ पे कितनी जनता हो सकती है।
Stacking up together with numbers. Oh, ready for a bit of a
बढ़िया
team
पुश
fight.
होल्ड बे, बढ़िया पुश होल्ड।
Himself down, it's in with Shiro and the
यही
stinger.
इनको पता था प्ले आएगा।
And they continue to spray and pray their way into the
भाई बूम
sights.
बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है
Youngin
गाइस।
is on the other side of the map, so maybe you
बूम
can see
बहुत
do
बढ़िया
the
खेल रही है इस टाइम पे।
with the Marshall, but Prob's not. Could even see a world in which DOS9 can just take this in towards the next round as well, right? They didn't
पेशेंस देखो यार, किस लेवल का पेशेंस दिखाया है।
him with all the money needed.
पूरा टाइम वो इस एरिया को लेके बैठे रहे,
Carefully clearing the angle.
क्योंकि उनको पता है यहाँ से कोई पुश नहीं आया, वाइपर होल्ड कर रहा है यहाँ पे, ठीक है। मिड से कुछ नहीं आया, ठीक है। उन्होंने जब अपना ए पे ड्रोन किया टेहो वाला, तो वो इंस्टेंटली तोड़ दिया। मतलब ए पे मल्टीपल बंदे हैं, तो उन्होंने फिर ए पे बस होल्ड किया, वेट किया कि प्ले आएगा, रिक्लियर करने के लिए आएंगे ही आएंगे, एंड वही हुआ। बहुत बढ़िया यार, वेरी गुड यार। भयंकर लेवल की आइजिलिंग चल रही है, जो भी कर रहा है बूम के अंदर इस टाइम पे। कौन कर रहा है इनका आइजिल, कौन है बूम का? मैंने ये चीज तो कभी देखी नहीं। शीरो है लगता है मेरे को।
So interestingly enough, it's going to be both freeing as well as Mako to hold out towards green and yellow.
अभी देखूंगा इसके बाद, ये राउंड होने के बाद देखता हूँ इनका आइजिल है कौन बे। मैंने कभी चेक ही नहीं किया। ठीक है, ए पे सेट करा दिया है इन्होंने जेट को यहाँ पे। इंटरेस्टिंग, जेट को एज अ लर्कर मल्टीपल टाइम से यूज कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज आइस बॉक्स जो मैप है ना गाइस, आइस बॉक्स के ऊपर तुमको डाइव एजेंट का इतना ज्यादा नीड होता नहीं है, तो ये जेट को ना नॉर्मल एज अ प्लेयर यूज कर सकते हैं।
Both teams exchanging drones as well.
Yeah, and Famous does have to be a little
Nice,
bit careful
interesting.
here. Of course, DRX don't know if there's anyone on top of pipes, for example, to get the full-on trade, but that is a sinister shot to come out from Houndman.
अच्छी टीम्स के अगेंस्ट यही होता है, तुम्हारी एक बारी पोजीशन चली गई ना तो बहुत रेयर ऐसा होता है कि तुम्हें वो जीने देंगे। क्या तुम अपनी पोजीशन चेंज कर लो और आराम से बच के निकल जाओ, ऐसा बहुत कम होता है, रेयरली।
Gonna have to have some good initiative from Boom here and how they want to slice and dice.
इन्होंने
this site.
जेट मारा तो इन्होंने एक्सपेक्ट किया कि सामने वाली टीम रोटेट करेगी बी की साइड। नाइस, गुड कॉल यार, फिर से गुड कॉल बूम की साइड से। DOS9 भाई, DOS9 का जो इम्पैक्ट चल रहा है ना अभी तक, बहुत बढ़िया। देखो दो बंदे खा गया भाई।
Now DRX are starting to think, I've got to watch for my back, but trying to deny that spike plan with 10 seconds left. They continue to push up. Shiro just quickly dispatched them with that stinger of his. Bane, though,
भाई DOS9 ने राउंड जितवा दिया इनको।
lets him get the plant, but now for the spray. No, where is it?
भाई
Shiro
साहब,
gets it instead. With the bulldog picked up now. And
भाई
that's the
DOS9 तो
bonus
घूम घूम
round
के मार रहा है बे।
by Boom.
That is a bit of broken aim from Bane there, unfortunately. The patience from Boom cannot be underestimated and understated.
क्या खेल रही है बे
Into
बूम?
that round. They don't try to force the issue, getting the plant down on the side.
Insane.
Look at all the aggressive utility and abusive utility that it's actually coming down on there, right? So much of that damaging util that DRX are trying to throw out to make them a little bit uncomfortable on the site, but they're very patient in it and how they're looking to just reassess the situation, how they're looking to re-get control.
DRX को दिक्कत हो रही है बे कीप अप करने में।
So the bonus round going Boom's way
अगर
will push
इतने
DRX
ज्यादा
down
पेशेंस
onto
के
the
अगेंस्ट
ground.
और खेले ना थोड़े, एक दो राउंड और ऐसे गए ना भाई,
So it's going to be a little
DRX बहुत ज्यादा वो हो जाएगी, इम्पेशेंट हो जाएगी,
control of the map.
फिर वो आगे आना स्टार्ट करेंगे
Just in this
अलग अलग
video,
जगह से।
those that might be joining us, Boom are in the
फ्लैशबैक नहीं खेल रहा,
situation
नहीं
where
नहीं,
they
उसकी
need
जगह आज
to
इन्होंने
sustain
बेन खिला दिया, रैंडमली फिर से कॉम चेंज, रोस्टर चेंज कर दिया।
So we're talking about Boom, one of the teams that does need a lot of points.
देखो इनको फाइट ही नहीं दे रहे हैं बे, डिफेंस को फाइट ही नहीं मिल रही है भाई।
To get more championship points.
What they really want is to just
एग्रेशन उनको पता है कहाँ तक आया हुआ है बे।
to make their way through, but in with the flashes, Hillman still able to walk away with the frag. DOS9, however, will be able to trade right back. And with all that attention pulled in towards the B site,
DOS9 भाई कुछ भी गेम खेल रहा है इस टाइम पे।
is already in place.
And this
इस
is
पोजीशन को इन्होंने
so
सेकंड टाइम
far
मेंटेन
we've
किया
seen
है, इस पोजीशन को इतना ज्यादा क्यों मेंटेन कर रहे हैं?
coordination of a
Interesting.
really great caliber team, right?
डीपेस्ट पोजीशन है जो इजीली ली जा सकती है इसलिए,
Having to swap over onto these different roles.
लेकिन रोटेशन का साउंड तो नहीं आएगा इतना इजीली
Yeah. Learning
यहाँ
curve
से।
for 'em, of course.
Maybe a little little bit, but he's still able to step up to the plate, which is quite low.
Rotation देखो कितनी जल्दी आई है भाई DRX की.
Guns for Boom that does a lot of the talking right now. However, Estrella snuck through, does find one frag. In with freeing as well.
भाई DOS9 भाई मर ही नहीं रहा है बे. DOS9 मर ही नहीं रहा है भाई. क्या इम्पैक्ट है बंदे का गेम पे. 7-1 हर राउंड में इतना मेजर इम्पैक्ट भाई. ये देखो ट्रेड एंट्री.
Still trying to figure out exactly what's working for them, playing on the Waylay with Forsaken, for example, which he actually he had a pretty decent performance on it. It wasn't the greatest Waylay performance that we've seen.
बहुत ज़्यादा ड्रिल्ड है बंदा भाई. भयंकर लेवल का प्लेयर है. ओके वी आर गोइंग मिड. मिड पे कंट्रोल थोड़ा केजे को परेशान कर रहे हैं ये. राम राम अनरियल भाई साहब. गेम देखो यार, क्या गेम चल रहा है इस टाइम पे. कौन सी टीम जीत रही है आज भाई? जैसे बूम खेल रही है प्लस DRX ने प्लेयर चेंज किया है, तो वो है पे फीलिंग बूम जीत सकती है ये गेम. ठीक है. फेमस इतना ज्यादा आइसोलेटेड खेल रहा है इस गेम को भाई. कमाल हो गया. डिफेंस पे ऑफ करेगा. फिर से देखो वेट कर रहे हैं.
Still somewhat undetected, but yes,
वेट कर रहे हैं.
pinned down now. The flash as well, but the time.
ये हार सकते हैं ये राउंड.
And that's going to be Bane who holds down the angle.
माको.
Double kill, and also for Berserks and DOS9 to find the trades right back. Time bought in, however.
Buffed KO too, remember? So quick back up on his feet for this player advantage.
And that's going to be now Pit in for the possible spike plan, and the fragment now beginning to tag away at Fring, which kind of reveals his position, but he still finds a frag instead.
Fring bhai, huge.
And that's Hyunmin to provide additional support. Sniper Overwatch coming in, the flashes to push Berserks off.
क्या कंट्रोल बना दिया भाई. फ्रिंग ने राउंड निकलवा दिया वे.
Launch forward, looking to possibly get a tap onto the spike. They know that Berserks is rather low, and
शॉट यार. यार फ्रिंग क्या प्लेयर है. क्या गेम देख रहा हूँ यार. मजा आ रहा है भाई. लेट्स गो. ये होता है यार एक हाई लेवल वैलोरेंट गेम प्ले ना. लेट्स गो यार. अब आ रहा है ना मैच देखने में, गेम देखने में कुछ मजा. यही मैं कह रहा था गाइस. आज के दोनों गेम्स ना इतने बढ़िया हैं देखने वाले. पहला गेम बढ़िया वार्म अप.
Individual brilliance as well from freeing in that round as DRX.
अब इधर अपन को हाई लेवल गेम प्ले देखने को मिल रहा है. नाइस यार. ये प्रॉपर T1 गेम प्ले है भाई. प्रॉपर T1 कह रहा हूँ. Tier 1 यार. देखो मैं बोला था ना, एक पॉइंट आएगा जब ये रेस्टलेस हो जाएंगे और वो पुश करना स्टार्ट करेंगे भाई.
Yeah, but we've seen Boom be very patient in these scenarios too as well, right?
To regroup and then come in with a utility.
Shit, nice.
The trades to really ensure that the front is very much secure. So even though a player is
भाई ये कितना बढ़िया यूटिल है. यहाँ पे जो स्टन गया है, क्योंकि जैसे ही अल्ट पूरी होगी उसके बाद कोई ना कोई बंदा ये वाला एरिया कंट्रोल लेगा ही लेगा. तो वहाँ पे स्टन गया है ताकि वो ना आए बाहर. ह्यूज भाई. दूसरी कौन सी है? हो गई कि होने वाली है? हो चुका. एक मैच हो चुका. टीम सीक्रेट वर्सेस नोंगचिम. नोंगचिम जीत गई.
It really brings to mind, kind of how the micro games being played, especially with wanting to keep Hyunmin posted up, but not quite having the additional support to.
Yeah, no one watching the dirty angles that position is susceptible for, right? So he's just kind of immediately destroyed before there's any value of a forward defending operator to get one, get out, reset Boom. Depending on who you take out, right? It looks at a different shift on how Boom would have to tackle the remainder of the rounds. They're going to survive with 4 here.
तो 4 बजे तो
and their chances to extend out a pretty damaging offensive lead.
Which is beginning to make me worry about the defensive side that Boom could bring up as well.
Yep.
And this was a really quick round, with how they just quickly broke things apart, especially with the Armageddon coming in as well.
Oh, no coach intervention to come in from DRX at this current juncture. So enough maybe trust in the team to try and figure things out.
All missiles away.
Also, of course, the state that DRX are at right now with the 6-man roster, that we're feeling it might be a little bit of the rotating variety and already making playoffs, right? It kind
now
of
we are
does give you the
aggressed
idea
on
that
B
it is
side.
the okay time to experiment a little bit, learn a little bit.
फिर से आ रहे हैं aggressive इतने.
You would imagine they still want to kind of gun for that top seed spot.
Yeah, for sure.
Dos नहीं.
DRX a team that loves to
Nice.
think ahead of things.
A minute left.
इतनी ज़्यादा
Trying to establish the spike here as they've pathed up
जैसे
towards
boom
pipes
जैसे जितना
towards the proceedings of the A
patient
side.
gameplay खेल रही है ना, इतनी ज़्यादा
Still, you're
patient
gonna
teams
wonder
के
if it
against
takes
ना
way too long, what will happen, because DRX have
walk up
4
push
members here.
सही नहीं रहते, पता है.
At least the salvos at the initial artillery strike will go through, but boom quickly just sidesteps most of it. Now look at their positions as well. One up on top of 410, another one up on the side.
कैसे भाई, कैसे ये कैसे fight जीत रहे हैं ये वाली?
To eliminate more players trying to launch their way through. Estrella instantly downed. Of course, the
Famous.
gun's not quite favoring DRX currently, but yes, Famous.
कैसे fight जीत रहे हैं भाई?
He wants it.
Much so like the Hungry Beasts.
I am seriously
themselves.
watching Unreal
Team
भाई.
name.
He's hungry like the wolf.
मजा आ गया.
Gotta love it.
तू देख रहा है?
One of these days, he's
वो
just get an ace, hop up on
A पे
stage.
धीरे walk करके गए, ठीक है, contact लेते गए, लेते गए, लेते गए.
Hyunmin gonna peel
और
away from this
DRX को
round
full
with
info था.
the
यहाँ
Phantom as
तक
the
का
trophy,
info आ
it
गया
seemed.
उनको कि हाँ भाई A पे ही है. और उसके बाद भी देख कौन से किस पोजीशन पे उनको मारा है.
Another well
Insane
navigated round
भाई.
of boom. Great trades around the site, I think, is
उनको
important
सीधा
because
सीधा
there's
choke
4
point
members
पे ही
at the
fight
end of the
करने
day.
के लिए
DRX
मजबूर कर
are
दिया.
there, right? So you've got a lot of these crossfires that are there. Shiro with some great utility placement as well from the special delivery, getting on top of the site too, managing to find another kill. It's pretty good.
And you know, humanity did just bring
नहीं भाई.
Direwolves somewhat back. So that could be something.
बूम बहुत strong लग रही है guys, बहुत strong लग रही है.
Here we go though, the timeout to come on through. You'd expect from DRX, of course, now before the gun rounds to see if they're going to be able to start to make their defenses known.
DRX ने timeout ले लिया.
6-1, a scoreline that boom. Well, if they're able to continue this runaway, would come away with an egregious first map scoreline. The way that they're playing and the way that we haven't really seen an answer even in these rifle rounds so far. You know, they're pretty switched on in how they want to move around the map and what utility they want to do to clear these positions. The pausing in the mid rounds as well.
क्या खा रहे हो?
To kind
दाल
of afford
चावल.
yourself a little bit of time to figure out what is our next plan of attack, you know? How are we moving? What utility?
टर्मी usually timeout इतना easily लेता नहीं है, पता है. But considering कि उनकी इस टाइम पे mental बिल्कुल ही destroy हो रही है, he had to take it. That just proves भाई boom अलग level खेल रही है इस point पे.
Into his top form, 8 kills, 2 deaths alone. Famous, always so consistent.
बहुत ज़्यादा strong लग रही है बे boom.
Zerk's up there in the numbers as well, but sometimes he has a couple of maps that he goes away. But you do remember the big ones. Important moment for DRX now. Armageddon online. Estrella's going to be one away from the lockdown, so these can be some big ultimates that you can utilize in a situation like this to get around on the board, because you've got to do something here as DRX. Currently fishing for some information over at the B, with Freeing just playing there by himself, playing the long line. Rotations already from DRX.
Oh, इस बार हम default खेल रहे हैं.
Shift Marco away. Oh, or rather in towards mid, where the turret does get destroyed.
ये देखो target कर रहे हैं बे. पिछली बार भी इसकी turret तोड़ने के लिए आए थे यहाँ पे. अब इन्होंने
Shiro still has the drone. You'd expect him to be dropping
ये
this
वाला
down to start to clear
turret
over the
तोड़ा
walls at
है.
the moment. Unless they want to try and do a dry contact to take Freeing.
इस राउंड में पता है ये आना चाहिए था, इनको पुश अप करना चाहिए था. बहुत ज़्यादा अब पैसिव हो गई है पुश से डर डर के DRX.
Most times it's Mako alone on towards the B site. This time it's freeing, so gate crashed away.
इनको ना यूरो को मिड पे ज़्यादा यूज करना चाहिए अब
Close enough to hear that that drone is going to be finding nothing.
DRX
So
को
calling a bit of an
यहाँ
audible
पे पुश करना
situation here
चाहिए
as Boom. Your
टाइम
idea
एंड
is to
टाइम
end
अगेन
at A and let
वो
Famous
मिड पे उनको
trick you.
टरेट मत तोड़ने दो आगे
And he's done just that. Keeps 3 players, even pulling full rotations over onto the B site.
Everybody's left because
Famous.
Bane is the last person.
भाई
Just needs to stay alive, and that's enough time bought
एक
away
बंदा
already.
और खा गया
Bane's the
भाई
last
ये
person to get there, and you got to remember he's got the Armageddon.
पूरा
He
फेक
wants
लग
to be
गया
close to try and deny the spike plant, but he's not going to be able to. Shiro ahead a little bit far there.
फिर ये
So
काम
just
रहा
a bit of
अच्छा
damage
ऊपर
done, but not too much loss for Boom. The spike's still down, and the
अल्ट
lockdown
मार के
to
डिले भी हो
continue
गया
to allow that spike to tick.
Molly's already on the spike.
Bit of a check as well, but now DRX beginning to plant their boots onto the ground. Still looking at some of these potential ultimates, but DRX very much so looking to maneuver carefully as a full team, but they just line themselves up for NC Slasher. Hyunmin now pushing outside of 410, but it's a quick trade.
बढ़िया
And with
रीटेक
that,
था
not
इस
enough
साइड से
time for the spike to get defused. Estrella just has to make haste
क्या
and
गेम
get
चल
out of
रहा है
there.
That
वे
is an
लेट्स गो भाई
outstanding fake
मजा आ गया
assault by Boom in that round.
क्या खेली
Famous
है
does
बूम
exactly
भाई
what's needed to over at the B side. The fact that he's able to
मिड पे
just get away
परेशान
with
किया
one kill
उसके
there
बाद
is
बी पे
ridiculous.
फेक मार
We'll
के
be real
ए
with you.
हिट
Freeing down the
भाई
count meant that there's
इसीलिए
no
मैं
real
बोल रहा था
scope
कि
ability
उनको
back in
ए
towards
पे
the A side, and then it's just timing
पुशअप
being
करना
caught,
चाहिए
right?
था
You got the mollies that are being refreshed on towards the spike. NC Slasher, the fact that he's able to get away with 2 there is also just absolutely devastating for DRX's
जैसे ही
chances to get back in. Converting the round for Boom
मिड
that
पे प्रेजेंट कर
DRX
दिया
just
उन्होंने
invested a
मिड पे
timeout
आके
for.
टरेट तोड़ दी कोई एम इन
Pretty
एग्रेस कर
large.
देना चाहिए था यहाँ तक आ जाना चाहिए था बूम तो भाई सही खेल रहे हैं भाई
Once again, it's Fraying and Mako off towards B, and they've been spotted out by the 0
अब
point.
अब DRX की तरफ से गलतियां हो रही है पता है वन साइडेड देखने में अच्छा नहीं लगता अबे वन साइडेड नहीं हो रहा भाई एक टीम दिखा रही है दिमाग देखने में मजा
Even though Mako has
सामने वाली टीम फाइट करने का ट्राई कर रही है नहीं कर पा रही
by Famous and that phantom of his.
वो वैसा वन साइडेड नहीं है कि मतलब एक गंदा खेल रहे हैं बिल्कुल ही
Early investment of the lockdown. Buy some time. A gun.
But Boom's reaction is to dig deep. Oh!
Oh.
Famous unfortunately detained, and that's Salvos as well.
Unfortunate that he's not able to escape on that
Nice
one.
Hyunmin,
Hyunmin
huge.
finds Berserks on the lurk. So this is a little bit better for DRX. It's not the
Finally we
most
win a round.
flashiest of rounds.
अल्ट मैटर कर गई लेकिन उसके अंदर बहुत
Might even be a little bit of a slip up from Boom, but it's one that DRX will happily capitalize on. Now finding DOS9.
ठीक है
Just NC Slasher, maybe to get the spike plants or
शॉट
kill
यार
him too.
भाई ऑस्ट्रेलिया बहुत
not
अच्छा
too
प्लेयर है
much.
यार
Yeah, point and click for Australia. Doesn't need to move his crosshair too much there.
very very
Just opponent,
impressed by this
waltz
kid
in
भाई
towards that one and you click. Job's
बंदे में
done.
बात है वे तो
Interesting to
ये
actually see
वाले
why
लेवल का
Famous,
गेम प्ले क्यों नहीं दिखता था भाई जब ये आरआरक्यू में था
stuck
भाई
around
सिस्टम
a
क्या
little
है
bit, you know, caught with some utility.
वेयर वाज दिस एस्ट्रेया व्हेन ही वाज इन आरआरक्यू
I guess it won't show up on the replay, but
It's fine.
yeah.
It's all right. More importantly, DRX, second round on the board. Hyunmin back with the operator in play at the right location if you want to try and establish a early advantage.
I've seen them attempt at that before, but hopefully this time with better support. So he elects for the lower position instead, and that's where he does meet his mark.
Hyunmin let's go
0 point close. He's either going to be bottom pipes or top pipes.
Boom though still moving forward. Shiro up below 410, sends the stun to give himself a bit more space. And that's going to be the
Missiles
Viper
use
wall
कर लिए
of
उसने
DOS9 this time in
पूरा
the
साइड
lurk
से
position.
फॉल बैक भी कर गए वो चल मैन एडवांटेज पे है अंडरस्टैंडेबल है योरू भाई ये देखिए फिर से ये लेके बैठे हुए हैं तो योरू को एटलीस्ट यहाँ पे आ जाना चाहिए था पता है अभी तक थोड़ा सा लेट आ रहा है योरू
Maybe for Boom to find contact in towards green or yellow, then for DOS9 to start making his move.
And Freeing is just going to refresh the gate
Cook
crash
was
to get
bad,
out
now
if
he's
needed.
well fed.
So he doesn't technically need to stay around.
ठीक
There's
है
the
भाई
information.
आरआर बोल रहा है आरआर
Moves for now. Double kill found.
भाई कैसे
Trade found by
भाई
Berserkers as
फ्रीइंग
well.
दो
That's when
कैसे ले
DOS9
गया
begins to look for his next
भाई
target, but unfortunately gets
देख
picked
रहा
off
है ये मैं
instead.
बोल रहा था आनंदत भाई तू फाइट बैक देख किस लेवल का कर रही है भाई
Yeah, there's a couple of these kills that don't get traded
Time
out
out लिया
for Boom. Yeah,
And now we are
individual one
fighting
first,
back, भाई
Hyunmin able to get out. Freeing kind of did his job before eventually being traded. These are the sort of rounds for DRX that you get the first player advantage, right? Then you just kind of don't fumble and give Boom away back
एक साइड
पे
ऑप लगेगी, एक साइड पे योरू फाइट लेगा.
Gonna be holding on to the weapon as well.
Damn.
Think about economy. You don't want to get rid of
Damn,
everything.
bro.
You get another
Insane.
buy, you lose that one, and then you potentially.
What are you
eco-ing
gonna
and
do?
DRX are,
बस मिड पे तुमको इन्फो
back
लेनी है.
towards the half,
अब.
though. There is only 2 more rounds to play.
Also,
यही
a
कर
little bit of
सकते हो.
talking time for setting up the next round potentially. I mean, they know that there is an op in play now. Where could Hyunmin be? He has attempted at finding the early picks up towards A main now. Could he reposition somewhere else?
क्या भयंकर लेवल का
needs to navigate around.
स्प्रे ट्रांसफर किया है उसने यार वहाँ पे.
Wondering as well
मजा आ
right
गया.
now, you know, something that we're not going to be able to know for sure. But how more comfortable is Bane feeling on this Teo compared to the Omen from last time? You know, for freeing as well. Is he liking the Yoru? You know, individual confidence.
अब इस साइड पे योरू आ गया, दूसरी साइड पे जेट है.
is sleuthed into a sneaky spot that's completely unexpected. And
यही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, हर बारी यही होगा भाई.
Quick kill found, and even though it wasn't the op in place, so Boom's still wondering about
क्योंकि
that.
बूम पूरा कांटेक्ट खेल रही है हर बारी ना.
Fortunately for Boom, I mean, the double initiator composition, their whole idea was to
दूसरी साइड पे ऑफ लगी रहेगी. उधर भी वॉक करोगे, उधर भी डेड है. अब देखो इसीलिए जेट को आगे भेज दिया.
Screen up once again.
पुश अप कर रहा है वो धीरे-धीरे.
He's got, well, he's been spotted. Hyunmin not biting too early at the cherry.
दिख गया उसको. ओह, उसने क्रॉस करने दे दिया.
Definitely aware.
Oh, no way.
क्रॉस करने दे दिया. अबे यार डोस
A bit
नहीं.
of a chance for Boom to maybe get the spike on over, but
Estrella in mid.
रोटेशन आ रही है, इसने सुन लिया. भाई प्रोएक्टिविटी देखो भाई की. अरे लेट्स गो, इधर से कॉल आ गई.
they have an idea, but will they find the duel?
And look at Dos.
They are winning this.
Angle. DOS9 comes back in to
DOS9
provide
did.
assistance to
They're
his
crunching
team.
on him.
Estrella still tucked away, and here comes. They walk into his crosshairs.
एस्ट्रे एक ले गया भाई, बहुत बड़ा किल है.
And he can get towards the site here. DOS9 just making sure that the main choke point of Orange that you would expect this rotation to maybe even potentially come from is looked
भाई
after.
DOS9 यार क्या इम्पैक्ट है भाई बंदे का गेम पे. क्या राउंड निकाला है भाई. इतना बढ़िया खेली थी DRX, इतना बढ़िया सेटअप था DRX का.
Now the element of surprise. Where's Bane coming from?
एक स्पीड देखो उसकी भाई लर्क करने की. ह्यूनमिन उस स्पीड को चेज कर ही नहीं पाया जबकि उसको पता था बंदा कहाँ है. उसके बाद भी
But Boom, they're still tucked away. Holds the angles and has an idea, but needs to land the flicks. Goes for the tap again, but look at Boom, so disciplined. But what a flick! Bane still running low on time, comes back onto the spike to try to stick it to half. Berserks for the jump peaks, but Bane is sticking it all the way through. Berserks, you've got to go now, and there it is! The triple found at the very end of the round. Boom, onto the 8th.
Oh boy, that
Let's
one gets
go,
a little
aye.
bit close at the end there. You know, I thought that the salvos, they didn't really do anything, right? They did not make Boom question that he was completely, you know, on it or off it. They're just disconnected. They didn't need to overpeak.
Damn,
is what I'm trying to get towards at the end there. And the fact that they're aware
These
that
rounds,
Australia
final
will be
wali feel,
well,
वही.
Boom are quite switched on. Valiant attempt for Bane. Gets close. Not gonna lie.
If you're wondering about that,
Okay.
risotto
अब इस
that
round में
DRX
क्या है?
has, Boom has got all the right ingredients. DOS9 has been such a lethal
देखो फिर से सेम पोजीशन.
Now,
Okay.
अब देखो इधर
5v3.
ऑफ.
The start that you
Dead.
want as DRX, you're even ready for DOS9 to
ये
try and find
ये
some
राउंड तो
timing.
फुल रेड था.
This is an immediate
Nice.
answer back from the
अबे
powerhouse
फ्री.
team.
एम थोड़ा सा उसने गड़बड़ कर दिया.
got frags of our
Spray.
own for sure.
अगर ये यहाँ से राउंड निकाल गए दोनों.
He's happily perched up on top. A lot of vision. Spots NC Slasher, receives contact.
Yeah,
बे-
that might
ये
have been
बहुत
a
गलत
little bit
fight लिया,
risky,
पता है बेन
though
ने.
Berserks and NC Slasher are, you know, a little bit low, which is why NC Slasher is just removing himself to get his health back on up. For the people out there that are thinking that he's trolling, that's the plan, get some health.
And the null command continues to pulse as well.
Yep. But now you've got 45 seconds and DRX have rotated.
You have no idea where they are.
Yeah.
They're right close by. DRX now will spring the trap. Estrella to take down Berserks.
बहुत
NC
बहुत
Slasher
ज़्यादा
still
देर
has
कर
full
दी ना
HP
इन्होंने
though.
आगे आने में.
Quite a bit of time.
Rafters angles, that's a bit off. And the flank to come through from Marco. A bit too much
जो
to
यहाँ
deal
पे
with
रुक के
there.
उन्होंने
So,
रिवाइव वाला
would you
हिसाब
call that
प्ले
a bit
किया
of a
ना
recovery on the half? 8 to
बहुत
4
ज्यादा
with the
डिले हो गया
defensive
प्लस
side
बहुत ज्यादा
getting the
इन्फो
lesser.
चली गई
Look, in my mind,
वहां से पहले
probably
निकल
not.
सकता था
You
बाद
know,
में तो नहीं
they
निकल
want to be leading the half on this defensive side, but
रोटेशन
it's
आने का
alright.
टाइम दे
Teething
दिया
issues.
तुमने
Teething issues.
तो अपना जो प्ले बनाने का टाइमिंग था वो
That's one
निकल
way of
गया
putting it.
I mean, I've got some tissues here. No criteria.
It's something that DRX, you know, as the coaching staff goes,
8-4.
they're not afraid to shy away from these picks, maps that they're maybe not as
गाइस
strong
मैं मूत्र
on.
विसर्जन करके आ रहा हूँ
The
रियल पे
timeout
ठीक है
early on, though, that one I'm a little bit curious about, but they definitely did recover somewhat. The scoreline surely is something, you know, that leaves us wanting a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, look, at least it isn't the one defensive round that they managed to find against Paper X, right? Who had that just absolutely phenomenal run on their attacking side, whereas like, well, it was 11? No, not 11. How many was it? No. Yeah, it was 11.
Okay. Well, right now at least, it's gonna be Boom. We've seen Hyunmin with his op. Now it's time to see Famous with his.
It was 10, never mind, I can't count. But yeah, Famous op, I think that's the name of the game right now. Didn't see it brought out on the attacker side, they didn't need it. Defensive side, Hyunmin, bit hit or miss, right? When he was trying to sneak up on towards Rafters, it didn't really work out. You switch that over in your game plan to have Freeing just slot in there underneath, and that worked out a couple of times, right? So you got these elements that DRX are adapting around here, little by little.
Something that is really interesting as well is, you know, Estrella with his DRX debut from last week, he's been topping the map statistics, but that's because of the sample size. If we're talking about a proper sample size, we're looking at Famous.
Yep.
He's high up on the stats, and he's leading in op kills right now as well, so very much interested to keep my eyes onto him. Currently positioned around yellow, while DRX is making more noise around A.
Yeah, trying to turn up the heat at the moment on this alpha side of things, where they start to get a little bit of this info from the drone.
Okay guys, second half it is.
With that info, trying to go for a sneaky peek, Estrella unfortunately punished.
Yeah, but look at the rotations that this has brought from Boom, right? 3 players, nearly 4. DOS9 thinks better of it. You've got a bit of a sneaky shift up the side of B from Marco. Not going to be picked out by the alarm bot, eventually will. Okay, so he's a bit stuck. He's been having a shaky game, by the way. 2 kills so far, now down to 58 HP. Has to try and
मागो के
call for
ऊपर गया
something
मैं
big for the team
वापस ये जाना
to
चाहिए
get some assistance here. Because they're biting on this one. They're rotating over, freeing to try and keep some
बी
numbers
क्लियर
off
करना है
Boom
तो इसने 2 बंदे
at the
होल्ड
A
कर
side.
दिए मिड लेना पड़ेगा
The
फिर
easiest feat.
अगर इसने अपनी यहाँ पे प्रेजेंस दिखा दी
Stay
तो
alive as well. Will get
B
crashed to rendezvous with
तो
his team.
Yeah,
Here comes Mako and gang.
I'm not so sure
plant though. But you got to do something as DRX. You got to try and win favor with a fight.
Can we burn the salvos to use it?
मिड साइड का काफी कंट्रोल है इनके पास
The post plant. Boom.
लेकिन एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं वो
Now
Oh,
recollecting it. Mako,
what?
there it is. Holds the angle and
मार
finds
के
Famous
निकल
up
भी
towards
गया।
middle,
4 versus 4. Salvos eventually will come online for
प्ले
that.
है भाई माको यार
which means Boom has to get going. But this is when Hyunmin has to tailwind and fires off a couple of pot
Yellow
shots.
से निकलना
Boom
पड़ेगा।
beginning to make their move, but Poison Cloud in their way against DRX.
Damn.
They find it
Retake है
against
भाई।
the Boom with the one-way through. And
Retake
there
है
are those
भाई।
pistols as they swarm and fan out from
भाई क्या
yellow.
रीटेक है भाई
Pistols for Boom.
उन्होंने
That is
येलो पे
certainly the way that
अपने
you
मिसाइल
want to
मारे
have
उससे
things
क्या
happen
हुआ
on your
येलो
opponent's
पूरा
back
खाली हो
end,
गया
by the way.
एक बार येलो खाली हो गया उन्होंने
always
अपना
gotta
और
remember as
बफ
well
कर
the
दिया
fact that
ताकि
it's
कोई
playing,
इस साइड
right,
से
over
पीक
at
कर ही
that
ना
A side
सके और
there,
आगे
he's
आ ना
going to
पाए
ignore. He's
भाई
he can still
साहब
rotate
सिर्फ
quickly
2
back to the
यूटिल
rest
पे
of the team if the
सिर्फ
fake is
2
there. So I
यूटिल
do
पे
like
भाई
the idea that it isn't just the immediate
डैम भाई
disconnection
रीटेक
from
है
the Boom guys. They're still
मजा आ
confident
गया
in the players that are surrounding the B side if it does go there. And again, very patient, very thought out in how they're looking to do this retake. You've got a force up from DRX now, with a couple of kills collected, with the plant that goes down. They want to keep this one in a contest, right? They need to get this map.
Hence the Stingers all fully bought up. DRX trying to create a bit of a death ball into the A site. Boom has a 3-stack here though.
Yep. Drone.
Doesn't spot Famous.
No, but he doesn't spot vertically below what's happening, and it doesn't matter here, does it, Quack? Look at
Jabardast.
what's going on. It's
Just finding the triple!
absolute
फोर्स करने का
shutdown.
ट्राई
Just
किया
by
मैं
Bane as well. Try to collect as much as possible, trying to salvage it. but still the damage quickly dealt and done
Force
by
by
Boom.
क्यों भाई?
Yeah, that is not the way that you
Force by क्यों भाई? मेरे को पसंद ही नहीं आ रही है force by वाला सब. Second round जबरदस्ती force by करके 3 round दे रही है teams.
through a toxic screen, you're just going to eat this
Pacific के अंदर बहुत सारी teams ये काम कर रही हैं. मेरे को नहीं समझ आ रहा क्यों कर रही हैं.
The haymaker, unfortunately,
Unnecessary है.
and the scam
very
as
well
well.
received by Boom.
Really
तुम्हारा
well played.
कुछ सेटिंग होना चाहिए कि मतलब तुम ये कर रहे हो उस राउंड के अंदर.
Yep, recognize that they're forcing. So now you got this little situation where it's going to be the haphazard buy going into this, still making sure you got enough economy for your next round buy up. By all means, this should be Boom finding 11, unless they make a big mistake and DRX dig deep.
Discipline from Boom again, though. Fully aware of the buy as they are happy to receive contact. And see Slasher now for the double Bulldog kill. Famous in with the Outlaw. Bane,
Oh,
quick
shot.
swing, but you still got so many more targets, and
Nice.
that's just way too much to handle.
Yep.
जबरदस्ती यार बाय करके वो मूड खराब है. जबरदस्ती एक्स्ट्रा राउंड.
But the way the Boom have been playing this map so far, and even their rotations on this defensive side, is it going to just be 11? I don't know, man. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not shy to admit that I might be one of those people out there, but given how Boom have been playing so far throughout this entire stage 1,
Yeah.
you've got to cheer, you got to root for him.
Yeah, and the elephant in the room, I feel like right now is Marco, right? He was a pivotal component in towards what DRX were able to do on the attacking side against Paper X, right? Just the sheer
क्या बोला है भाई
brutality of his
इसने?
numbers in his trading game, in his clutches as well, right? Marco is one of the clutch players of our tournament, and
Elephant in the room.
he's getting kind of isolated here.
अबे
Right? It
यार.
kind of feels like the name of the game for the whole DRX team right now, is they're all getting a little bit isolated, caught off guard, not being able to trade properly. It's rough.
Both times.
Elephant in the room बोल दिया भाई.
When was the last time in a map
क्या?
like this that a team has made DRX
मैंने सोचा नहीं क्या बोलने से पहले.
just look like this, right? Like, yeah, we've got the whole Paper X started 8-0 on Haven in that series, right? But it's also, you know, DRX managed to kind of come back on that one. Maybe this is the time that DRX comes back. They've got the better weaponry, right, in this really delayed bonus round.
Potential.
Double duelist, you want to try and get them to potentially dive on in if NC Slasher's 0 point or Shiro's recon. Stealth drone doesn't get you. Famous, gonna take a page out of Hyunmin's book.
In with the Phantom though, but with the
Huge.
flash
Expect
out,
कर रहे थे
unfortunately
पूछा
not
आएगा.
quite able to react. Shiro's still in place. Shoots down the drone, gets away safely.
Yeah, so the player advantage is going to be solidified for DRX as Marco.
भाई ये कहाँ तक पहुँच गया?
Sneaking through middle.
Quickly eliminates the first player that he spots. Makes quick work of
भाई
the second.
हमने पहले फर्स्ट राउंड में फर्स्ट हाफ में डॉस 9 का देखा. Now Marco is doing it, भाई.
Very much controlled by DRX.
Yeah, these
Insane.
sort of situations, DOS 9 berserks, if you find any sort of damage.
फ्लैंक देख लिया. आगे पुश डैम कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं. फ्लैंक छोड़ दो.
If you save your
मतलब
weapons, of
दोनों
course, the
जगह
team
के
has another pretty good buy in
चोक
the
पॉइंट्स
next
तो
round
है इनके पास.
forward,
वैसे तो
so
दिक्कत नहीं है
it's not a
फ्लैंक से
bad
भी
idea
इतनी.
to just
फाइट कर
pull
सकते
this
हैं.
one and really look to protect these guns. You give this to DRX, as I said. Delayed bonus round.
It will be one of these rounds where
चलो
attempting to throw a
DRX.
wrench into DRX's plans by
अच्छा कहा था तुम ऐसा ही खेल सकते थे नॉर्मल थर्ड राउंड के अंदर आके भाई. जबरदस्ती का फोर्स बाय करके राउंड आ रहे हैं.
Yeah, maybe. You know, there's enough breathing room that Boom have afforded themselves with the scoreline in the first half and then picking up the pistol in the second round, and albeit even the third round, right? Because of that forced stinger that didn't go DRX's way. There's a couple of mistakes that Boom can afford to make here. And if the rounds are won by DRX, you know, displaying some really good strength in it, well, there's some adjustments to come out after that.
मॉको ने लेकिन कितनी जल्दी यार
So the onus
मिड
really
से
is on
लड़कअप किया है.
DRX here to make sure that they're kind of dot I's, crossing T's.
एग्रीड
there
भाई.
it is. So we've
नहीं
seen
नहीं इधर तो
Marco
दोनों
work now.
टीम्स की विन है भाई. जिस लेवल का गेम प्ले अपन को देखने का मिल रहा है.
Yeah, and this is the
That
scary
is
component of the map for
W.
me, is how DRX are going to
क्या
try
पेल
and
रही है?
isolate
109 पे
him
0.
or
ठीक है
alienate
भाई.
him in the map.
Okay, so we're seeing some pings all across belt. We've got that 0 point coming out from Boom as well, so some information already found.
Yeah. Bane's going to be one away from this Armageddon. If
ज़्यादा
they look to go
aggressive
towards
नहीं
the
गए
east
इस
side.
बारी.
He's currently holding the spike, so, you know, Kill plant or orb.
कुछ एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं aggressive
Mako playing a safe
धीरे-धीरे करके हम क्लियर करेंगे उनके पास यूरू नहीं है ना
20-second mark.
Yeah, they need to start to get some information. They feel
ऑफ लग गई ना
and what an absolute shot.
माको
Fully anticipated.
Good pre-fire.
यूज भाई अब ये हिसाब गड़बड़ होगा
Yeah, and now you've got
अब
all the
अगर
big control essentially from
माको
Mako.
जितनी देर
No
यहाँ पे
sensible
जिंदा है
utility
उतनी
coming
देर
out from Boom.
ये
They
परेशान
might
रहेंगे
corner or look for some information that the 0 point doesn't hit anyone.
And that also intercepts, potential rotate lines, especially with Famous on that op. Now they would launch their assault.
हार गए
and
भाई
finds the entry. NC Slasher has to get out.
Yep.
lost the round
He only has
भाई
DOS9 nearby. Famous, he's got to find Mako somehow, some way. Meanwhile, the rest of DRX still holding down the line, anchoring down the site. Famous will eliminate Mako, but at this point, it's just kills. Oh!
That's a high sensitivity.
And the crowd gasps with it as well.
The hunt is on though. They know.
They're trying to get it out of his hands, and Hyunmin
Short
with the
way.
angle from mid will take
Gosh,
it raw
क्या
the
एंगल
up
लेके
away.
बैठा है
And these are
ह्यूमन
the
भाई
sort of situations in a map as well when you've not played it for so long.
क्या
Can
मजा आ रहा
start
है
to pick you
लेट्स
apart,
गो
right, and start to showcase that you might not have the great understanding on.
हम
how
कब
you wanna
खेलेंगे
play this
यार
map
इस
with this
लेवल का
Asian
गेम प्ले
lineup,
भाई
how your opponents are going to be.
Absolutely
this
right.
is different level भाई
The wallbang spam straight into Raptors as well.
Yeah, the full clip there. All right.
Magazine. Not clip. Gun nerdy. Jokes aside, it's Boom with a bit of an eco now.
Will DOS9 be cleared? Gun barrel poke from Freeing if he's not ready for this one, but he's aware. He is so aware.
एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है भाई
Opening play
ऑफ
from
से वो
DRX,
चीज
another
पिक
4 versus 5. It's not got as much
Damn.
depth in it because of the equipment that Boom do have
he
here,
knows
right? It's not the full kit and caboodle.
इधर साउंड दिया है
But it is the protocols.
योरू के भी और उसका क्लोन का साउंड दिया है फुल रोटेशन आ गई केजे ने यहाँ पे सुन लिया
Coming out with a game plan.
and now we hit the site इधर तो कुछ अपने को देखने को नहीं मिला now we are going in बहुत बढ़िया राउंड
They've already done quite a bit of work with that one single kill, especially given Boom's economy. But
why we coming back why what
without much information on the A site, they actually regroup up towards green.
why we coming back अपन को A पे कुछ भी नहीं देखने को मिला
Weird opportunity that Boom have enough to do something silly here, but
Armageddon
DRX,
as
the info on the back of the dimensional drift.
Okay. It begins with a flash from NC Slasher, then the fragment to deny any potential spike plants. Shiro finds a kill as well and has the Armageddon still in his pocket. NC Slasher goes with the null command. And it
खराब
keeps
रीड बे DRX
DRX at bay. Famous up from the back though, and that kind of keeps Boom pinched in. Oh, DRX, they're trying to avoid it, but Famous finds a shot off of that one kill. Now dashes in, and Hyunmin takes a frag right back. Looks for the spike plant now with 4 seconds left for Zerx. He's managed to buy enough time that DRX will walk away without a round found. Boom, they've reached that point in time.
What did I say, Quack? What did I say? That Boom could do something silly. And silliness is the name of the
DRX
game.
नहीं ये DRX ने बहुत मेजर ब्लंडर किया है
did not give themselves enough time. That's a 4 versus 5 conversion on what is essentially an eco thrifty to come through from Boom. Famous's position on the flank, not expected that he gets one. Time to be bought.
अबे इनको लेकिन पूरे A पे इन्होंने इतना लंबा ड्रोन किया इनको कुछ भी
absolutely sensational on that one.
फिर क्यों नहीं गए A पे
Stopping the plant from going down. 6 map points now for Boom Esports.
DRX, you silly billies. They're gonna do what they do with the op, instantly taking down Famous. We have a new challenger.
We have a returning challenger.
Oh, yeah.
फ्रीइंग भाई फेमस को उस टाइम पे बता रहा है भाई
So now all fully
फ्रीइंग भाई अलग लेवल का प्लेयर है बे कुछ भी करवा लो यार बंदे से
some towards
मतलब मेरे को लग रहा है इस टाइम पे शायद
Shiro looks to retrieve more information.
फॉर सेकंड लेवल वैल्यू दे रहा है वो फ्लेक्स में भाई
It's hard for Boom.
Armageddon as well towards backside, and that really keeps Boom stuck in place. But NC Slasher finding a couple of frags.
NC Slasher एक और ले जा सकता था यहाँ पे पता है
DOS9 is way too far.
Way too many balloons to try and throw that dart out to pop there.
लास्ट राउंड बहुत गड़बड़ हार गई वे DRX पता है बहुत अच्छा चांस था कमबैक का
But DRX has everything. Well,
नहीं मेरे को जानना है बे मैं तो बाद में इस राउंड को फिर से देखूंगा
That is true.
लास्ट वाले
Have to 100% this one.
क्या
to push us
रीजन
into
था कि वो
overtime.
इतनी इन्फो के बाद वो फुल रोटेट करके
Yeah, look,
भी
they've
गए
got the rounds.
मेरे को
Don't
जानना
get
है
me
मैच
wrong, but if I'm thinking overtime so far and on our fun sample size numbers that we like to highlight
पानी की
here with
बोतल
no
लेके
real
आऊंगा इसमें
relevance, Boomer 100% in overtimes in their one occurrence.
100%.
1 second
Oh my god! No, DRX spot on that round, freeing with another opener, but this time they are actually able to convert it when they had the 5 versus 4.
And I see what you're saying, you know, it still is 5 full rounds that DRX needs to pick up just to push things into overtime.
And you're going to have a round where there's going to be some ultimates back again for Boom, and all it takes is one, right? All it takes is one big round from Boom or one slip up from DRX, and that could be the map.
Certainly a tall mountain to climb, but I wouldn't discount DRX. Mako sitting on the Viper's pit. Op still in play.
Yep. Blades to be brought out. See how the opening duel is going to go for the beginning of this one, of course. Be ridiculous if Boom are able to find it.
Oh, Mako.
Yeah, trying to lurk up a little bit more. Information from NC Slasher, though, around at this A site. And a lot of the rifles that DRX are shooting, you know that there's some presence in numbers.
Then in with the execute. They fired off a couple of hot shots, haven't found Boom quite yet, but they continue marching forward. It's Hyunmin in with a couple of kills, but with the stun as well, Shiro walks away with one. Estrella
3v2
in sight.
Drone in, get information for Famous to potentially get a clean one.
With the Blade Storm, this could be huge, but unfortunately a frag not found. He's hopping over, but it doesn't quite connect. Now onto the Classic.
You've got no smokes.
But Estrella's just buying time, toying with him, playing with him, off to Bane, and that's when the frag goes down. DRX continue forward.
Yeah, unfortunately there,
चलो ये तो इको राउंड था अब ये वाला राउंड है भाई
to assist you when your blades do
DRX को फिर से कुछ करना पड़ेगा भाई अब तो अल्ट्स भी आ गई होंगी इस राउंड में तो अल्ट्स होंगी जहाँ तक मेरे को याद है
अभी हम क्लिप करेंगे अपनी क्लिपिंग कैसे होगी हम कैंपेन
So we're keeping track of things. It's 4 more rounds.
Yeah, and a timeout to be brought out from Boom ESPORts now.
Boom का timeout आ गया.
Rifle round to come back on towards us. These are the scenarios.
What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
All it takes is one.
Wondering about the ults as well for Boom. But at least DRX, you know, keeping things light and jovial.
Yep.
That's kind of why, you know, both teams are at the top. You know, they're still rather comfortable. And this is just map 1, despite it being DRX's map pick.
Yeah, and I mean, when you consider, you know, that Icebox hasn't been played from Boom
पहले लेना चाहिए था timeout.
DRX are experimenting. You might like what Pilsky said,
अभी भी
right?
कोई
You
दिक्कत थोड़ी है.
a new map out from your opponents, see what they've got on it a little bit. It kind of helps Boom to a small degree, where they're going to have some tape of their own to review on this map now as well. But if they win it in their first showing after quite some time, I mean, that also speaks a couple of volumes towards their prep and practice on this one.
I do want to note though,
Let's go.
and Bane,
Important round, guys. बहुत important round
in
है.
terms of utility usage.
Yep. Some shifts on towards agents for them too. So let's see after the timeout is called for Boom how they're going to look to defend this one.
जो टीम जीत रही थी उसने टाइम आउट लिया था भाई.
From DOS9 down long. A little bit more mid-emphasis. Of course, Marco's been able to find some good openers there.
Which does bring more attention for Boom in towards the middle.
And there's a good trap play, actually. A good play from Boom to flash in and get Famous on the line. And now they can turn that into a bit of a flank play if they want, because DRX have waltzed in towards the
मिल गई उनको
breaking down the door.
Flank पे ऑप है क्या? नहीं.
Berserk's one away from
Normal AR पे check कर रहा
even a lucky wallbang could mean quite
Triple
a bit.
flank.
So you do have that flank play coming in, Komodo, but it's quickly dealt with.
बहुत खराब फाइट ली पता है यूनमिन ने यहाँ पे इन्फो आते ही I think इसको जेल जाना चाहिए था जेल जाके आगे अच्छा उन्होंने और वाइपर की अल्ट यहाँ पे सीटी पे लगा देते हार गई DRX हार गई DRX जैसे यूनमिन वहाँ पे मर गया ना जैसे यूनमिन यहाँ पे मर गया वो राउंड खत्म हो गया। बहुत बढ़िया वे, गुड फिनिश ऑफ बाय बूम भाई, गुड फिनिश
Of
ऑफ।
this one, but Boom Esports have come out with a pretty damn good showing on this map of Icebox. And yes, so there's still some credit to
मजा आ गया भाई
DRX, right?
देख।
They're learning, they're
लेकिन
rotating players, they're rotating, roles and everything like this. But
बूम
it
भाई
just feels like they were
कुछ
a
भी
bit
स्ट्रॉन्ग, कुछ भी स्ट्रॉन्ग लग रही है बूम इस टाइम पे, मतलब अलग लेवल पे ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग लग रही है इस टाइम पे। तो ज्यादा टाइम आउट का क्या ही फायदा था, वो फिनिश नहीं कर पा रहे थे ना, उनको दिक्कत हो रही थी भाई। वो तो एक राउंड जो वो जीत गए, वो 11 से 12 जो हुआ, वो भी वो था क्या नाम है, एक गलत रीड उन्होंने कर लिया DRX वालों ने, उसके ऊपर वो राउंड निकल गया, वरना उनको बहुत दिक्कत हो रही थी। DRX देख लगातार राउंड जीते जा रही थी। ये देख, ये वाला जो राउंड था ना, ये वही वाला राउंड है जो एक DRX ने एक गलत रीड कर ली, वरना वो राउंड भी जीता हुआ था उनका। तो ये लगा ले वो लगातार ऐसे विन स्ट्रीक पे चल रहे थे, इसलिए यहाँ पे उसको टाइम आउट लेना पड़ा, क्योंकि ये वाला राउंड हारते तो स्नोबॉल हो सकता था यहाँ तक। गुड कॉल। सिक्स फिंगर्स नहीं, अच्छा कोच है, बहुत अच्छा कोच है जो ये बूम का जो अभी नया वाला कोच है सिक्स फिंगर्स, ये बहुत बढ़िया है, ही इज वेरी गुड। ह्यूनमिन लेकिन अच्छा खेला। माँ को एक पॉइंट के बाद उसका कह सकता है, उसने स्टार्ट अच्छा किया सेकंड हाफ, ठीक है, लेकिन एक टाइम के बाद वो शांत हो गया फिर से, वो हिसाब गड़बड़ था मेरे हिसाब से, वो नहीं होना चाहिए था अगर DRX को पूरा कमबैक करना था। एक वही मेरे को इशू दिखाई दिया। लेकिन डॉस 9 का अटैक के अंदर जो भाई इम्पैक्ट, भाई साहब ये बंदे का जो इम्पैक्ट रह रहा है ना गेम के ऊपर कंसिस्टेंटली, फिर 1.31 की रेटिंग मारा है भाई, देखो बंदा, इसका जो इम्पैक्ट है ना इस टाइम पे, ओ हो भाई, डिफरेंट भाई, डिफरेंट, ब्लड इज डिफरेंट। फेमस का तो हाँ ये वाला गेम हल्का था, फिर भी उन्होंने फ्रैग फिर भी किया है। फ्रीइंग यार, योरू को रैंडमली योरू खेला और योरू पे भी अच्छा खेला, बढ़िया मजा आ गया यार, लेकिन मैच देख के फुल वाइब्स।
Yoru on this map before, like I don't understand what's going on. DRX,
कमर
I mean,
सीधी
you
कर
go
ली
back
जाए
to their
गाइस।
last game on Icebox, which was against PRX, and they played Bane on Omen and freeing on Teo, and they didn't have Australia in the team yet. And now they've gone and put a whole new player in the team. They're playing double duelist on
कितनी बार लेकिन
Icebox,
लाइनअप चेंज करेंगे
and
भाई ये?
they're throwing multiple players onto agents they've never played before in an official, as well as changing a player in the team. Whereas you contrast that against Boom, they played this same comp
Come, bro.
just a gecko for
After
Teo
this game, bro.
in September last.
Oh, you should also watch this game. It's very, very good, boy. बहुत ही ज्यादा अच्छा खेल रही है दोनों टीम्स, टू गुड।
Jay, you've never seen it on this map. Trust me, bro, it's going to be amazing. Like, what's going on?
I mean, this is it all. Bane's first game on Teo, Freeing's first game on Yoru, Estrella's third ever game on Killjoy.
Time
This
waste for
is
me.
entirely new for these players on
Okay.
DRX,
Yeah.
and it looked new. So, I mean,
Could you, okay, go back to coaching global. Could you ever convince your players to just play like agents that they've never played before and just throwing everybody on everything different?
I feel like the only way that you can get away with that is going, we're already in the playoffs, guys, we can chill. But that's what it felt like to me. Where was the fire to win in that game from DRX? Boom looked a class above DRX in that game, in my mind. From in individual duels, in calling, in desire to win. I felt like Boom were there. I didn't feel like
नहीं
DRX were
भाई,
there. And they need to turn this round on map
क्या
2. I'm
बात कर
worried.
रहा है?
Which is actually a good point, right? Perhaps they're experimenting now, especially since they have Australia in. We were wondering how it was going to work, right? Maybe they're doing this little
भाई
switcheroo.
DRX की फायर नहीं दिखी भाई, कैसी बात, उन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट कमबैक कर लिया था वे।
Oh, they're going to start doling out the roles.
I think it definitely could be that, right? You know, in some ways that's the smart move. But equally, it's like, you got to fight for every game. You don't get many. But I mean, it's hard to fight when man like Famous is on the other side. He's not slowing down.
Yeah, he isn't. I mean, he is just
मतलब
been
फेमस का तो
force to
इतना
be reckoned
स्ट्रॉन्ग
with,
गेम भी
and
नहीं
he's
है
on
बे.
the
पता नहीं भाई, मेरे को ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है हमने दोनों ने अलग अलग गेम देखा है कुछ. फेमस में तो इतना कुछ, इतना ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट नहीं था फेमस का. लेकिन मजा आ गया.
Famous is the best duelist player in this competition. Look at so many different stats.
I mean, this is a round I really want to highlight. I feel like the calling was so good. We see Boom stack this B site because DOS died on that push down B. So he knows the DRX want to enter towards B to cover that gun. So they stack there, they lay the plant. That's such good calling from them. But Famous here, how can we not highlight this guy? I feel like he's going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. First in so many stats, kills around, damage around, ACS, first kills as well. Like, this dude is just dominating the statistics in stage 2 right now.
Yeah, what I love about Boom at this point in time is, you know how so many teams feel like, oh, you know, we just gotta play our own game, which is like the favorite like sentence of all teams. And a lot of pros say how like, oh, we just have to play, you know, we have to have fun, we have to play the way we do in scrims, we have to play the way we do in ranked. Boom feels like they're doing this exactly.
Yeah.
Their players are playing confidently. Their players are playing that, you know, to the level that they know they can be spontaneous as well, which is the X factor against teams like DRX.
Well, they have that comfort because they're playing.
नहीं ये सिचुएशन को गलत रीड कर रहे हैं बे. DRX को ये वो क्या नाम है, अंडर एस्टिमेट कर रहे हैं. नहीं, DRX बहुत बढ़िया खेली है इस गेम में. स्टार्टिंग में उनको थोड़ा सा एडजस्ट होने में टाइम लगा, इसलिए थोड़े से ज़्यादा राउंड निकल गए बाद में, लेकिन उन्होंने पकड़ बना ली थी गेम पे. लास्ट में भी उनको वही दिक्कत हुई, उनको प्रोटोकॉल क्लियर नहीं था. जैसे ही यहाँ पे इसको बंदे दिखे, उसके बाद उसके दिमाग में वो था, उसके दिमाग में आया नहीं कि अब यहाँ से क्या करना है. वो फाइट नहीं लेनी थी. अगर ले भी रहा है ठीक है, इसने ले भी तो बाकी सबको ये वाला सीटी का प्लान मतलब अल्ट मारना था. सीटी ये वाला पूरा एरिया रखना था. फिर कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन बढ़िया खेले. NC स्लैशर MVP. स्लैशर अच्छा खेला भाई पिछला मैप. I really liked it.
This Boom team, I feel like everybody stepped up, did their job. We saw DOS do big lurks through mid, great calls from Shiro, Famous stepping up. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't fault anybody on this Boom squad.
I'm pretty sure the 9 in DOS 9 count is the number of times he pushed tube that game. Dude
Wait.
just walked up tube every round without fail.
Is he picking that with a kind of like theme?
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ कि
He's like DOS 9, I got
DOS 9 का अटैक साइड में तो भाई बहुत भयंकर लेवल का
And we saw Mako trying to do the same thing on the other
वो
half.
था,
Even
क्या
though
नाम
that's how
है,
you play the Viper
impact
in this,
था.
in this map. Mako found some
मैं हैरान हूँ
balance too.
DRX ने
Felt like Mako
मिड पुश
did have a bit of
योरू से नहीं
slow
करवाया,
game.
मिड पुश करके कंट्रोल नहीं करवाया.
Maybe got into their own heads.
जबकि
There were a
इतनी
lot of
बारी
pressure.
वॉक अप
They knew
हुआ है
they were
मिड से.
trying out something new. There was this, that pressure to kind of make sure that this was going to work.
Yeah.
Because they can't, break their streak right now.
चलो भाई, second map start करो. Haven time
And this
guys.
is where I question the roster
Neon
substitution.
Jet.
I assumed that they were changing their
ये बस
roster
एक
to change
हिसाब
their
गड़बड़
style
है.
and play in it heavy. But they just
जो
went
मेरे
ahead
को
and
लगता
played
है.
double duelist and just kind of tried to shove different people
Neon
on roles
Jet.
that they hadn't really done as much, or agents that they hadn't really done as much. So that begs the question, what is DRX going to play on Haven? Are we going to see a
Neon
kind of meta comp where we play Breach Teo, we put Estrella on the Breach, we put Free
Neon
on the
Breach
Teo,
के against
we play
Neon Jet
single
खेलना
duelist?
भाई
Because to
बहुत
me, looking at the roster and the personnel
गड़बड़
they have
है
in the roster, that is the natural choice for DRX when they're playing with
90%
these
attack
players. But that's not what they
defense
did on Icebox, and
33%.
it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to know which way Tommy's going to want to take this. I mean, Boom
All
had a lot of
50%.
success on this map as well. This has been a very strong map for Boom across this stage. It's easy to see why they would pick it. So I am concerned if I'm DRX right now. They have a big mountain to climb, and it's how do they want to approach this? You know, is Freeing going to stay on this duelist, so they want to keep running double duelist? But I have to agree with you. I'm not happy if that's what they're going to do.
That's Freeing's first game on Duelist. Not just Euro, on Duelist.
Yeah.
In an official.
This spontaneous DRX makes me a little uncomfortable, a little uneasy. And we're going to Haven right now. Boom is notorious
फिर
on
से
this map
freeing
in the
Euro
best
खेल ले
way
भाई.
possible. But
Let's go.
I'm
Okay.
so sorry to break it to you, gentlemen.
I'll go quickly for
अबे उन्होंने भी
DRX.
कौन change कर दी?
Freeing is on the Yoru and they have not changed their comp. They're just
DOS
going to stick
9?
different players on different
What?
roles and we'll see how it works out for them.
Across to Boom, big changes
DOS
here,
9
swapping
ISO.
across to that Yoru ISO double duelist that we see a lot with DOS 9 on the ISO.
You know something about that.
I know all about it.
DOS 9 on the duelist.
Yeah, we ran this comp with DOS 9 in Ascension, and you know, he's a great player. He has great mechanical skills, so he's unleashed on this ISO. I'm excited for Boom heading into this map. Nice to see them change, so the prep DRX will have fallen apart.
Yeah, well, it looks like both teams are cooking now. Both teams are up to something on this map. We're going to find out exactly what it is as we toss it back to Quack and Komodo to take us through Haven.
Thank you very much, Mika. Big time. And Pilsky.
Jet
Yes,
or
we're
Yoru?
back onto Haven. And DOS9 on
Change the
ISO.
comp भाई.
Yeah, I mean, Mika's saying that both teams are cooking here, but are they cooking with gas or are they cooking with like flint and steel and stuff? Like, how far back are we going?
The Minecraft movie.
I don't know about this one, Chief. But no, DOS9 back on the ISO and the Fnatic comp. I don't
Interesting.
think DRX would have expected this one to come out from Boom. Bit of a different look for them. I'm excited for it, don't get me wrong.
Flint and
Am I
steel.
excited for this makeup of DRX agents after what we've just seen on Icebox? I think I'm a little bit more on the side of not really.
I'm a little bit concerned as well. It makes me wonder if, is this a result of having Bane in? I don't know. They've had Bane and Flashback in before, but that said, they are going to be happy to push up front into C, given the way that Boom have positioned themselves. No
Yeah.
trips found,
Good
though.
pushback.
NC Slasher with the one paranoia, just able to stop it. He's also actually just checked the whole back of sight to make sure that there was no gate crash from Freeing that was going to be there. Shiro, by the way, starting off the affairs by dispatching of Marco. That's your smokes down
योरू
for
को
the
यहाँ पे
count.
सेट किया हुआ है.
The rest of the map
Cypher यहाँ
pick
पे.
up pieces. Oh, that's a second shot.
More?
Yes, please.
1, 2, give me more.
3 into the... Oh, no.
3 and 4, you're on the floor. Come on, Quack. You should know this.
Do not. What is that?
I don't know. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a sneaky spot from Freeing in towards the C site of things here. But can he do anything? It would be a mistake from a Boom member here that could give DRX a way back in. They're not checking the corner.
Abey.
Is that a trade?
So thankfully found numbers still in the hands of Boom. DRX, however, will have the C site.
Expect करेंगे.
Pretty soon, and Salvo's still in play.
Good jump spot from NC Slasher. Trying to peek together some information here, waiting for the team to come in for the big old flank.
Oh, that's something that DRX might not expect. They will be cautious of it, though, and with the heads-up duel picked up, there's a very good chance for DRX to convert the round, but Famous denies those salvos. Back into it, it's just Freeing.
Yeah, looking for the 1v1s.
Will he fly
Freeing ही बंदा है जो निकाल भी सकता है पता है.
Free bird. No,
Oh.
not quite.
That's DRX.
Freeing
not
ही
able
निकाल
to
सकता था
find
पता है
a
इसको.
pistol yet again. They are currently 0 for 3.
लेकिन
in
बढ़िया
this
बढ़िया
series.
round था.
Boom. Once again, very methodical on the retake. It's a bit of a good look for them.
एस्ट्रेला के पास चांस था जब वो बी के बाहर था उसको वहाँ पे 2 किल निकालने थे.
How often do you see Sova players go for a sheriff buyout, not utilizing anything for shock darts, anything for drones on those rounds, and it just completely crumbling, right? So the fact that that's able to really just come through with those shots is quite nice.
Let's go.
Yeah, especially with the duelists in play.
Yeah.
What do we
Still
want to see this round?
thinking about DOS9 and how he's able
Yeah,
to...
I mean, you're a Sova player when you're running a double duelist. It's like, let
Yoru
them
अकेला
fray.
सी पे.
And let Shiro hold.
True.
Famous this time holding down C-Long
Strange.
with the outlaw.
C-Long with outlaw hoigi mostly.
Yeah. It's just the classics to come out from DRX. Australia with the Sheriff.
इतना free kill देने की नीड नहीं थी.
Anything sneaky here.
But okay.
At least with a recon
लेकिन
broken,
मतलब
Shiro fully aware, NC Slasher to come in and
Neon
relay to
Jet.
receive, but
What?
Hyunmin!
What?
Classic kills found!
My classic don't do that, and he hasn't even been touched.
Is your classic the DRX classic? I don't know. I don't think so.
It was the
उसकी
boom
भी
off
info
last night.
चली गई.
With that, it's the spike plant and a weapon picked
ये
up by
area को
Hyunmin.
अच्छा वो खेलो बे.
Duelist at DRX looking
अबे
to launch
नहीं.
an assault onto his opponents.
उसको भी head दे
Stray
दिया.
is found, but with the double tap shield from DOS9 now,
भाई,
it's been quickly
what?
broken, smashed open, and DRX
कुछ भी round
answers
जीत
back
गए.
with a round of their own.
That is absolutely crazy that Hyunmin is
कुछ
able to
भी
find
round जीत
3
गए.
with that classic. 2 of the headshots coming on through as well. That is just, yeah, we need to re-see how this Thrifty actually turns on out because...
जो भी इनकी साइड जा सकता था पता है राउंड में वो सब उनकी साइड गया है.
Right click.
देखिए.
Like how, man? Just how?
Legit भाई.
Incredible mouse control and a very appropriate pop-off.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get something started really early here for DRX and dropping the pistol, then resetting your opponents on the second round. It's definitely not how you wanted to see things start off for Boom.
I kind of want to see what the player cams for Boom then looks like
Oh, भाई.
for the round, but
को
that
पता है.
said, it is famous now with a Bucky towards Sewer.
Yeah, no gate crash to get out. Well, there is currently, but it will eventually expire, and not another one to refresh, so it'd be locked in. It's classics and a Sheriff or 2 for the rest of the squad.
Oh, Shiro tucked away from the drone. So trying to come in for a cheeky angle outside of the smoke. Swaps on towards Hyunmin, and he answers back. Shock dart as well for a bit of chip
वो भी
damage,
head मार
but
गया.
unfortunately not too much. Bane will be able
भाई लोगों
to
की क्लासिक क्या चल
rack
रही
up
है
a
ये?
couple of kills. Estrella in with the outlaw now, out from mid. Flashes out, Bucky's still in play, but the range not quite until he closes in the distance.
Yeah, speaking of range, you're not going to be able to do too much there as Famous. Oh,
Berserks will attempt at something at the very least. Does have a Sheriff at his feet, but more cautious to
तो
where his opponents
क्लासिक से
could
एक
be.
और भाई.
slow, but then it's
Opts for
about
the Phantom,
5 seconds until the salvos come back online.
विनेबल है पता है बसक ये राउंड जीत सकता
which
है.
means Berserks does have to
बेन 1 HP
apply
है.
a little bit more pressure. So baits up the salvos first. And now is
एक ही kill
cautious to
निकालना
where,
उसको.
you know, the next opponent could be. Does bite, you know, a bit of damage as well. It's down to half HP. Just looking to do as much damage as possible now.
Not halved. No time. Up with the ship.
Bane will get away with it.
Yeah. A lot of great damage, though, to be collected from Boom.
big
That
round.
one, only one player surviving on the side of DRX makes things a little bit more awkward going into the next round, and you consider the round after that. You're looking to reset them. A lot of crossfires and aren't able to be established when going in towards that B side. It's just going to be the individual mid-rounding and recognition in a round such as that.
Still a cheeky little hit coming out from Shiro, though.
Yeah, for sure.
So something that DRX
राइट
might
क्लिक से जो
wanna
हेड
track
पड़
up.
रहे हैं ना लोगों
Yeah,
को.
and it's
Now
good
the
awareness
stealth
on
drone.
भाई
what
साहब.
utility you're spotted out by, right? It's the stealth drone not finding him.
Okay.
Well, at least
Repositioning close. This time, though, 3 players towards the C site for Boom. A bit of a
Yoru
different
world
look.
farm.
okay, especially DOS9.
सी हिट नहीं कर रहे
stacked
योरू
up
की
with
हद से.
his teammates as well. Back to the
Interesting.
garage now.
Yeah, you got the dimensional drift for freeing. So you pick that one up.
इन्फो के नाम पे लेकिन
Shift
इनका
your
सिर्फ
force towards the A site.
यो
You
है
can start
बे.
to see that the Cypher utility is there if you do use
लेकिन
freeing
योरू
to get
इसलिए
in.
वही चीज सही कर देता है.
There's a potential alt or pickup for DRX as well.
काफी balance feel हो रही है वाली comp अब, पता है?
A second alt online. Freeing goes in to clear the space.
Quite decent.
Looks for trips as well. You're not quite able to break it, but still, that is going to be space on the A site for DRX.
Yeah, no kill trips hit, but shot
Oh, भाई,
up,
पूरा
good
खा
on
गया.
Bane. You've still got a recon as well for Shiro.
Here comes the incoming hit from Famous now. Hyunmin, though, trying to hold down the line, both around the site plant. Salvos quickly deployed.
क्या बढ़िया isolate किया है भाई अंडर वाले बंदे को.
All around him.
Oh my
Hyunmin
gosh.
in for the double and the mixed.
What?
Quad picked up almost the ace, but Berserk shuts it down. Hops back on over, and Estrella to recover.
भाई ये
Oh, you
यूनमिन
pulling
क्या
out your
मार रहा
knife
है?
there, Berserks. Estrella's already in the site. You got to get ready for that one. What are those shots to come out from Hyunmin? That is
भाई
absolutely
साहब.
ridiculous.
Unreal भाई.
On from Thrifty down to this one. The man is unstoppable.
Yeah, the fact that Shiro even jumps out of the heavens and is able to find that kill, but look at this from Hyunmin. Like, that is just egregious, man.
भाई
Quick
क्या
on
शॉट्स
the
है
dot
ये?
crosshair.
And much to Berserk's chagrin, a little bit unfortunate
क्या
on the
shots है
final
भाई ये?
movement play, but that will be something that Boom has to pay for.
Yeah, and now Boom are paying in the eco territory down to the pistols.
Oh, quite literally. But yes, DRX, well, looking a lot more confident now. Looking to abuse their weaponry.
Yep, as long as you're not leaving the corners unchecked, Marco. Marco!
Surely not. And that's going to be a free kill for Famous. Shiro
but
trying
traded.
to relay forward, but yeah, still going to bite the dust for that one. NC Slasher back in.
Boom are not a team to be trifled with today, it seems. The shots are still sharp. DRX, some sharpness of their own.
यार ये वाला थोड़ा सा मिस कर दिया
They're
मैंने.
looking to close out this, or at least push us into
Okay.
the third map. DRX has got to stay on top.
Yep, the trap
DRX
players
on
from
back foot.
Berserk's looking after C and Garage at the moment, so you've got a little bit of a crossfire you might think may be workable into this B site. See if Berserk's wants to try
Do
and
we have
spot
a
out some
drone?
information with the body first. Now that Bane will meet with Estrella, might get a little bit more difficult for the likes of DOS9 and Berserk's here.
DOS9 as well, playing the one and done, so
Big
no
kill.
time to pop out the
Oh.
utilities just as the cyber cage gets sent over. Pain. You're absolutely right, Komodo. And at this point, it just
Controller
is
है?
the angle's being
नहीं है.
held, I
Oh.
thought, until the pot shots went through.
Yep. Superior weaponry for DRX, getting the job
भाई
done there.
DRX तो
Famous did get
अलग
one
लेवल
rifle
खेल रही है
picked up,
बे.
Yeah, but he has to get through into the site.
इनकी इतनी बढ़िया केमिस्ट्री कैसे बन जा रही है हफ्ते टू हफ्ते भाई.
To try to find a couple more duels,
भाई
but
एस्ट्रेया क्या प्लेयर है बे.
Australia getting the job done there. Nicely collected upon DRX though. This is the time that they have to weather another gun round where there's going to be an operator available on the side. And you know how
शॉट भाई.
the side of Boom plays the operator. It's going to be for Famous. So this will be a bit interesting. And the smoke
वो
looming
दूसरा
out.
किल जो लिया है वहाँ पे बेन ने भाई.
Good start for DRX though. 4 on the trot after dropping that pistol.
माँ को 0 पे बैठा है भाई. 4-1 जीत रहा है.
positioning himself towards A long alongside Shiro. But DRX elect to go somewhere else.
Yeah, they look to go a little bit quicker in this one. Look at the trips as well. They're going to kind of provide you a little bit of a way in towards the site. An early Hunter's Fury, though.
Execute लग रहा है भाई
Too much
भयंकर.
established, or maybe it will. Shiro Berserk's in for one.
Still into it, looking for the sprays against Freeing. Does find it. Additional support from NC
Berserk
Slasher
जो
as
जिंदा
well.
रहे.
And there it is. The round quickly picked up. A great reaction coming out from Boom.
Yeah. Just not able to
जो बैक साइड में जो होल्ड कर गया ना साइबर वहाँ पे.
Sometimes
Huge.
that happens when you go in towards a site where you've got your
टीम
opponents
को
set to
रोटेट होने का
away,
टाइम मिल
right?
गया.
It does happen in this game. You got Hunter's Fury.
प्लस वो मरा नहीं भाई.
from Shiro there. And then just dancing around the
Untradeable
site.
kill ले गया
I
वो.
feel like Freeing on the duelist at the moment. Big learning.
दो
of course, from
untradeable
map
kills.
Map number 1,
Huge.
but also utility timing, right? Pulls out the blind side as soon as the cage goes down. So, bit unfortunate there for him.
This goes here. This.
And then our desk is going to be pulling their hair out about, but for now at least, Boom happy to pick up on another round. The op still in play, Famous, same spot as before. DRX though, still avoiding it.
Yeah, Bane has an Armageddon here, by the way. Could clear a lot, or it could be used in a post. Berserk's! Shut down.
In position, Hyunmin now. Fortunately, it's going to be
Shiro.
Shiro finds a shot through the A-link position.
And
Pulls
quickly.
off the drone.
ड्रोन कर दिया. अब एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं ये एक को इस साइड पे एक को इस साइड पे.
Yeah, but I don't know how useful it's going to be in a position like this. Hyunmin closes in the distance with the Blade Storm, and it's just Shiro to find the duels. The drift
the
on
right click
forwards,
missed!
but Shiro
भाई.
in with the burst, in with the Red Bull clutch to pick
अबे
the round
यार
up for Boom.
Oh, the
यूनविन.
right click.
अबे यार.
It is sometimes not
अनलकी हो गया
to go
यूनविन
for
के
that
साथ.
one. Untrustworthy, it would seem there. The 1
नहीं.
versus 2.
साइफर ने फर्स्ट फाइट लेके गलती करी.
And again, these rounds,
साइफर
they
को
look
उसके
just a
डैश के
little
बाद
bit
वो
backwards
करना
and
चाहिए
forwards,
था.
don't they? The fact that Shiro is also able to find Marco to just bring us into that 2-on-2 situation.
साइफर को इसके
right?
कांटेक्ट पे
It
वो कर
makes it
स्विंग कर रहा
quite
था.
difficult
अबे यार शीरो गुड
for
राउंड में.
Famous to be able to do something with the operator if he's missing a shot.
बूम ये राउंड्स निकाल जा रही है बे.
There's a situation here where we're going to have a bit of a bond moment
ये
too,
round
by the
बहुत
way,
hurt
for
करते हैं.
DOS9 if he's not able to find a kill.
लेकिन मैक्रो वाइज अगर देखा जाए ना बूम ज्यादा बेटर खेल रही है और भाई जतिन नजर लगा दिया बेचारे को नहीं बूम का ओवरऑल अगर तू मैक्रो देखेगा वो ज्यादा स्ट्रांग है प्रोटोकॉल्स बहुत अच्छे से सेट है इवन दो ये वाली कंपनी खेलते हैं फिर भी आईसो अभी तक मतलब गेम में आया नहीं है जैसे आना चाहिए जैसे उसका यूज होना चाहिए DOS9 गेम में दिखा नहीं है वैसे
Potential Armageddon as well if they find a little bit more.
देखो DOS9 देख रहे हो शील्ड अप में AR के साथ गोश्त से हार गया कैसे भाई ये ह्यूमन कैसे मारता आ रहा है ये किल्स बैक साइड वाला किल मिल सकता है बहुत इजीली नाइस अरेस्ट है उसने देखो कितना बढ़िया वहां पे केस डाला है
Not able to move, but does
chance है पता है अभी भी chance है
looks for the next target but close range again that's when a stinger will pepper him full of holes
नूटेला बन मस्का खा के मस्के देख रहा ठीक है भाई ये क्या गेम चल रहा है यार हेलो ओले
going around the site with the team setting yourself up to just fight the good fight. Not going to see a tied scoreline here on the 4-4 mark. It'll be DRX still holding the lead. And into the fresh round, boom, not going to be too well equipped either. So there's a chance here for DRX to try and at least equalize up at the half. Establish a great economy for buys upon buys.
But look at this, Komodo. Boom, now beginning to push out of mid. Looking for an opportunity.
Okay, mid control लिया इस बारी.
For DOS9 pick up his first kill. It's going to be
ये राउंड था एक्सपेक्ट करना चाहिए था.
DRX.
पोल अपडेट टाइम अच्छा मैं पोल अपडेट करना भूल गया माय बैड अभी करता हूँ फर्स्ट हाफ के बाद करता हूँ अभी भी निकाल सकते हैं नहीं जाना चाहिए यहाँ पे पेशेंस दिखाना चाहिए रीसेट करो नो देखना चाहिए सामने वाली टीम बहुत रिएक्शनल खेल रही है इस राउंड में
All in 4 positions, pops a double tap, and there's the kill
अबे ले गया
straight into it. Guardian versus Mako. Plays around the angles while his teammates find more on the site. And that's DOS9 picking up the first one. Bane now, left alone and cold. Desperate measures, and it's going to be Shiro who picks the round up for Boom.
Thrifty to answer that one back for the Boom Esports
side. 5-4.
I was talking about
DRX ने बहुत राउंड दे दिए.
Your own economy, not able.
एक मिनट खड़ा हो रहा हूँ guys.
Going on forwards a little bit. That is
क्या हुआ
ridiculous, by the way. That is illegal. We've had a lot of illegal plays in this series today. Let's be real. Time out.
The winner of the ego fight is नहीं ego fight थोड़ी है वो.
What's the tell?
Advantageous fight है वो तो आइसो के लिए.
Okay, it's just that. 5-4, timeout out for DRX. Use it for the first half, try and establish an 8-4 lead as well before switching on over to, for them, what might be a little bit more of a disconnected side, given by players rotating out, new agents coming on forward as well. How adept is freeing on this Yoru when we switch it over, for example, right? Marco as well. Trying to get some confidence in for him. Feels like he's been shut out on a lot of the duels
एक आधा राउंड थोड़ा गलत दे दिया DRX ने इसलिए देखो टर्मी ने टाइम आउट भी लिया है वरना टर्मी टाइम आउट नहीं लेता अब यहाँ से इनको अगले दोनों राउंड निकालने जरूरी है उनका थोड़ा तो पता होगा ना कि ए रोटेट कर देंगे फिर भी ये आए नहीं मतलब
Oh, look at the different look though this time for Berserks.
उनको बस ये देखना था उनको रीसेट करना था वहाँ पे बेसिकली वहाँ पे वेट आउट करना था थोड़ा टाइम और कंसीडरिंग प्रेजेंस ये दिखी थी तो ए नहीं डालना चाहिए था
Lots of
कोई देखना था कि
So a
रिएक्टिव
lot
खेल
collected upon by
नोटिस
Famous.
नहीं किया उन्होंने
At
कि
the same
रिएक्टिव
time,
खेल रहे
DRX
हैं
with a
कोई
dimensional
बात नहीं हो
drift of
जाता
their
है
own, looking to get a pinch up against Berserks, and they do find it, but Boom,
भाई
with the
बूम
information at first hand, will be able to deal with the incoming
मैंने तो देखा ही
onslaught,
नहीं भाई और
especially
उन्हें
inside
कैसे
a
मारे
garage.
बे
I want to throw like 3 question marks
Really
on
get to
that
see most of it.
on that freeing exit of the
मैं तो
dimensional
राउंड
drift.
मिस देखते देखते मिस कर दिया मैंने भाई राउंड
Yeah, I don't really
Where
know
kills?
about that one, but the fact that that's a good flash to come out
Acha.
from Famous and he gets a second one, the rest of the team
I
picking up
see
where
now.
they need to. That's a good look to come out from Famous. Still 5-5.
5-5
Stingers down for
नहीं
DRX.
यहाँ से तो खत्म कर देना चाहिए पता है बूम खत्म कर देगी 2-0 है गाइस ये
7-5, 6-6. No ultimates that are really achievable, you might assume, for DRX by the one the mark already has. Straight into B though here, Quack.
Sudden quick hit, double tap shield instantly propped, but ooh, missing its mark.
बेट हो गया
They
भाई
will be happy to pick that up.
Oh,
Berserk
freeing
still
गया
finding one through the smokes. Now trying to see if he can get lucky with a little
देखो
bit more.
जेट भी जाएगा ही
Famous has
जाएगा
just walked into the trap wire over at the
Almost
C-bomb
100%
position,
है
by the way, so the flank should be known by DRX now.
Especially with Estrella in towards middle window. So he does spot out the drone, but keeps himself undetected. Meanwhile, NC Slasher beginning to initiate
Huge,
the
yaar.
fights with the paranoia, but he'll be quick to receive. Berserks now will be able to look for the trade.
वहीं पे दूसरे को नहीं
especially
expect
knowing the
करेगा
angles. Look at
Nice.
Mako, somewhat shieldless, but he crouches underneath. Shiro off towards the races from A-Link. He goes in
कैसे?
and guns down a couple more, and it's just Estrella who
कैसे?
just gets spotted out by
DRX?
Famous at the very end of it all.
भाई।
Boom! Will be able to pick up the lead against
इसको
DRX.
दोनों ने अलग अलग
Famous
फाइट
was
दी हुए
very focused in on making sure that that later flank, if you want to even call it a flank,
दोनों
for
ने
Estrella there was just
शीरो
being
को यहाँ
catered
पे
for, right? Has
isolated
the
फाइट दी
idea, kind of cemented that he's playing around the window, but where is he going to peek up? When is he going to peek up? The rest of the team having to try and win
Advantage
these
throw
duels
कर रहे
on
हैं।
the B side, but it goes a little bit backwards and forwards, right, on the eventual exchanges of the play. Shiro able to do what was needed there, and then the team in the 2 versus 1 getting the defuse. So 6-5, you know, are we going to tie it up where now that DRX have the bye, or is it going to be 7-5 for Boom's
मैं इस बारी
lead?
मैंने एक चीज और नोटिस किया जी की वॉच पार्टीज नहीं हो रही है इस बारी
But you
है
are
ना?
one away from Hyunmin's blades. Don't know if that's the one that you want to do. Maybe for this, I wouldn't mind seeing Estrella pick up an orb to get the neural theft off a plant or off another kill. Bane, you could contend with an Armageddon as well. That'd be pretty powerful in this sort of situation.
Needing 3 more points for that one, though.
Yeah, and you know what else is powerful? If Boom give you 2 duels towards this A site and you're able to win them. So,
If you're able.
proceedings here as DRX, see if they can win the opening fights.
Good position for NC Slasher, though, and that's when they spring Hunter's Fury as well, and Human attempting to dodge, but NC Slasher happy to assault them down.
What a great trap play to come out from Boom.
Estrella snuck inside of B with a quick timing on things, takes down Shiro.
एक्सपेक्ट
He's
नहीं
one
किया
away from the neural theft as well, right? If he's able to achieve it through the cage, the gun
Oh!
barrel spotted.
अरे
And
यार
it's Berserks to throw his hat in.
Absolutely unfortunate. 1v3 for freeing now.
Yep, just get out of there. Don't give him the 1v1s. Play together as a team. Reposition.
But he knows he's very much so surrounded,
Oh,
looking
he's-
for the
नहीं
spike
नहीं ये
plant as
राउंड तो
well.
खत्म
He's
है
just been toyed with.
Oh, Mako. Shot and
उसको
stepped
देंगे
away,
ही नहीं
freeing
फाइट ही नहीं
King
देंगे
to
उसको
sweat. He's swiping his mouse across
उसको
the
सामने
mouse
से
pad
लड़ाई
so
करने ही नहीं
violently,
देंगे
but to
हेलो
no avail.
फर्स्ट हाफ खत्म हो
It is
गया
7-5.
That's very laughable from Boom.
What
They're
do
not
we see
completely
in
committing
first
to the
half-
duel.
second
They're toying with
half?
him to make him really just uncomfortable.
Bhai.
As I said, I love the play in the beginning from them. NC Slasher and Famous drawing all the attention. A Hunter's Fury to assist. Yes, there's a gap when Shiro gets off that one, but the rest of the team is still at the right angles, at the right positions, at the right times.
काफी
That's, you know, 4 rounds in a row for Boom Esports to close the half, right? There was a
काफी गलत round दिए, पता है DRX ने।
Timeout came out from DRX. If they were able to
कई
convert
सारे
that one, they
instances
might have
पे
been
जो
able to
round
stretch out a
जीते
lead
हुए
of
थे,
their own, but they're not able to, and
वो round दे
Boom
दिया उन्होंने
kind of collected on what they needed to do to finish off the half.
Very well balanced and structured. Yeah.
और राउंड जीत सकती थी DRX बहुत गलत एक दो जगह पे राउंड्स गए उनके खत्म है मोस्टली 2-0 खत्म है व्हेन यू स्ट्रीमिंग सब डरे पड़े हैं इसलिए नहीं हो रहा दिस टाइम ठीक है भाई Oh भाई. चलो guys, second half.
And also taking down the Giants of DRX.
Yep, the kickoff winners.
Yes.
Still cursed with the 5 to 6 placements. Pistol round. Mid, the name of the game for Boom. And you got a bit of forward positions for the DRX lads over at A. Gonna send Bane away, just leave it there for freeing, as there's a trap wire that you got to contend with at the front side of this site. But once you get through that, if you get through that,
I thought the clone tripped it, but
guys,
it's gonna be famous, and they haven't quite dealt with it just yet. So a free
Mako
kill for Mako,
बहुत
but still
aggressive आ गया
NC Slasher to trade. Now Hyunmin chiming in as well, and that's where the numbers begin to become overwhelming. Just NC Slasher alone.
ये round नहीं देना भाई.
removes one angle with a smoke.
But has to contend
Wait,
with
Jojo, यहाँ क्या कर रहा है? आना.
close range, looking for the right click, but Hyunmin quick on the draw.
वो यहाँ पे shift block क्यों कर रहा है भाई? Freeing, hello.
Series for DRX found there. I'm saying, you know, if we're gonna break the trap wire, because that got that trap wire got a hell of a lot of work done. I'll be real. A couple of tags up, some pings up as well, and Hyunmin again. Kind of having a bit of a sensational series with the shots that he's able to achieve here and the multi-frags that he's being able to find regardless of scoreline. Trying to drag the team through the mud, it feels like.
Hyunmin off भी निकालेगा पता है?
In this one.
Mostly. Yoru से mid पे aggression करवा सकते हैं.
No real damage. Just going to take this one for what it is. Have a chat, see what damage we can deliver with the pistols.
So just looking to storm a garage, throw bodies into it.
Big kill.
Pretty soon looking to become a bit of a drowning pool. DRX, happy to flood the whole site full of bullets. Stingers at hand through the smoke. Mako looking to reposition around that recon.
चलो ये round तो जीत जाएंगे.
Mako will continue to spray. The spike still at least getting
चलो
down.
यहाँ तक तो understandable था, यहाँ तक readable भी था. इसके बाद
we know that the guns are going to be present in the next round anyways. Maybe we'll see some sort of adjustment from DRX now that they are going to be on the bonus round, right? If Australia wants to do standard Cypher things and put the utility maybe more towards the C site, you know, one of these fatal things for the composition that Boom are running. You know, you like to do a sort of C split take, especially when a Teo doesn't have, you know, an Armageddon and can't just lock you in long. We'll see what sort of proceedings Boom are going to look for if they want to eventually go for this C take.
Still rather early, but so far we've been seeing how, you know, the Cypher trips have been a really big point for DRX.
Yeah, there's a lot of options that Australia has to be available to do on the C site.
और farm कर रहे हैं. Nice, I like it.
Already taken a lot of damage.
यहाँ पे smoke.
But the trips survive.
Yeah, and the regen
Time
shields
to
as
go
well
A.
now. It'll come down to DRX's slight adjustments. Another gate crash to come out from freeing.
पहले info ले रहे
Get over to the C site
हैं.
to
Nice,
assist.
good clear.
And then inside of Cubby as well.
Yeah, he might be able to find something good here. I mean, does have a Vandal in play. Information starting to be accumulated by Bane, but an immediate destruction of that drone. You're calling for some assistance. A bit of a shift from Australia over there. And freeing as well. Complete removal of DRX's forces.
दो बंदे spawn पे घूम रहे हैं भाई.
You understand it, right? They are on the bonus rounds. You want to get some cheeky shots on out, which Bane is not going to be able to do.
Quick with the salvos though, and it does stall them somewhat. Especially
भाई
with the stun now,
इसी पे walk up कर गया वो.
Famous.
What?
Still though, Boom not slowing down outside of the smokes, but quickly hits by the Stingers. Now Mako with a Spectre. Spike on the ground.
Unfortunately for that one, no one was able
defense
to
बहुत
assist
coordinated
Famous
feel
when
हो
he
रहा
got
है.
towards the site, and there was the stun.
Question is
time not afforded for
कितनी
Boom.
renditions बना के आए
Slow that
हैं?
one down. Bit one-dimensional, having all your numbers try and get up there together as well.
अभी तक तो movement मेरे को बहुत अच्छी लग रही है
This means
DRX के
it's
defense
going
पे.
to be the bonus rounds going the way of DRX. Going to grab some upgrades of weapons as well.
Which is very lovely if you're on the side of DRX, but for Boom, off to the save. Not fantastic on the economy. And still looking to really connect the dots onto this attacking side. We have yet to see DOS9 on the board, and also for the entire team to really recollect into a full game plan.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very different look on how the attack has to be played for Boom as well, right? When you compare to
पता नहीं DOS9 का वो वाला impact अभी तक आया नहीं है. 1v1 हार रहा है, बहुत ज़्यादा 1v1 हार रहा है अपने DOS9. उसको एटलीस्ट वही मतलब जितना मेरे को समझ आ रहा है ना, DOS9 को एक कॉन्फिडेंस प्ले चाहिए. आईजीएल को उसको सेटअप करना चाहिए, एक बारी कॉन्फिडेंस उसको दिलाना चाहिए. वो मारना एक बारी स्टार्ट कर दिया ना, जितना बहुत अच्छे से सेटअप कर देगा फिर वो विन के लिए.
Understandable, but side of patience. Boom looking to close in the distance, so A Short would be a choice, but still taking that hit now calls for them to rotate somewhere else.
Interesting.
And DRX don't have anyone down C long either here, so they're just playing towards the strengths and numbers. If Boom want to take the fight towards C, well, let's just go in for a bit of a retake.
Or to have Mako somewhere nearby to thin those numbers down even further.
We'll have to see with 40 seconds to go what Boom want to do. That was really risky from Berserks and ill-advised.
But also good reactions coming out from Estrella, who, again, newly slotted into the team. But as we say that, thinking about Mako and Hyunmin, somehow they fall. That's going to be the sights planted down. Famous with the weapon picked up, looking to convert the whole round. Triple kill, what?
Crazy, that is crazy. How have they been able to pull that one back? Famous individual shots coming on up into the dark cover. The risk to even plant at the back of sight. Yeah, you got the idea. They didn't clear over the long. It's a dirty position, but that's an opening kill and a second opening kill. That's a 3 versus 5 conversion from Boom Esports on a half buy.
लेकिन किसी को पहले बंदे मरने के बाद किसी को यूटिल डालना चाहिए था स्मोक के अंदर. ड्राई आते ही चले गए, एक के बाद एक के बाद एक के बाद एक.
And with Estrella, but Famous to immediately dimensional drift on in, get the information, and look at that, the trap.
नहीं, Boom निकाल देगी गेम को.
And Estrella not quite able to put down the second trip either. So Famous just keeping them under pressure. Flashes out as well, but sprayed through by Estrella. Now for DOS9 to meet his mark, does find one, and then pulls off the kill contract. Mako though, still undetected, finds a couple into the kill contract, but at this point it's just a no avail. Berserks
has just done everything. He's around the site when the team is getting destroyed by Marco. The dimensional drift pulling one in from DOS9, then he loses it. The only situation that Boom win that round is if Berserks finds every single kill when the team dies, and he does. This guy has bad maps, but it's the maps that he does great things on that you always remember. Just look at him around the site. Individual tools, and then the immediate onto Pain when he's out of the gulag.
Unbelievable.
How have they come away with that? 2 individual rounds. First from Famous, now from Berserks.
It was just full contact into
Shows the man, not desktop. My bad.
Dimensional drift, which did do quite a bit. So next round coming up.
And it doesn't look too stellar for DRX, does it? Estrella with a Vandal, some Stingers, Sheriff, a Shorty for freeing.
Holding on to his trips as well in case there are any shock darts coming through. So still looking for Boom now, who have been switching up the pace a little bit. We're looking at Garage.
See if you can overwhelm Estrella.
So
there might be a bit of a trap that you got to play off.
तो है नहीं यहाँ पे.
Though Hyunmin, don't tell me we're going to have another situation where someone's not clearing the corner, because no one's looking for it at the moment. It's eyes on the choke point of the front of B.
गलत बाय है भाई ये DRX का.
As well, so trying to be careful.
इसके against.
It's all the bait. It's all the bait.
Yeah, bait and switch.
Boom निकाल पाएगी.
To scout everything.
And legitimately,
close range fight बहुत खेल रहे हैं देखो. वही मैं बोल रहा था. बहुत ज़्यादा close range fight खेल रहे थे ये वाले एरिया में.
Trying to fend them off, hide into a safer position.
But there's no other duels that are coming on the back of that one, unfortunately. The only way that works is if you got the duels close. And unfortunately, it was the spike held by Shiro that is in an almost unattainable position. If you didn't have from the shadows to go pick it up as NC Slasher.
क्यों हो रही है? क्योंकि कोई ना कोई आगे push up होगा.
Into a one-player deficit, but the retake's here now.
The outlaw kill. He gets
मार
ahead
गया.
of the Armageddon as well, but Mako finds him instead. NC Slasher now with the weapon, looking to play around the smoke, maybe a bit of an anti-flash, and it makes it work! He finds a triple at the end of the round, and that's boom up to 10!
हर राउंड में तीन बंदे कैसे मार जा रहे हैं भाई, एक बंदा उठ गया.
Nikes were heard there, Quack. I thought that they
पहले
heard him
famous
stop back
अब
up
NC
towards the
slasher
dark cover,
भाई.
and then that was not going to work. If anybody walked
Boom
into
looks
it
different
at that
भाई.
spot, they would have been able to just get him, and the round may well have not gone their way. That's an unfortunate team block, by the way, but Famous sticking it to him, getting 2 with the Outlaw back, and then just a little crossfire at the end there. DOS9 not even really needed. That is huge. How are we getting these insane rounds from Boom ESPORTS to bring this back, to make it look doable in 2?
Absolutely ridiculous. They're doing the unthinkable.
Timeout is here.
Just down to these little individual plays.
Boom looks
hiding around
prepared,
smokes,
bhai.
playing anti-flash.
That's another conversion, by the way, from Boom, where they're down a 3 versus 5. Like, it's a 3 versus 5.
6 उंगली काम कर रहा है भाई.
Not
कुकिंग
at
चल रही है.
all.
नहीं
Looking
लेकिन
at
ये
them, you
DRX
wouldn't
भी
have
थोड़ी सी
thought that this
एक्सपेरिमेंटली
was a
खेल रही है आज.
team coming up from Ascension, not just an Ascended team.
वो
they
अपने
play
प्लेयर्स को
second.
टेस्ट आउट कर रहा है कि हम
They
क्या खेल
come
सकते हैं
into
और हमारे
Pacific here, and
कितना
they look like
डेप्थ
they
है.
just belong.
Now they do in this stage, yeah. Kickoff, I mean,
6-man squad है ना, तो वो देख रहा है कि किसके साथ मेरा सबसे ज़्यादा वो निकल रहा है, क्या नाम है,
but now it's, you know,
इम्पैक्ट निकल रहा है, किधर सबसे ज़्यादा एफिशिएंट हिसाब है.
The win against GE, the win against Paper X. You've qualified for playoffs, and now you're playing a DRX who, I mean, I'll throw an asterisk on them, right? It's not like this is a series that is a playoff qualification game or something like that that would really showcase Boom's strengths, but it is still DRX. These players are still cracked.
It still is that story.
Yep. And now into a C site where there's nobody home. It's a straight out play him back. The kill trips. He's hoping someone waltzes in towards it, but a Honey's Fury out from Shiro.
Slow convergent shield as well.
Famous
does make it a little bit safer, and Famous.
देखो प्रोटोकॉल अच्छा है. सी स्मोक के अंदर उनको दबा के रखा हुआ है. एक बंदे को क्लोज रहना चाहिए, लेकिन ये पोस्ट प्लांट पोजीशनिंग अभी तक के लिए ऑफ है. नाइस, देखो आ गया. मैंने बोला ना एक को क्लोज रहना चाहिए, एक आ गया. लेकिन सोवा का क्यों है ये वाला प्लेसमेंट?
Possibly in with the flashes, but lo and behold, Shiro right inside. He springs like a snake, and with the headshot, stunned up as well. Finds the triple, Famous for the last, Boom up to 11.
इस बारी शीरो 3 लेगा भाई. एक बारी शीरो, एक बारी फेमस, एक बारी ये क्या एनसी स्लैशर. हर राउंड में 3 मार के निकल जा रहे हैं भाई.
A great performance. It's NC Slasher up there with
अब
them
ये
as
ईगो
well.
राउंड है.
It's not always,
फोर्स करेंगे.
you know, individuals.
खत्म है गाइस ये गेम.
It feels like at moments
फेमस
it's Famous.
At moments it's NC Slasher. This moment it was Shiro.
बूम अपने प्रोटोकॉल बहुत अच्छे से रगड़ के खेल रही है बे.
But it's a full house between the two. That's on the back of a timeout, by the way, and you're starting to really feel for DRX now. Unless the buy.
नहीं, DRX यहाँ से तो नहीं जीत पाएगी.
12 for Boom, and it's 4 match
I don't think so.
Hyunmin with the blades.
Gotta go big.
What are you looking for?
Oh, info.
Outlaw found, but you've got to find your targets, and despite being fully blinded, he actually takes Famous down.
Gets the refresh.
Random खा गया भाई फेमस को.
Do they expect Marco behind this double stack?
Straight in behind, maybe not quite just yet, but still the damage will be done. Hyunmin going big with the blades, a triple found in the round, and the spike.
हर राउंड में 3 किल हो रहे हैं, कोई ना कोई 3 मार रहा है, 3 के मार रहा है, तभी राउंड निकल रहा है.
This time, when he's given
दोनों साइड पे यही
has
चल रहा है.
vision on the opponent, able to destroy.
Even without vision, he took down Famous.
हाफ बाय राउंड हार गए भाई. सी पे क्यू डब्ल्यू की कर रहे हैं. थोड़ा सा टाइम होल्ड कर सकते थे हम, पता है. थोड़ा सा टाइम होल्ड करके उसके बाद एक ड्रोन करते और उसके बाद उस इन्फो के ऊपर इनको बी ए सी हिट करनी चाहिए थी. That should have been the play, but it's
Your
okay.
money as a team is okay.
गलत राउंड दिया है थोड़ा सा बूम ने.
So
अभी लेकिन मेरे को लग रहा है बूम को निकाल देना चाहिए सीधा ही.
DRX hold on.
पैसा है उनके पास अभी भी.
As well. You know, these are the sort of situations where if you're not balancing your economy, it could end the map as
Exactly.
well. Great little ducking and diving around the site from Marco from Hyunmin to get all the shots. Just put yourself in a situation where your Boom can't really shoot at you. You do hold on, so the 4 in a row that Boom found to put them in a situation where they were looking pretty good to close this one.
क्या ले यूनिट भाई और भाई विपुल डार्लिंग.
Directional drift for
What's
Famous
up?
can pivot for a lot of information on this A side if they want to use it early.
अच्छा रॉकेट लगा के आया
DRX trying to play it round to round as well, recognizing this. So with the current player's position now, freeing.
Yeah, this is cheeky, but spotted.
Breaks the
to get
camera. Thrown out from Bane.
I wonder.
गैराज पे ट्रिप तोड़ने जाएगा
Famous to already have gone up through long.
आप कैसे हो मैं भी बढ़िया हूँ यार आज के मैच तो भाई देख के मजा आ गया यार बिल्कुल तूने देखे दोनों में
Barring Famous, who might be able to slip past.
Oh, there's still the camera. Oh. Bit of a difference though. Traces through the wall. Not gonna do
बढ़िया
too
ये वाला
much
कंट्रोल
at
तोड़
that
दिया
point in time.
now we moving towards A
This is where
क्योंकि एक दो प्लेयर जो है यहाँ पे फोकस रहेंगे उनको साइफर को मारना जरूरी है या तो उनको लग रहा है साइफर यहाँ होगा या फिर यहाँ होगा एक देखा फिर बाहर था अच्छा कमबैक हो गई भाई
quite unfortunate and now the flank from Australia up close and personal to Shiro.
अरे अरे अरे
Okay. Slightly whizzed right past.
सेव ही कर ले बे
Yep, but I don't know of the universe that we live in where Shiro found a 1 versus 5. So
भाई मतलब 1v5 तो नहीं
Not
निकलेगा
the most likely, but if he does find one kill,
वो भी कोरियन
that's
टीम के
gonna
अगेंस्ट
sure- well,
ना
still is a 1vx.
not this one
At least begins with a shock dart. And
अबे आज सुबह तो
tries
ALGS
to
था ना बेबुल
position himself for more opportunities. Holds the angle, does find the first. Backs off.
क्या रहा देखा कि नहीं देखा
It came
भाई
close.
शिरो भाई
he found
दो बंदे खा गया वहां से भी
somehow
वहां
and
से
had
भी
a
दो
1
बंदे खा
versus
गया
1
भाई
against Marco. And the
अभी
Hunter's
पैसा है
Fury
इनके पास
is there. Marco would have had to come
थोड़ा
out with the big
थोड़ा
clutch,
सा
and that-
स्कफ्ड बाय है अब
That would have been his 20th.
Oh, why does it sometimes make it workable? Famous though, unfortunately not able to get that.
वो
over
वाला
line. The rest of
thrifty
the
भारी
team
पड़ेगा
falling
इनको
like flies, red and quickly rotated by DRX.
I thought he'd just win Shiro crazy भाई
Big Time did say that this might be the game of the season, or well, for the group stage, but
Big call,
I would
that
say
one.
it is absolutely delivering currently.
वही
Timeouts being forced out from both sides. but
गेम
this
ऑफ द
is just
सीजन
the
बोल दिया भाई
first one
लौंडे ने
being called out
नहीं
from
गेम
Boom.
लेकिन कुछ भी चल रहा है
Yeah, 11 to 10. Deep in the map where a decisive blow, you know, can kind of end it, right? If Boom are able to at least get 12, they give themselves a breath to have the overtime as a saving grace if it's needed.
दो
if
time out
DRX
है
come back because they're starting to also figure out a rhythm on their own.
मोस्टली
right? These rotations on this defensive
ब्लूम कह रहा हूँ
side, the
बूम वो
crossfires that they're
कर
able to
देगी क्या
get.
नाम है
When Boom are kind of red, when
grind out
DRX
कर
know
देगी इस
where
वाले
it's
को
ending, they've
एपेक्स के
had a little
मैचेस
bit
देखे थे
more
सुबह दो
success, of course, on rotating early
उसमें
enough
नंबर
to
3 चल
make
रहे
contested
नाइस
more
एनए
often
के क्वालिफायर्स में खेल रहे होंगे ना
If it's
बिल्कुल?
the early explosions from Boom that are a little bit more
एनए के
unexpected,
नहीं नहीं
DRX haven't really been
ऑस्ट्रेलियंस
able
हैं
to weather it.
ऑस्ट्रेलियंस
So this
यूजुअली
is a
एनए के
sort of
साथ ही खेलते
situation
हैं
where we have seen on the back of timeouts for Boom a
एनए
lot
वाले
that
में ही
they
होंगे
do just kind of have a
ये ऑस्ट्रेलियंस
discussion,
का
have a
अलग हो रहा है
decision and really explode quickly.
ओशिनिया का लास्ट जब मेरे को याद है अलग तो नहीं
doesn't
था
really permit for that, does it? So might actually look to be a little bit quieter, where if you're quietly going into an angle, and it's going to be the C-site judging by the positions of Boom, you're going to hear that dragon roar.
Or the wolf. But still, they've got some ultimates, and they could do
I see the dragon.
possibly anything.
It roared. Now they know Hunman's got the operator over at C, and they're trying to hunt his fury him
उसने
out. with the
अल्ट मार दी
So not quite able to find him in just yet, but still deploying it nonetheless. Armageddon being baited out by DRX as well,
बरसों
so
उससे
that
मर गया
could aid Boom in some of the future rounds. But at least for now, DRX happy to slay all of them in full until
Shiro
Daz9 and
Shiro
for themselves. Shiro up for
अबे
the
ये
triple.
क्या है
Just Mako left all of a
भाई ये
sudden
बूम
with a
वाले
switch. Mako
अबे प्लांट क्यों नहीं किया
for now.
अच्छा उनको लग रहा था फ्लैंक आ रहा है वो
Has to come up huge. 1v1. He swings
भाई
out,
Daz9
finds the burst. Thrifty round picked up by Boom to reach map and series points.
What did I say? When they turn it up a little bit, they somehow make it work, but not like
Rolly
that,
का
man. Not
split
like
one
that.
था
That's ridiculous. that They're
ALGS
even
ना
able to get into the site. I mean, you've got the rotations here, you've got Bane finding stuff, you've got Freeing finding stuff. It's a 3 versus 5 again that goes the way of
क्या मैच चल रहा है भाई बहुत भयंकर मैच चल रहा है भाई
and Daz9.
हर राउंड के अंदर कोई 3 के 4 के मार रहा है भाई हर राउंड के अंदर
against Marco, one of our leaders in Pacific on the clutches.
What's going on?
It's now series
भाई
point for Boom.
शीरो ने टांग अड़ा दी भाई
20-25,
जबरदस्ती
that's what it is. Boom kicking things off.
ये
with a
वाला
lot of
एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था मैंने थोड़ा सा
And rotations.
Altdorf's picked up, and that's
अनएक्सपेक्टेड
DOS9 with kill
मतलब मेरे को
contract.
लग रहा था क्योंकि सीरो ने लास्ट राउंड के अंदर ही थोड़ा सा जोश दिखाया था मेरे को था कि सीरो मारेगा थोड़ा
So kill
लेकिन
contract
ये नहीं
pushed
एक्सपेक्ट किया था कि
through.
बिल्कुल ही
It does
खत्म कर देगा
capture on towards Estrella. Paranoia sent out as well, which buys a little bit of time.
अबे
DOS9
यार
will crack and
DOS9 तो
fall.
अपनी अल्ट के अंदर
A little
जीत ही
bit
नहीं
of
रहा है भाई
stumble, and that could be a chance for DRX to
थोड़ा सा
climb
सैड हो
back.
रखा है अभी DOS9
Lots
के
of
लिए
information down on low HP right now. Scattered to the wind is NC Slasher.
Really low, but it's Spain. He hops on over, swaps it to Shorty. Bucky in hand, tries to shroud a step away. Salvos even thought about.
Oh, what is happening?
पुल बैक
NC
कर रहे
Slasher's
हैं
still
वापस
here,
निकल जाओ
Bane.
वापस निकल
The
जाओ
off ankle, and he will slay him down. Hop
अबे
in
यार
midair,
बेन
and with this position found, that could very well be Spike. But the rest of DRX look to prevent it from happening up towards A link until the flash comes
अबे
out.
यार
Famous, what are you? This flames up in lights.
अभी इस राउंड में फेमस 3 मार जाएगा भाई
Alongside Mako, who comes in from the back.
Yeah, the dark cover. He's got one
Blank.
available. To try
Expect
and
कर रहा है
assist, to
इसने
try and help Australia.
Taking him down,
Ooh.
2-on-1 now. NC Slasher, he's done so much before. Can he do it again at half HP?
Spotted.
Spotted up towards the top, but still working around the edge of this smoke.
It'll fade soon.
It's Mako they just to look out for. The wall bang punches through.
अबे यार almost
Oh man, those trades.
There
that
is a
come on
comeback
through. I mean,
है
that duel in heaven felt like it lasted centuries. I
टाइम आउट
almost
लेगा
feel
फिर से
like,
टाइम आउट
but
लेगा यहाँ पे
the
बूम का
fact
कोच
that the gate crash out from Famous is just not expecting Marco to be that quick on the flank. That one looks a little bit rough there, not gonna lie, and DOS9 in the kill contract's not really working. Maybe needs to pull a
थोड़ा सा
page out
ज्यादा
of Meteor's
ये
book
जो
and
सोवा
shift
यहाँ
to
पे
the
मर
right
गया ना
side
ये वाला
instead
नहीं
of the
मरना
left
था
side that he's been favoring.
ये बिल्कुल अनट्रेडेड मर गया वहाँ दिक्कत हुई इनको थोड़ी सी
So we go the distance here on map number 2 of Haven in this series. 12-11 and
Time
still
out,
in
time
favor of
out.
Boom, but DRX are
टाइम आउट नहीं लिया
knocking hard on that door
बूम ने टाइम आउट नहीं
to
लिया
push us into
वाओ
overtime.
Final round though, where Arsenal not quite there.
Big stack of 3 towards the C site. Trips in towards the front of B that you can hope to spam through if Boom go there. And some information to be accumulated that Long is currently free of Boom presence. Cheeky.
अबे
Spans through. Just in with a clone and quick
यार
response from Estrella.
फेमस गया
A
अबे
little bit red in there, unfortunately.
नहीं अब तो नहीं हो पाएगा ये वाला राउंड तो नहीं
That's kind of where you
जीतते
expect Boom to be.
Forming to the next angles. Right there, Mako. Fully flashed in towards Shiro.
NC
But NC
Slasher का
Slasher will find the
important
trade. Hyunmin now up top
ट्रेड
though. And in with a neural threat, which does reveal his position, but he has the tailwind ready.
Oh,
DOS9
DOS9.
now coming up online.
Important kill.
Does find the first. And looks for the next. He gets it. 2-on-2.
Again,
भाई
another 2 versus 2 situation. DOS9 still has a contingency wall.
And the double tap online.
They're going to play together.
उनके 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 पास वो नहीं है बे अबे लॉन्ग का प्लांट दे अच्छा लॉन्ग के भी इन्फो नहीं है उनके पास
There goes contingency. Aggression.
A bit more space. DOS9 looks to get sneaky. Looks
Abe.
for the flanks, but not quite there. Free
दोनों को मार
pushes
दिया
into overtime, and the Korean crowd erupts.
Oh boy, that one
Comeback
was
हो गई
cheeky. Free
कितने
able to get
FPS
the 2
खेलते
down
हैं
there. You'd expect a quick shot out
ये
from the
360
outlaw.
हर्ट्ज होगा ये वाला
DOS9
मोस्टली
wanted to get close with that one on the back of the contingency. Would it have been better for them to play a little bit more
अबे
passive?
यार
Switching sides.
Maybe.
Would have been. Definitely feeling DOS9.
कैसे कमबैक हो गया बे ये वाला यार
Yeah, he was
Not satisfied with his
He
performance
was
for
getting
sure.
the shots in that round, just not able to find that last one at the end there, a bit too aggressive. And we go into overtime.
It's one of these scenarios where you find yourself in that spot, but as a player, you want to do so much more.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Got to work with the team. So we will kick things off with the first OT.
You'd feel like as well for Boom how they've really made this last half
DRX जीत
look.
रही
Now that
कुछ
it's
भी हो
gone
सकता है
towards overtime.
It is a situation that Boom are not unfamiliar with, though. They did contend against Genji
Grind
in
out कर
overtime,
सकते हैं बे
where they
Boom
did
वाले
win out as well.
बहुत ज्यादा फाइट करते हैं बे ये
Starting things
लोग
off on the defense, you've got Famous
मतलब ये
watching
टीम
all the way
बनी
down
फाइट
mid.
करने के लिए है भाई
But will it have been expected or not? DOS9's trying to assist it on out.
जब 11 बजे टाइम आउट लेना था भाई
Undercut as well. It's going to do a little bit of assistance, but down to it at the end,
अबे
DOS9 not
DOS9
able to stand tall.
DOS9 का वो वाला इम्पैक्ट आ नहीं रहा बे
Full support
ये
from
राउंड
the
तो
crowd
खत्म है
here.
मैं
at
मूत्र
Coach
विसर्जन
Stadium.
करके आ रहा हूँ गाइस क्योंकि मेरे को लग रहा है लंबा चलेगा
Off to the next, Hyunmin. will be able to deliver.
And DRX set themselves up for the map victory. You'd be reeling if you're Boom here after what you thought should be your map. And you get into the third. I mean, these shots to come on out, not really tradable properly for the Boom guys. DRX really quick with it. And DOS9 caught out on the ISO, you know, pulling out util.
I'm absolutely losing my mind as well, thinking about DRX. Yes, we are here in SPlex, and DRX definitely looking to push us into a third map.
Can Boom answer back, though, on this attacking side? Bit of long aggression. Oh, an awkward spray, but Freeing is still able to escape. Look at the cavalry, though. DRX are already marching back towards the A site.
Gate Crash contended with as well. Bit of HP losses on both sides. Full forces going through, past the smokes, in with the stun, and the flash out from Boom. A lot of exchange and utility, but Boom, undeterred, continues to push forward. DOS9 taken down. Bit of a trade coming out from Mako, and he continues to hold the off angle. Double found Hyunmin there, and that's going to be 14-12. We are going to map number 3.
Yeah, Hyunmin has really had
अबे DRX अबे यार
for DRX time and time again.
मेरे को लगा OT लंबा चलेगा
अभी. It's a bit
अभी.
of a heartbreaker. You thought that they might be able to end it, but there's a couple of these rounds, right, where we're seeing huge individuals from the Boom members, right? How many individual rounds did we see from Famous to be able to bring it back? From NC Slasher coming out, from Shira, from Berserks, and unfortunately not really from DOS9 there, because sometimes when those individuals are on an individual streak and no one is stepping up.
By the way, new memes add किए. हाँ वो वाला किए, क्या नाम है, चैम्प और वो वाला किया है, लन किया है, और ये सारे मीम्स तो हैं ही. उसके अलावा मैंने अपने वो वाले भी डाले हैं, क्या नाम है, स्ट्रीम वाले मीम्स भी डाले हैं.
बेकार है भैया, मैं तो टूट गया मैं तो अब.
लंबा गैप आ गया भाई.
मगर सिर्फ यही की चीज है कि या तो विन है या तो लन है.
जी वर्सेस टीम सीक्रेट.
10 seconds. Uy, ang hirap dito, boy.
Strat daw boy, Wele. Do this. Spam dash lang.
Go Jigs, go.
ये वाला सिस्टम इनका बढ़िया होता है, पता है गाइस. गैप आ गया बे. 8 मिनट का डिले है अगले मैच में.
20 seconds, Jigs.
तो उसकी कमांड क्या है? वो वाले अभी शायद उसमें नहीं डले, क्या नाम है, रिटर्न में नहीं डले. मतलब कमांड नहीं बनी उसकी शायद अभी तक, मेरे को ज़्यादा याद है. उसकी कमांड भी बनाऊंगा अभी.
Nakakilig yun, ah.
Okay, Papi, just be calm, okay? Papi, kain tayo mamaya pag napanalo mo. Let's go!
फिर डिले हुआ. वी आर एयर. ये वाली बकचोदी बढ़िया लगती है भाई. जी का मैच चल रहा है भाई टीम सीक्रेट के साथ. आ जाओ जी. यहाँ पे तो जीतेगी, ये नहीं जीतेगी. पापी प्रेशर में क्यों खेल रहा है इतना भाई? पापी इधर जोश में खेलना है भाई.
10 seconds.
Gabi ay bulbete, Papi. Ayan na, Papi.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
Oh.
I lost in all.
ये से एक भी मैच खेला नहीं जाता. हमारा कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी अच्छे जा रहे. पोकेमोन यूनाइट जीत गए. 3x चैम्प एंड बीजीएमआई का फाइनल होगा, बाकी देखते हैं. कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी क्या हो रहा है? मतलब कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी का इंडिया की साइड कुछ है भी सीन?
Yeah. Let's see.
अच्छा, ऐसे ड्यूल कॉर्ड की टीम भी बना रही है ना शायद
Baby boy.
ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप के लिए। कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी की क्या टीम बना रहे हो बे?
Good luck. Good luck, boss.
हमारे यहाँ तो कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी वैसे चलता भी नहीं है,
Boss, good luck,
तो
boss.
कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी की टीम भी एनए की उठेगी मतलब फिर तो। बना क्या रही है? बन गई। मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ, वो भी फिर एनए की टीम होगी।
Seems pata. I think it's on the edge already.
नहीं बाहर चल रही है। अबे ना खेलता को कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी, ना खेलता कोई भी। जैसे ट्वेल कॉर्ड पोकेमोन और पबजी न्यू स्टेट भी है दादा। पबजी न्यू स्टेट ट्रेनो एंड ऑल पता नहीं, मेरे को कॉर्ड का इतना आइडिया नहीं है भाई। कॉर्ड को मैं फॉलो नहीं करता। कॉर्ड मेरे को लगता है सिर्फ अमेरिकन खेलते हैं और किसी को इतना पसंद ना है कॉर्ड।
We will eat later if you win.
Nice.
पोकेमोन यूनाइट तो मेरे को पता है।
Bug joy.
मेरे को पहले जब कॉर्ड बोला मेरे को लगा कॉर्ड मोबाइल,
I go first.
मेरे को नहीं पता नॉर्मल वाला कॉर्ड।
Maybe I fall. Saka titigil, boy. Boy, baka mahulog ako, boy.
Wag mong isipin.
Okay, okay.
Panalo ka na
Edge,
dyan.
sa edge. Edge ito, sa edge.
Huwag ka lang mahulog.
The first player to fall.
Experienced man.
I already
हाँ कब की न्यूज बीजीएम आया तब से। हाँ इंडिया में तो कहीं न्यू स्टेट है क्या? मेरे को तो न्यू स्टेट पता भी नहीं क्या है। मैं कभी खेला ही नहीं भाई, मैं तो भी सिर्फ बीजीएम आई एक दो बार ही खेला भी हूँ।
Safety.
ओ भाई
Go, boy. I think it's on the edge.
ओ ये तो पहले बोल लिया।
Ready, ready.
पबजी का फ्यूचरिस्टिक वर्जन, अच्छा ऐसा भी कुछ पबजी में भी फ्यूचरिस्टिक सीन आ गया। ओ भाई अनबीटेबल भाई।
Focus boy, focus boy, focus boy.
अबे यार
Yes! Uy, saan yung mga cheer ko? Ito!
क्या रहा चीयर करो मेरे लिए। भाई भाई ये बंदा तो योरू मेन है भाई।
Spider-Man instinct.
परफेक्टली पता है बंदे को कितनी देर। अबे यार
Ano, skin ng gambe?
Him.
Me.
Yeah, he's the MVP.
MVP. I think me.
He didn't score one.
Yay. MVP.
The team is awarded this trophy in recognition of their victory at the first Pacific Field Day, where they demonstrated exceptional skill and outstanding teamwork.
अबे यार यार जी यहाँ पे भी नहीं जीती यार। क्या है यार? अबे कहीं तो जीतो बे। हट बे, यहाँ भी नहीं जीते बे। तो esports वर्ल्ड कप में कॉर्ड मोबाइल, चेस, फीफा, टेकन, एपेक्स रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे एसडीएल। बाकी सब में स्लॉट लेना होगा जीत के। बाकी सब में तो वैसे ही बहुत मुश्किल है वे। एक अपना जो सबसे स्ट्रांग रहेगा मेरे को लग रहा है वो चेसी तो रहेगा। एपेक्स भी, एपेक्स तो देख वीआईपी ना जीतने देता किसी को भी, ठीक है। टेकन में भी पाकिस्तानी टीम ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग होती है बहुत, जहाँ तक मेरे को याद है, मतलब ठीक है। फीफा में मोस्टली चरणजोत को लेके जाएंगे अपन। चरणजोत अच्छा है, लेकिन प्लेयर्स हैं और मतलब बाहर एपेक्स के प्लेयर्स अच्छे हैं अपने। अबे वीआईपी के अगेंस्ट कोई ना जीतता बे, वीआईपी नहीं जीतने देता, डोमिनेशन है भाई उसकी। ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप में है कॉड, कॉड मोबाइल का मेरे को कोई आइडिया नहीं है। तो वो गॉडल वाला है, उसका बीटी होगा। अच्छा वो गॉडल वाला है, उसका बीटी होगा, काउंटर करेंगे फिर वो। अच्छा तो चरणजोत को नहीं लेके जा रहे हैं, तो चरणजोत को नहीं लेके जा रहे तो फिर इंडिया में और जाएगा कौन भी? फिर इंडिया से बाहर का प्लेयर उठाया अपन ने फीफा के अंदर, ये तो उल्टा सैड हो जाएगा फिर भाई। अनलकी वे फिर तो। नहीं यार गॉडल वालों ने दे दिया होगा बे। मतलब इंडियन बंदे को ही लेके जाना चाहिए यार, जो जिस गेम में एटलीस्ट अपने पास है, एक ही तो गेम है जिसके अंदर अपने पास है प्लेयर।
Are playing the sort of what we would call the updated meta comp. So we have Sova but Teo as the other initiator, Vice swapping out for the Killjoy, the most meta, and of course Yoru instead of the Jet for Famous.
It's one of my favorite comps at the moment. The way RRQ play it is fantastic. They also get to start defense here. Keep in mind, guys, DRX has chosen to start attack here.
मेरे को तो चेस में भी लग रहा है
have a good game plan and get off to the races here.
अभी साइनिंग हुई नहीं, वो बोल रहे देखेंगे, आइडिया है हमको। फिर सब बोल रहे, तुम बोल रहे तो बोले वो कि देखेंगे, ऐसी बातों से नहीं मिलते प्लेयर। हाँ वो तो, अबे वो तो ऑब्वियसली बात है, बातों से नहीं मिलते प्लेयर, लेकिन मतलब ये तो थोड़ा सा आपस में ही करने वाली बात है बे, कि इंडियन को, एक इंडियन जो है जिसके पास चांस है कुछ करने का, आपस की राइवलरी के चक्कर में उसका क्यों वो खराब करना है भाई? उसको लेके जाओ ना, जिधर पॉसिबिलिटी है उधर तो इंडियन उठाओ भाई।
It's a single duelist on this look where you're not actually getting any camera information as well from a Sentinel, for example, like Berserks is moving on towards his Vice, and DRX already starting off with a Straya solo.
Straya ने खा लिया बंदा, क्या कॉम क्या है तो देखी नहीं कॉम। वाइस सोवा टेओ खेल रहे हैं, स्ट्रॉन्ग जेट योरू। फेमस पकड़ा गया। नहीं बूम थोड़ी दबी दबी से लग रही है बे।
Are you going to keep your 100% ascent pistol rate for DRX so far?
बूम में से थोड़ी दबी दबी सी वाइब्स आ रही हैं।
This 4 versus 3 advantage that you have, sniffing out the rest of the site, that no one is there. Now it's going to shift into post plan.
ओ वहाँ वाले तो eSports वर्ल्ड के कोई पीआर बोल रहे। मतलब अभी के लिए तो कह सकता है तू eSports वर्ल्ड का भी पीआर ही है, लेकिन वो एक पॉइंट के बाद आगे जाके बड़ा हो जाएगा बे। मतलब तो अभी से अगर अपन ने एक लेगेसी बना के चले तो वो ज्यादा बढ़िया है। ये बेन ने क्या किया भाई? थोड़ा समय लगेगा, बेचारे मोमेंटम लूज कर गए, वो कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं लग रहा है।
Opening one though, Shiro caught with some utility in hand, and Famous caught in a reload, I believe it was in that one. Regardless, DRX picking up the pistol here, a good idea in how they want to navigate that one. And They will look to extend things out. I mean, you gotta.
DRX ने किसी को बेंच किया फ्लैशबैक को इंडिया के लिए तो नहीं है वैसे अपना इकोसिस्टम बाहर जितना स्टेबल थोड़ी है
Well, they should be familiar with playing against VCT just before. They did suffer a bit of a loss in between
नहीं
first and third map.
e-sport वर्ल्ड कप में जाने से अपने को फायदा ये होगा ना कि एक रेवेन्यू स्ट्रीम क्रिएट होगी मेन तो वही सीन है बे e-sport वर्ल्ड कप में पैसा बहुत मिलेगा ना
Yep, using himself as a human drone.
ऑयल मनी है भाई भयंकर लेवल पे
Fully rotating on over. They will still hover around the A site though. DRX not making a single peep.
It's not a bad idea. You've just got the lesser pistols. You do it in numbers.
बहुत है आप देखो हाँ फायदा तो है ही भाई
Try and maybe not get everybody spot out by the stealth drone that goes in towards the site. One player in hell. DOS9 might have been spotted, Jenny.
Okay.
No, never mind.
Wow, he actually managed to get away from it.
यही देख रहे हो यही मेरे को सबसे बड़ा वीकनेस लगता है भाई टेओ का उन्होंने टेओ का ड्रोन किया इतना कोई ज्यादा इन्फो नहीं मिलता है उससे अब सोवा का ड्रोन हुआ अलग चीज है वो
As soon as Berserk tries to peek on forward, it's going to be Bane that takes him down. Now Estrella marking down the further rotations. A little bit whipped over on the thorns, but still, nonetheless, smoked off. And that allows for Pierce to get somewhat safely until DOS9 attempts at something up his own.
It's got to be DOS, doesn't it?
अगले एंड हुआ के जितना नहीं
Very lovely.
क्या लिख रहा है भाई चुलबुले
Yeah, and the salvos to buy enough time to try and start to get this plant down as well.
Yikes.
ये मुंह से सुपारी निकाल के बात कर रहे बाबा
DOS9 for the wide swing. Does suffer a bit of a tag, but in with the support. Unfortunately falls. That's the rifle gone, but Famous still picking things up. Close range now, pistol for pistol. Wait until Famous picks up the Guardian. Estrella looking for the timing on to it. Will find it at the end. And once
Estrella का ये मैप स्ट्रांग है
faithful support their favorite team.
इस मैप पे अच्छा खेल लेता है मैं तो अभी तक ये हैरान हूँ ये लास्ट तक चला गया बे लास्ट मैन तक चली गई ये चला गया ये राउंड
Couple of good shots and allocations into this round for the DRX guys as well. My early one on Berserk's pushing short to try and get some other timing or retrieve weaponry, and a little bit awkward there that he gives himself up. Because you think about that, if that was a proper 5 versus 3 on the retake, it probably could have gone Boom's way.
अबे ये गेम कब तक चल रहा है
Yeah, now it's going to be the buyout for Boom. It's going to be the bonus
अभी
for
तो
DRX.
थर्ड मैप स्टार्ट हुआ है 2 बजे से चालू है ना नहीं 3:30 बजे के बाद स्टार्ट हुआ है
Trying to get ahead as well, but now with the shear wall tripped up, this gives Boom a bit of a chance. Berserk to hold the off angle, shear with the additional support. Even with the blind side, it doesn't phase them.
Yeah.
Just Bane left and only a ghost.
Only needed for the one though. That's the thing.
चलो ये तो नॉर्मल बाय राउंड था ये फर्स्ट मैच है कि सेकंड भाई मींस भाई कौन से नशे चल रहे हैं DRX ने एक्सपेरिमेंट करके गलत काम कर दी नहीं बे अच्छा खेल रहे हैं बे वो बूम को सीधे सीधे टक्कर दे रहे हैं बे गलत क्या किया बता अभी भी गेम हो सकता है भाई तुम अगर सोच रहे हो कि DRX हार गई नहीं भाई
मगर सिर्फ यही की चीज है कि या तो विन है या तो लन है
लेजेंड भाई
Successful trade.
डालूंगा रिजवान ने तो नया वाला जो मीम दिया है ना अभी अभी गाइस हमें वो भी डालूंगा मैं हमें थैंक यू बोलना चाहिए पता है रिजवान को वो हर थोड़े टाइम पे अपन को नए मीम देता रहता है बट पीआर नहीं है अबे तो सब कुछ पीआर होता है बे तुम पीआर को गलत तरीके से क्यों ले रहे हो
Happy to capitalize on the situation, knowing that NC Slasher is somewhat alone, but Shiro has arrived.
पीआर का मतलब ही लोगों को नहीं पता इंडिया में भाई पीआर का मतलब क्या होता है रिजवान भाई रिजवान इज किंग एट दिस पॉइंट भाई इतने प्यारे प्यारे मीम्स निकल रहे हैं ना भाई के जुबान से ओ हो
Armageddon as well, just to secure the round.
Don't mind it.
बर्सर्क ने भाई बेट कर दिया भाई टीममेट को, सीरो को मरने दे दिया। यहाँ तू पिक कर भाई।
moments in that round. I mean, boom, they looked like they were going to be able to hold down A and really, you know, stick it in the challenge, but
अगर तुम बहुत चीजें चल रही है यूनिट भाई, क्या क्या बताऊं आपको।
to close around to get
हाँ
hungry.
ये भी बात है, चलता रहता है यार, बढ़िया है। लेकिन अबे कोई भी बोले पीआर वीआर है ना, तो भाई बिल्कुल बोलो भाई, बिल्कुल पीआर है। तुम देश को वहां पे रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो जहाँ पे पूरी दुनिया की टीम्स आ रही हैं, टॉप टीम्स आ रही हैं, टॉप गेम्स के अंदर, और तुम वहां पे खेल रहे हो, तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है भाई, पीआर तो है ही। तो मेरे को नहीं समझ आता कि पीआर वर्ड से इतना ज्यादा जनता नेगेटिवली क्यों लेती है। यूनिट भाई का पीआर कौन करेगा यार, बस एक यही बात है। String is not effective in D-list. नहीं नहीं, क्या बात कर रहा है।
DRX is providing, especially towards B main, because that was something that Global struggled with. Estrella once again with a sheer wall and those salvos.
Drone down mid, gonna be a cheeky peek if you want to try and go for this one.
Not quite, not
बोलता हूँ एक बंदा अनएम्प्लॉयड हो गया है, 12 महीने का बैन पे वो कर सकता है। ठीक है भाई।
keep control over the map. One way smoked up again. And C slasher.
Yes, I am true. नहीं भाई, अबे वो 3-1 जीत रहे हैं अटैक पे, ठीक है, फ्रीइंग ड्यूलिस्ट खेल रहा है, और तू कह रहा इफेक्टिव नहीं है। सिर्फ किल्स नहीं होते भाई, आपका इम्पैक्ट होता है गेम के ऊपर कि आप क्या इन्फो दे पा रहे हो, क्या मैप कंट्रोल रख पा रहे हो, कितना डिसरप्ट कर पा रहे हो आप सामने वाले का गेम प्ले। बहुत सारी चीज होती है भाई गेम के अंदर। अबे यार फेमस, अबे भाई कितना अनलकी हो गया भाई।
DRX at bay. 3-on-3, just like we saw from before, but in a different site.
No, you two really.
तो सब हमारा तो सब पर है, उनका तो ये हार्ड वर्क है। DRX जीता, DRX की जीत चटा लूंगा मैं, ठीक है भाई।
Going the way of the boom, guys.
वो कुछ नहीं कर, सब वो चारों कर रहे हैं। अच्छा तू कह रहा तो मान लेता हूँ।
This one a little bit narrow focus was Berserk's up to the laneway, but when the plant, you know, starts to be established, there's no immediate trade to get out on towards the famers there, and then it's a good double up from Boom. So you know, backwards and forwards are fair if you want to continue to go that way. I'm still looking to see, you know, for freeing how this Yoru works. I think that's the big question. Is
आजकल एडमायरर नहीं दिखता, एडमायरर नहीं आता। मैं अबे ग्रुप स्टेज के मैच इतनी जनता देखती नहीं है बे, इतना डेडिकेटेडली। भाई उनको भनकने लगी, क्या होगा उनके साथ भाई। यार
is that going to be enough? It still is 3-on-5 where Boom have the better weaponry. They're trying to at least find some numbers here.
Yeah, but it's a 3-on-5, man.
आप बताओ सब सही चल रहा है भाई साहब।
Slices and cuts him up instead.
भाई यूनमिन क्या खेल रहा है बे, सब बढ़िया चल रहा है भाई।
बिल्कुल now possibly just a hold for the exits, but even then you gotta be careful.
अब कौन खेलेगा और आगे सामने, वो लोग तो बैन हो गए ना। हाँ फिर से हुआ ना सारा, डिस्ट्रॉयड इन सेकंड्स भाई। उनको पता भी नहीं चला भाई क्या हुआ हमारे साथ।
अभी हम क्लेप करेंगे अपने लिए, मगर वो क्लेपिंग ऐसे हो गए हम चैंपियन। ओके गाइस,
DRX getting in towards the site. You're not looking at the right spot.
Okay, and C slasher to stay.
Forsaken Prime जब जेट खेलता था वो दिखा रहा है वही।
These are the sort of rounds where if you are as DRX on a lesser equipped buy, like having something to catch your opponents off guard is gorgeous, right? Hyunmin gets in, gets all of the shots, really just locks down the site, and then the round's done. Like it's 2 versus 5. You're looking to peel away. Save your guns, do some more damage. It kind of is what it is, but you're setting yourself up.
रिजवान का अच्छा है, खुद की एक छोटी दुनिया बना लो और खुश रहो.
You can draw out some utility early in this sort of round. If you draw out those ultimates, I mean, you'd be laughing against DRX in this round because Boom, they're not fully equipped. If Berserks is somehow able to bring them down a size by getting the Steel Garden, then maybe.
DRX, on the other hand, though, has been running with the same default for the past several rounds now.
Wall दिख गई.
Sheer wall.
Wait out कर देना.
Boom invested onto the B site now. Off of this, DRX.
Oh, wall नहीं दिखी उनको.
Yeah, but Boom haven't really pushed up too far in the weaker side of the map, right? You're playing the 3. I'll call it 1-1, 1 up 3 to watch over mid.
अबे यार.
You don't want to be caught out.
उन्होंने जाने की साउंड दी, वेट हो गए, इनको लगा रोटेशन आ रही है.
50 seconds.
फिर लेट उसने योरू का क्लोन डाल के वॉल ट्रिगर करा दी. हाँ, अभी इनकी टीम कंफ्यूज्ड है, क्या होगा. नाइस वे, बहुत बढ़िया है आइडिया. नाइस.
The problem is it's just Berserks.
देखो सिर्फ अकेला ही रह गया साइड पे.
Exactly what it is, but Berserks alone still could do some damage. Shiro in with
उन्होंने
some
दूसरा अल्ट मार दिया. अब डिवाइड हो गए.
20 seconds still to go. Berserks has thorns.
Trying to play around the time. NC Slasher in with the Armageddon as well. Thorns might.
बरसात के ऊपर है, जितनी देर जिंदा रहेगा उतना जीतने.
Works out great. Takes down Mako, and all of a sudden, Boom find themselves at a worthy head of a potential Thrifty, down to a low HP Bane, and Famous will be the
भाई बूम ने कुछ भी राउंड निकाल दिया. बरसात ने कुछ भी टैंकर मार दिया वे. ये तो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था. ये शॉट कुछ भी था यहाँ से जो तुम्हारा पहला वाला. ये भी कौन सा था वो आमिर वाला जोन था क्या उसमें इन्वॉल्व. पता नहीं भाई मेरे को. मेरे को तो रिजवान के 1-2 मीम्स ही पता है यार.
You've got what? Steel Garden, Hunter's Fury, and Armageddon to come away with that round there. You do like to see that for Boom to keep this one in a good contest state, and now there's an operator out for Famous.
Now beginning to peek out to foil DRX's plans of working around B main.
We have
a lot of information now.
We have seen Wine be played with a little bit here from DOS.
Yes.
And if he's by himself with no bailout strategy, it'll be awkward. So I would say
इसका ये यहीं पे अटक गया.
that he isn't targeted there.
Ooh.
But the fact that you're overlooking Famous as operator line where you already had
उसका टीपी यहीं अटका हुआ था वे.
that's a little bit.
आईपीएल देख रहे यूनिट भाई. नहीं यार वे बोल कहाँ आईपीएल देख.
It was an op, and they were thinking that possibly, you know, it might have been the over rotation onto the A site. So now they're being kept on.
हेलो और भाई सिद्धित भाई. अरे भाई सिद्धित तो बहुत टाइम के बाद आया. और भाई क्या हाल चाल है.
Except Estrella onto its tiles. Boom should be prepared for this A hit. DOS9,
Damn.
however, unfortunately finding minimal success. And C Slasher and Berserks will be able to chime in.
And they already knew where
बूम ने शट डाउन कर दिया भाई.
just spotted out by the ult over at B.
लेकिन बूम बहुत कम राउंड जीत रही है डिफेंस पे यार.
This is it's podcast time.
4 राउंड वो ऑलरेडी हार गए हैं डिफेंस पे
30 seconds to just
एसेंट के अंदर.
do whatever.
इट्स अ प्रॉब्लम.
For DRX.
सब बढ़िया है. क्या चल रहा है जिंदगी में. बस भाई वैलोरेंट खेल रहे हैं. वैलोरेंट देख रहे हैं.
Episode where they kind of talk things over with Mako.
Do you work also apart from streaming? ये सब जान के क्या करेगा यार.
Like you've got the Steel Garden still. You've got
कुछ नहीं रखा इन सब में भाई.
These are some components that you can just get into the B site real rapid.
Seen them do it before.
Yeah, the only thing for me is now that Boom have this operator in
इधर का info
Famous on the line first.
One thing
इधर
DRX
से
did
आएगा.
last week was salvos in B main, and instead of the sheer
ओमन को ये फिर भी बहुत पैसिव खिला रहे हैं यार.
to flash anyone who might be, you know,
मेरे को बस ओमन का वो लग रहा है. ओमन थोड़ा सा और एग्रेसिव खेल सकता है.
and that could
Sold me spent 2 weeks ago. ठीक है भाई.
Have the Armageddon just yet. If you want to get on the line though.
ओमन बहुत अच्छा. नेवर माइंड. इस राउंड आ गया.
Berserks has got to set up on his own.
Yeah, this one will be interesting.
One way.
To see how DRX want to try and bring this slider by into a possibility.
Famous looking to repeat. Blindsides of his own. Oh, he couldn't get out. He gate crashes into his own, and that's going to be now onto the frenzy.
भाई उल्टा उसके फेवर में काम कर गया. उनको लगा उसने टीपी आउट कर लिया. अबे यार.
Steel Garden at hand as well. So
हमारे सर्कल 99 पे टीम बनाते हैं. If that helps.
been blocked off. especially with that sheer at hand. So Mako looking to take things into his own hands, but the thorns will burn Estrella. Mako in with the
Estrella क्या गलत मारा है
go
वे?
in for the CQP, but it's not quite meant to be.
Gun barrel spotted, by the way.
Bane now up. Swaps the angles on over onto CT where he knows the next threat would be,
Nice.
but the numbers not quite
Good one यार
favoring,
Dodge
and
9.
Boom will find the lead.
Good
नहीं
patience
bro,
on the
IPL
side
नहीं
there
देखता,
as
बोला
well.
ना, so I thought
Overextend
busy होगा.
potentially give it up.
हाँ हाँ.
And then the call for the double swing.
आप नहीं देख रहे इसलिए बता दे रहा हूँ. क्या टीम है दिल्ली की? 4 के 4 जीत गई. क्या बात कर रहा है? भाई यार देख के लग रहा है कि आप तो बहुत अमीर हो गए. अच्छा ऐसा देख के क्या लग रहा है भाई?
So maybe they
Euros चिल गए.
expected him to have gotten out of there. Regardless, he navigated it well to be able to escape from 2 and do the damage for the team to be able to, you know, be in the contest.
DRX ने फिर से टाइम आउट लिया है.
From DRX.
यहाँ से अगर ये गलती से भी 2 राउंड निकाल दिए तो भाई गेम हो सकता है गंदा वाला बूम के साथ. इतने ब्रेंडेड कैसे होते हैं भाई? ड्रीम 11 पे पैसा लगाते हैं, टर्न तो 0 होता है भाई. तू नहीं समझेगा यार मीम्स भाई. इस हमने बहुत बैंकर लेवल पे ड्रीम 11 खेला है भाई यहाँ पे. तू हमारा वो नहीं समझ सकता. Event your aura has increased which a third person can feel. अच्छा aura that I agree guys. मैं मूत्र विसर्जन करके आ रहा हूँ. Be right back.
And in this one, when it flips over, I don't think you're going to be able to do the same, right? And it's a completely different agent comp for Boom, so they do have to tackle it a little bit differently.
Agent comp, different opponents.
Yep. A different day in the office. So,
big day in the office.
Yeah, for sure. One of these teams will continue a flawless run in the group.
Only one.
For now, though, on the back of that timeout, folks, see what DRX are going to look to come out with. Some mid control from the drone, answered in spades by NC Slashes after short, spotting out 2. They're quite close as well. Feel like you need to fall back just a little bit.
Yeah, trying to make their way out of these dangerous spots, but still, Hyunmin has to pin down. Now into the side, especially the Armageddon at play. It's going to be trades for days. DRX, though, finding themselves in a favorable position now with the numbers at hand. Berserks might have arrived on the crime scene, but he's finding corpses scattered everywhere. Maybe with a peek off from heaven, but you've got to be careful with how you're isolating these angles, especially thinking around hell. Well, generator was
चलो बता देना.
Checks into hell.
बता देना.
But a little bit too close.
All the trades. Freeing had an option there as well. If the shots started to go haywire, you can get out of dodge and play with his teammate. They could, you know, call swing together, for example.
अभी IPL सीजन खत्म होने दो. भाई की मेंबरशिप ले ले, उनको भी मजे दे दे. 0 होता है ये बातें.
Sure you're all watching the angles and being in a situation where you can go for the trades as well, right? If you kind of bait your team and you don't immediately look to get that trade, it probably goes a little bit differently there.
भाई अभी IPL सीजन खत्म होने दो, 1 साल की ले लूंगा. लेट्स गो भाई, मुझे भी दो फिर. ये मीम्स नया लड़का है गाइस.
Yeah, and what can he find right now as well, because the Vice utility is around this site. That's going to lock out Famous from going for a challenge as he's salvoed away.
Still got the arc
I am back. क्या रहा गाइस? पिछला राउंड में मिस कर दिया. DRX जीत गई. 5-5 हो गया. ओह क्या बच भाई, कितना बढ़िया बॉल है भाई.
And no ults really for Boom to be able to get on in here.
लेकिन उन्हीं के मतलब डिफेंस की बॉल थी, डिफेंस के अगेंस्ट में काम कर गई, लेकिन वो ये वाला कंट्रोल भी नहीं लिया अभी तक इन्होंने, और उनको लग रहा है शॉट में कोई ना कोई होगा.
And a wall bang through, and Shiro looking to take more space down in. Hell has been cleared now, watching out for door. Hyunmin still able to cause some havoc. Off towards the next spots though. It's up towards A main with Fring on that stinger. Boom should be able to body block most of the shots.
Diffusing चल रही है भाई.
At least half. Found him, and that's gonna be Estrella now coming through. He's got the shot, and he's got the fight.
भाई लास्ट में मार गया. अबे यार.
It was denied. That had to be the legitimate millisecond of millisecond by my eyes. Second by my eyes.
बहुत क्लोज था।
That is absolutely crazy trying to trace that last
पुरानी
one.
क्रिकेट वाली लाइव क्यों हटा दी?
Get that one and a reload
अभी यार
caught out
पूरा
there for
फोकस्ड
Hyunmin.
चैनल बना रहा हूँ मैं
How
इसको।
has he managed to win that one, Australia?
Criminal. Just
बहुत
saw that
क्लोज
other
भाई,
team.
बहुत
He's able to
क्लोज
put up
भाई।
Incredible performances, clearing out all the angles.
It wasn't the millisecond and the millisecond. It looked
देखा
like there was
क्यों
a little bit
एस्ट्रेया
more
को
of a
पिक किया
sliver of
है?
a chunk there, but it still
नहीं
was
नहीं,
absolutely
एस्ट्रेया भाई बढ़िया खेल रहा है बे, बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहा है। मतलब उसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है गेम पे। इस बंदे का सबसे बढ़िया बात पता है क्या है? अभी तक जितने मैच मैंने इसको खेलते हुए देखा है ना, ये एक मैच के अंदर भी गायब नहीं हुआ। ऑल द बेस्ट, करो चैनल ग्रो, लेट्स गो भाई सितेश भाई। तू नहीं खेलता क्या? वैलोरेंट नहीं देखता बिल्कुल भी है? बेंगलोर के अंदर हराया डीसी ने यूनिट भाई। केएल राहुल के सामने सेलिब्रेशन किया। वो लास्ट में 90 नॉट आउट मार के बोलता मेरा ग्राउंड है ये। क्या बात कर रहा है? मतलब ये सब लेवल की ट्रैश टॉकिंग हो रही है क्रिकेट में? अबे यार
And that's going to be DRX looking to get the spike down soon enough. Pop flash out from Freeing, but it's dimensional drift from Famous to counter.
If the plant goes down, Australia will have the ult, by the way.
Gate crash noted. Shiro looking to sneak through. But Freeing,
अबे शीरो
takes down his opponent. Steel guarded now from Estrella, just to keep his opponents honest. Freeing then swings out, finds the other frag. The final player left, Berserks, shotgun challenge, DRX collected the first half.
भाई DRX ने कुछ भी राउंड निकाल भाई। फ्रीइंग ने भाई, कौन बोल रहा था मेरे को फ्रीइंग अच्छा नहीं है भाई? हेलो, देख रहे हो ये राउंड फ्रीइंग ने ही निकाला है। प्रीमियर लीग एक प्लेयर को फाइन करेगा, दूसरे को छोड़ देगा। आई मीन व्हाट टू से, पता नहीं भाई। मेरे को पता नहीं क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ, बट मैं हैरान हूँ इस लेवल की ट्रैश टॉकिंग हो रही है भाई आईपीएल में। आई एम एक्साइटेड टू नो दिस। केएल विंटेज वाले फॉर्म में आ गया डीसी में आने के बाद। मैंने तो आज तक उसको देखा ही नहीं कभी अच्छा खेलते हुए। हर कोई मेरे को कह रहा पुराने फॉर्म में आ गया। मैंने उसको जब से स्टार्टिंग से देख रहा हूँ, मैंने तो कभी अच्छा खेलते हुए देखा ही नहीं उसको भाई। आरसीबी ये टॉप 3 और मुंबई इंडियंस सीएसके 10 चल रही, 90 कुछ भी चल रहा है आज। लेकिन शायद टॉप पे तो अभी भी गुजरात ही है ना। आरआरक्यू गोना रिग्रेट ड्रॉपिंग हिम, वो तो है नहीं, मतलब रिग्रेट ड्रॉपिंग हिम तो पता नहीं, लेकिन आरआरक्यू में एस्ट्रेया ऐसा तो नहीं खेलता था। मेरे को तो याद ही नहीं है भाई एस्ट्रेया का भी आरआरक्यू में इतना इम्पैक्ट। पुराना कौन सा फॉर्म था? वही विंटेज वाला हिसाब। मतलब मेरे को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा, हर कोई मेरे को यही बोल रहा है। मैं फिर वही सवाल आता है कब अच्छा खिला है? फ्लैशबैक ऑन योरू बेटर देन फ्रीइंग ऑन योरू। पता नहीं बे, फ्रीइंग बहुत ज्यादा स्मार्ट प्लेयर है बे, योरू के लिए परफेक्ट है। पता है फ्रीइंग एक रीजन है कि उसको खिला रहे हैं। अब तू डिफेंस पे देखियो, योरू का जो स्ट्रेंथ है ना वो डिफेंस पे एज अ ड्यूलिस्ट डिफेंस पे ज्यादा होता है देन अटैक। ओ भाई रणजी की मैचेस काउंट कर रहा है। एस्ट्रेया हेटेड आरआरक्यू, हेटेड तो नहीं, अब जरूर करता है। नहीं डीसी में पहले कब अच्छा खेलता था भाई, मेरे को तो पता नहीं। वहां पर आईजीएल था ना इसीलिए। अबे आईजीएल भी था तब भी यार, मतलब तुम बिल्कुल ही गायब थोड़ी हो सकते हो गेम से।
Spot anyone out.
It's all about finding out where these players are at the moment. Boom have a player advantage.
Exchanging information with the stealth drone going out as well. So now trying to get the pitch on towards
Abbe.
They will find it. Boom. Finding numbers advantage in early parts of the round.
Marco and Bane at this A site. See if the
नहीं
pistols are going to be able to do
तो
something.
स्केल अप पता है इस साइड से होना
Or
चाहिए,
not.
इस साइड से नहीं होना चाहिए।
Themselves in a bit of a hairy situation. Maybe able to flash
ये
themselves
बताओ
out.
यूनिटवा कि विच इज द बेस्ट ऑक्सीजन प्लांट फॉर रूम। गूगल नहीं करना मुझे
The Indonesian
यार,
fire
ये वाला
squad.
तो मेरे को भी नहीं पता।
I believe unless Australia comes out with a 1 versus 5, this is
मेरे
DRX's first ascent.
मेरे भाई ने मतलब मेरे भाई ने तो ऑक्सीजन वाला सिस्टम किया ही नहीं, वो तो वो लेके आ गया, क्या नाम है, ह्यूमिडिफायर, और वो लेके क्या नाम है,
perfect 100%.
एयर प्यूरीफायर ये दोनों लाके रख दिए उन्होंने घर में. कल रात की मैच देखी 100T वर्सेस 2G बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है पहले से. हाँ मैंने थोड़ा सा देखा था, मैं सो गया था फिर यार. ओ भाई काट दिया भाई. काट दिया भाई. लेकिन अगर तेरे को चाहिए तो मैं मम्मी से पूछ के बता दूंगा. मम्मी को मतलब बहुत ज्यादा पसंद है पूरा खेती वेती वाला सीन ना.
Just making sure that they're all having the time to discuss how they want to adjust around the.
जुवेंटस की जर्सी कब लोगे? अच्छा जुवेंट अबे अच्छा तू जुवेनाइल कह रहा है. नहीं अब तो शायद जुवेनाइल की जर्सी मिल भी नहीं रही होगी. कल तो फनेटिक की मैच भी अच्छी थी. हाँ फनेटिक का गेम अच्छा था कल. मेरी मम्मी को भाई बहुत ज्यादा शौक है भाई, मतलब भयंकर लेवल पे शौक है भाई. उन्होंने अभी टमाटर उगा दिए भाई पता है. कल सुबह मैं उठा, कल मेरे को दिखा रही सुबह सुबह इतने बड़े बाउल के अंदर कई सारे टमाटर. कहती है हमारे गार्डन के हैं. नियरली फैनेटिक को एपेक्स ने रोक दिया था. हाँ काफी अच्छा खेली है भाई. देखो सबसे बड़ा इशू यही है पता है. क्या नाम है केजे ना खिलाने का. तुम्हें जबरदस्ती यहाँ पे खुद शक्ल दिखानी पड़ती रहती है. शील गाइड में मोर देन सम प्लांट्स फॉर माय रूम. ठीक है मैं बता दूंगा. पेरेंट्स को पसंद है घर के छत पर चालू हो जाते हैं. मेरी मम्मी अलग लेवल पे करती है भाई. शादी कब? अबे यार आनंदत यार ये कैसी बातें हैं भाई. आनंदत को समझाओ भाई. ये कहाँ की बातें कहाँ पहुंच रही है भाई. ये
Sit here, look pretty, go up with the spike.
That's the more likely scenario that's going to.
भाई यूटान कैली और पपी चूलो की भी जर्सी नहीं दिख रही.
Yeah, you got your rifle round coming in.
यूटान कैली और पपी चूलो क्या बात कर रहा है.
Do you want to go for a little bit of aggression together as a team, or do you really just want to play it more on the default side, right?
इसकी दिख रही है फिर भाई.
You would imagine trying to go off something more default, but we have seen the aggression coming through. Counter salvo, stripping the shear wall.
ये अटैकर साइड के अंदर है दरबार से. ठीक है भाई. चलो ये वाला हिसाब मतलब ये वाला राउंड तो इतना वो नहीं था. अगला राउंड इम्पोर्टेंट है. नाम पड़ गई समझ जाना चाहिए. हिट बाय इज नॉट इंटर. अरे जतिन भाई.
And while they might not be here, certainly feeling the support of the Indonesian home crowd back at the watch party.
जतिन अलग जगह लेके जा रहा है कॉन्वर्सेशन को. नई जर्सी तो रेयर टाइप आइटम था, लिमिटेड एडिशन. साइड जर्सी भाई मतलब होगी वैल्यू इन फ्यूचर आई थिंक. इतना हैंडसम लड़का सिंगल है. इनको नहीं चाहिए इनको.
None so far.
ठीक है भाई.
This is cheeky though. DOS9 spots the information onto Hyunmin's position. Meanwhile, a bit of a push up in towards B main.
आनंद ज्यादा बोल रहा है.
Likewise, on the A side of things, I just
बहुत ज्यादा बोल रहा है. When the king is ready, you will see the name change to 2 units.
There's an idea that it was a bit of a default, but
देखो फिर से देख रहे हो.
open up. This time on a freeing.
Not too shabby.
ये एक मेजर इशू है बे यहाँ पे मरने का. ओह गुड. ये वाला होल्ड. अब ये फायदा है भाई इसका.
Okay. Berserk's, however, right now trying to catch up to his team. Spotted out by Mako. Oh, the team, however.
और रेयर स्टार्टर एक ब्लू जेम होती है ना.
Couple of taps perhaps, but nonetheless, you gotta deal and fend off even more.
अकेले. Interesting.
Quickly dispatched of. And C Slasher now.
ऐसी गलती यूजुअली कम देखता हूँ मैं DRX की साइड से.
Same main as well as Hell.
Just don't give that option in the corner of that dark cover. You want to jump up there.
इस टाइम पे कोई नहीं बोल रहा भाई जतिन, सिर्फ तू अकेला बोले जा रहा है इस बारे में. मैंने खुद पेल देनी है तेरी, समझ गया?
We can see the DRX are opting for the save, which means that the bonus round is going Boom Esports way.
गोली
Last map is anything.
बेटा मस्ती नहीं.
This one might go the distance.
Certainly hoping for it as well.
So you want to
Entertaining Valorant all throughout.
आजकल नया स्टार्टर्स भी चालू है.
to put themselves in a good
पहले
favor to keep it
करते हैं फिर ठीक है भाई.
So saving those two guns there, not the worst of ideas.
Certainly looking to assist for the
नंदत यार.
At the tail end whilst blinded halfway across the map. I know he saw him before the arc rays popped, but still.
MJ my बकरी.
But yes. So Boom now with the bonus round picked up. They find themselves.
सब देख रहा हूँ मैं जतिन. आज मिल तू मेरे को.
See what he can do with B main. Of course, there is a buy up behind those two.
बताता हूँ तेरे को मैच.
A safer shear wall on towards the B site.
Oh, this is risky, but a straight up SMG close proximity.
You can't die either.
मैंने तो आपकी साइड ली है लेकिन
couple of sprays, backpedal.
तू कह रहा था मान लेता हूँ.
Of course, feeling the looming threat of the entire Boom Fire team now. Salvos to delay, allowing for Hyunmin to find some peaks, but
स्मोक क्यों नहीं है भाई? अब हो गया है लेट. एक लौंडा खाली पीली निपट गया इस चक्कर में.
Oh, what? No!
ओ भाई देख रहे हो फ्रीइंग किंग को? माय गॉड, वन एंड ओनली. क्या मतलब जतिन भाई का करियर खत्म हो कर दोगे? कैसी बातें करता है भाई आनंदत. केरल बिल्कुल न्यूज वालों की तरह बोला है भाई. परफेक्ट. वे यार एस्ट्रिया एक को मार के निकल वे.
Although Berserk's is low HP, DOS9 hunkers down, finds the frag, and it's now a 3v1.
And they don't know where Marco is. They don't
भयंकर लेवल का वो दिखा रहे हैं भाई बूम वाले इस टाइम पे. पेशेंस दिखा रहे हैं भाई. कुछ फोर्स नहीं कर रहे भाई, कुछ फोर्स नहीं कर रहे. Took my feet picked behind D-Mart.
Gun round, but there was kind of enough there.
कैसी एलिगेशंस है
that one, you know, maybe work.
ही भाई हम जतिन यार.
I see what you're saying.
I'm just a chill guy guys. Guys, M जतिन का blood group A positive है guys. In case anyone wanted to know. जब आप कंफर्म करेंगे तब होगा ना. ठीक है भाई.
Needing this time out somewhat.
Yeah.
Termi
intervening. Definitely needs to come out with something big here because this is the last one that DRX have, right? Boom still holding onto both of theirs, not needing to, you know, drop them. And if they start to continue to have a bit of a wriggle on as well.
मेरा A negative. तभी तू negative आदमी है भाई चुलबुला.
Still behind. Do you even then consider to use one of your own to give DRX enough
Set
time
the
to
same behind it.
Like if you win this next round as Boom, and you convert after your opponent's bonus rounds, you're probably not needing to see yourself time out until, you know, it really gets to the later stages of the map, right? Unless you're tied up 10 apiece or you're up 11 to 9 and then, you know, you don't want to see them get to 10 before you get to 12 or something like that. I don't know. It's an important round though, regardless here.
लेकिन ये वाले मैच की क्वालिटी बढ़िया है यार, तो मैं खुश हूँ पता है कि हमें आज दो इतने बढ़िया मैच देखने को मिले. कल यार जी का मैच देखेंगे.
It's Berserks with the Steel Garden.
बस दुख ना हो.
Boom have an idea on where they want to try and navigate.
I knew you will say this. I am B positive. झूठ बोलता है भाई.
Nice for them.
झूठ बोलता है. B वालों में उल्टा होता है पता तेरे को. जो B नेगेटिव होते हैं जैसे कि मैं, वो पॉजिटिव लोग होते हैं, और जो B पॉजिटिव होते हैं जैसे कि तू, वो नेगेटिव होते हैं. समझ रहा है? Oh, good fight भाई. ये वाला स्मोक तो ये वाला स्मोक. Nice. Good control fight. इसको आइसोलेट कर दिया. उसने फिर भी क्यों इस चीज को पुश किया मेरे को नहीं समझ आई. Freeing my goat, my king. बस एक यही है, योरू के साथ ही तुम कर सकते हो, पता है योरू के साथ तुम यही कर सकते हो, तुम कंसिस्टेंटली अलग अलग एंगल्स खिलाओ योरू को हर बारी बीमेन के अंदर, उनको बीमेन का कंट्रोल लेने के लिए यूटिल मारना पड़े, ड्राई पिक करके ना कर सके वो।
They can just call and play for the 3 versus 5 here. They don't necessarily need to take a fight. You even just drop the door rather. So
it's a rather risky round to go for.
Oh, it just makes it so hard for Boom to try and get
I'm Jatin, so no.
I wouldn't even be surprised if they
मीम्स तो कुछ तो लिख रहा है भाई, तेरी कुछ तो मैच चल रही है चैट में, मेरे को नहीं समझ आ रही तो।
Where a door has also just been shut on you.
Yeah, 15 seconds now.
शॉर्ट कंट्रोल ले लिया, साइड पे हार्ड एंकर हो रहा है। अबे क्या तू, दोनों का ध्यान किधर है भाई? भाई ह्यूनमिन डॉस 9 के बाद अब चांस है यहाँ पे, ओह नेवर माइंड।
flushes him away with the dimensional drift. DOS9 ignores it. Tries to dodge the flashes as well. Manages to deal with Bane.
Oh!
Back into it.
Stunned!
Bullet! Everybody. If ever there was a moment for stuns to not be cosmetic in this game, that is the moment right there.
A Red Bull clutch from the sun from Kazakhstan.
अबे यार एक गोली से मार दिया बंदे ने, कोल्ड भाई भाई साहब। भाई ये हिम मूवमेंट है भाई, प्रॉपर हिम मूवमेंट है भाई, 3v1 दे दिया भाई। इस समय तो देखो अपने लोग पैसिफिक में खेल सकते हैं अच्छे से। आई एग्री ब्रो, खेल सकते हैं, लेजेंड खेल सकते हैं, मैं मजाक भी नहीं कर रहा।
Not allowing for Boom to create any form of pressure with that wall.
That was after DRX's timeout, by the way.
True that.
कुछ भी देख लिया भाई, कुछ भी भाई, हिम मूवमेंट भाई, प्रॉपर हिम मूवमेंट भाई। नहीं इससे DRX हिल गई होगी थोड़ी सी, टाइम आउट लेना पड़ेगा भाई, टर्मी अगर टाइम आउट है इनके पास तो। बूम की फाइटिंग स्पिरिट यार अनबीटेबल है बे, इसको बोलते हैं फर्स्ट शॉट एक्यूरेसी। नहीं लेकिन मैं हैरान हूँ, वो दोनों साइड पे क्यों रुके हुए थे जब उन्होंने गेट बंद कर दिया था, और उन्होंने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया कि वो शॉट से शॉट अप आ जाएंगे। मैं बहुत हैरान हूँ इस चीज से। जैसे ही वो गेट बंद हुआ है, उनको एक बंदे को तो मेन लेना चाहिए एटलीस्ट, उनकी पोजीशनिंग ये होनी चाहिए फिर। This should have been the positioning.
Unfortunately, not quite. Spike will still be planted right next to him, and Berserks eliminates Hyunmin.
They don't care. They do not care that he's at the back of the site. They know there's 20 seconds. They've got numbers. They have to get a plant. He's got a stinger.
ये तो गेम खत्म हो गया गाइस। DRX को वो वाला राउंड बहुत भारी पड़ गया, मेंटली चेकआउट हो गए होंगे बे। पर डोरेमोन doesn't think we can। ठीक है भाई, डोरेमोन वगैरह क्या है भाई ये?
When you're going for a hit, you remove their guns, right? You make them play in towards choke angles. You make them play a little bit different.
मेरे को तो ये भी नहीं पता कि डोरेमोन तो बोल किसको रहा है। I'll paste a link which will be of course removed, but you can see it। नहीं स्ट्रीम पे लिंक आएगी नहीं, चैट में आएगी ही नहीं वो, इंस्टा ब्लॉक है वो।
Almost. Yeah, the options are still there, even with the fake out quickly dealt with. Hyunmin now trying to get out of dodge.
Staved off.
There it is.
Staved off by the salvo.
Red by India TV के चैट पे
still available here as well.
Mako still jiggling.
बताता हूँ आओ।
Boom are not slowing down, but a bit of a team kill coming through. Nonetheless, Boom still trudge forward. Hyunmin hopping over, looking.
4 इधर ही।
He's got 4 left.
ये भी हारेगी क्या? ये भी एडवांटेज से हार जाएंगे क्या DRX वाले? गया ओ बच गया।
Spike not quite planted yet because you've got these 2 anchors on the site.
Wanted to know that because into it happens। नहीं इधर इंस्टा डिलीट है।
He's got the Phantom. Close range could help him out, but oh, somewhat double peeked out.
Mako, क्यों?
Hopping out of the smoke now. Hyunmin alongside Estrella. Arcros popped, but nothing much found. The shot's not quite connecting. Estrella will only be able to find the first. DOS9
GG
now onto the double kill.
And Bane was way too far away as well. He's got salvos,
GG
but it's
bhai.
1 versus 2 here, Quack. If Boom play the crossfire right, they could find the series point.
Bane. Like you mentioned,
Bane कौन से garden में है?
where do you place them?
नहीं वो उसको लग रहा था ये आएंगे तो इसलिए वो
No one's giving him the peek. He does find the first flick though. Continues to push on forward, hops down and dives.
क्या throw
onto
किया है?
DOS9.
What?
No crossfire! No crossfire to come out from Boom. I said if they
ये इतना lightly complacently क्यों खेल गए बूम वाले अब? इतना अच्छा round खेल के last में complacency दिखा दी.
But Bane will hold on for DRX here.
He's got tagged you for the O movement.
First attacking round dropped for Boom Esports.
DRX game छोड़ क्यों दी? कहाँ छोड़ी भाई? They are back.
And that's why he was within an inch of his life and was able to be finished off by the Hunter's Fury.
Cool.
Bane still here भाई. Bane still keeping them in the hunt भाई.
Into the squad, just being able to
ये क्या तरीका हुआ?
11
extends DRX's life, yes.
is all they get.
बहुत हैरानी है. इससे पहले बढ़िया खेला. इसमें ऐसे थ्रो कर दिया.
My head and I'm really wondering about this, but you know, certainly want to keep your hopes up for
Mid का control.
They've been putting up quite the performance.
Main तो रखो.
मगर सिर्फ यही की चीज है कि या तो win है या तो learn है.
Salvos as well, and it forces Green to get crash away.
Oh, there's some
How?
timing here for Estrella.
चुलबुला भाई इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोरर यूज कर रहा है. किस चीज के लिए हाउ लिखा है तूने? लास्ट राउंड या लास्ट टू लास्ट राउंड?
Further back now.
Yeah, numbers as well. Look at this one. Hyunmin, is he any clue?
Can't really get away either. All frags or nothing, especially once those flashes.
But floor ain't made for VCT.
With freeing close by. Here come those kills. Oh, they
No.
actually managed to find two. DOS9 trying to equalize. But
Unpopular for a reason भाई. Because it's wrong.
Armageddon launched by Bane as well. Famous takes down Hyunmin and now looks to recollect with his fallen teammates, but Estrella up by stairs denies entry. Berserks to trade right back. 1-on-2.
And how do you play this one if you are DRX as well?
Oh, he's thinking about a weapon, but it's not quite safe enough, so still sticking on to the Outlaw.
The thing is, they're both at 125 HP here.
Yeah.
So the Outlaw's not the worst gun.
But
ये
you
तो लोग शायद से सांगवान शेयर है.
positioning very crucial.
भाई साहब ये किस लाइन में आ गए आप?
That's all you got to go for.
Timing.
One shot, one kill.
सांगवान शेयर था. क्यों मतलब?
Doesn't see him.
समझा नहीं मैं.
Goes back around lane, spots out the first. That's the first kill. Punch in your second ticket, Berserks, because it's right there. Swaps to the shorty, hops in, and finds Mako. No clutch for the guy, and it's Berserks who picks it up instead.
Red Bull clutch.
जी भाई. इसके बाद तो मेंटल नहीं बची होगी भाई.
Boom Esports.
DRX.
And they got 4 of them. You look at the crossfire that was attempted in the middle there.
Yeah, but DRX Korean है बे. फर्क तो पड़ना नहीं चाहिए.
And it's not happening, but it's Berserks. I told you what, the Outlaw. It only needs one shot to finish off an opponent on 125.
तो सांगवान की भी साउंड स्लो है. कोई गेम भी चीज हो 1-2 दिन बाद डालता है. अबे यार.
Against the home crowd, all of a sudden, a little bit more silent now.
I have a feeling the big time might have to be buying the bundle soon.
Certainly got an itch for it. Boom. Looking to send themselves forward, possibly getting the lock into playoffs. Well, I mean, they already have that, but top seed.
Boom, top seed. Could you imagine?
Oh, DRX, do you have it in you? Playing around the smokes, not the best guns. Sheriff.
मेरा buffer हो रहा था.
It's the Aldron that clears out wine. Boom, look, setting us up towards the A site.
For Marco, he wasn't spotted for the moment. Now he is. Berserk's on towards freeing. This is where a crunch opportunity happens on the A site.
Right, still got those thorns, but Mako trying to play
around
flat positions, but unfortunately pitched down. The full form from Boom.
Game is over, bhai.
Now Hyunmin and Estrella running off the tracks.
एक की हाफ शील्ड है.
Wait for that recon. The spike gets planted. Thankfully, they will shoot out Storm, so a little bit more space, but can they dive down to hell safely enough? No smokes. Goes in for the hop. Hyunmin, Stinger has the first kill, but the shorty and the fence
अभी हम
kill
क्लिप
off
करेंगे
from
अपने लिए,
main.
मगर वो क्लिपिंग ऐसे हो गए हम चैंपियन.
The Indonesians are in the server today.
ठीक है भाई. जी भाई, बूम ने DRX को भी हरा दिया, बूम ने जेंजी को भी हरा दिया. बूम इज प्लेइंग डिफरेंट भाई.
मगर सिर्फ यही की चीज है कि या तो विन है या तो लर्न है.
आज DRX के लिए लर्न हो गया भाई. डॉस9 ने जो मारा है ना भाई, वो डिफरेंट भाई. डॉस9 ने जो मारा है भाई साहब.
मगर सिर्फ यही की चीज है कि या तो विन है या तो लर्न है.
4-0 लेजेंड में लर्न है भाई.
निकल पहली फुर्सत में निकल.
ठीक है भाई. चेक योर क्लिप. अच्छा रुक, कहाँ डाली है तूने? चैट में.
अभी हम क्लिप करेंगे अपने लिए, मगर वो क्लिपिंग ऐसे हो गए हम चैंपियन. ओके गाइस,
If ever there was a moment for stuns to not be cosmetic in
DRX ignores it. Tries to dodge the flashes as well. Manages to deal with speed.
Oh!
Back into it.
ठीक है भाई.
Last time.
Sorry?
I'm kidding. Now we have Famous on stage with us to talk about today's win. 네, 붐 e스포츠의 페이머스 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. DRX를
बैटिंग चालू कर दो यूनिट भाई. I wanna gamble it all. तू करना भाई, मेरे को क्यों बोल रहा है? कहाँ नॉमशिन, कहाँ बूम? ठीक है भाई.
Was it easier or tougher than you
नहीं,
expected?
कोच चेंज हो गया ना.
I think for this one kind of tough. I keep
प्लेयर भी ऐड हुआ है डॉस9 भाई.
doing this, maybe stack here, maybe they stack B, stack A, and I got through smoke 2 times, like unlucky.
जनरली को
아, 사실
ठीक है भाई.
예상했던 것보다 훨씬 힘들었고 이쪽에 스택을 할까 아니면 저쪽에 스택을 할까
ठीक है भाई.
알아내고 이해하기 그 좀 상대를 읽어내기 힘들었고
अनरियल भाई, मैंने पैसा कम कर दिया, इसका ये मतलब नहीं भाई स्पैम होगा. हेलो,
얘기를 하는데요.
What is this behavior भाई?
가시지 않았지만 그래도 아이스박스를 얘기를 해보고 싶은데 마지막으로 아이스박스를 했던 게 오늘 제외하고 작년 9월이었거든요. 이 조합을 전혀 바꾸지 않고도 승리를 가져갔는데 많은 팀들이 변화를 시도하는 와중에 이 조합을 그대로 쓰기로 결정하게 된 이유는 무엇인지도 물어보고 싶네요. I know we're
Pardon me,
still very
Sensei.
मगर सिर्फ यही की
excited
चीज है कि या तो
and
विन है या तो
very
लर्न है.
energetic about this win,
ठीक है
especially
भाई.
that match against DRX.
I agree,
But
bro.
let's go back to
कोच
Icebox
चेंज तो जी की भी हुई
because I
थी.
feel like the last
अभी
time
हम
you guys
क्लिप
played
करेंगे
this
अपने लिए,
map,
हमारी फिर से हो गया ना.
क्लिपिंग ऐसे हो गए हम चैंपियन.
and
ओके
while
गाइस, come on,
they choose to switch things up when it comes to comp.
ठीक है भाई.
You guys decided to stick with your old comp. Was there a specific reason why?
Actually, we kind of changed the plan. Like, I'm not playing Jet actually, Icebox map, but I'm not gonna tell the previous agent I use.
아 사실 제트를 안 쓰는 거 빼고는 바뀌지 않았는데 그래도 좀 그냥 전략 같은 것만 수정을 하고 그리고 이제
बाय द बूम बंडल हो गया भाई.
앞으로는 뭘 쓸지
पहली फुर्सत में निकल.
말씀해주신 것처럼
अभी जा रहा हूँ, थोड़ी देर 2 मिनट रुक जाए, देखने दे भाई.
요루를 보여준
जोन अकेले ही इंग्लिश की
한 3개월 전부터 좀 요원폭을
गलत शब्द यूज नहीं कर रहा है यार आनंद तल्लो.
이 부분에 대해서도 더 물어보도록
अब क्वालिफाई होंगे प्लेऑफ्स के लिए.
हमको सिखा दिया है. First time you've ever played on stage in the officials, and I see you picking up the neon a lot more in the past 3 months. So can you talk to me about
हम लोग
your grind
प्लेऑफ्स के लिए क्वालिफाई
expanding your agent pool?
पता नहीं, मुश्किल है.
For the Euro, I think
हराएंगे किसको? मेरा क्वेश्चन वो है ना, हराएंगे किसको?
thinking like overthink like how I use properly the util.
निकल
How I can
पहली फुर्सत में
manage
निकल.
properly the TP and
ठीक है भाई.
flash. Yeah, kinda
गरीब हो गया.
tough for me.
All right, not very natural, but You've still done a wonderful
Sorry
job.
for my unhinged behavior दादा. कोई नहीं यार.
타이밍에 어떻게 써야 될지
End
100%
यार
아는 건
गलत शब्द नहीं यार.
아니라서 좀 아직까지 헷갈리기도 하고 쉬운
The
건
end
아니지만 그래도 열심히
until they bring an Indian team.
이후로도 연습을 했다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 마지막으로
Agree.
이렇게 그룹 1위로 플레이오프에 진출하게
For that
됐는데
I agree.
이 정도로 잘할 거라는 자신감이 있었는지 그리고 이 결과에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지
ये तो टट्टी है.
보도록 할게요. Now with this win, you guys have made it to playoffs already, but you guys are number 1 in the group to qualify for the playoffs. I mean, did you guys ever see yourselves pulling this off in the beginning of stage
कह रही है अबे तुम्हें खुद लगा था.
Alright, so what does it mean to you?
कह रही है तुम्हें खुद लगा था तुम ये करोगे.
The ultimate goal is for stage 1? Winning the whole thing?
No.
Oh, okay. Just doing well. See how far
Yeah.
you can go. Alright. 아, 사실 예상을 못할 정도로
Venka will make the whole Pacific region stand. Because he can't make them sit. ठीक है भाई.
우승까지 노리기보다는 우리가 할 수 있는 만큼 최선의 경기를 펼치면서
तुम्हारा और ही बहुत है इसलिए सब लोग तुम्हें
이렇게 해서
जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं.
저희는 내일 다시 돌아오도록 할게요. Thank you so much, Famous.
Thank you.
And that's
Vibe
it
के
from
यार
us on
my
stage.
bad यार.
Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow.
चलो भाई. ये गाने क्यों बज रहे हैं भाई? नहीं लेकिन मजा आया. दिस वॉज गुड. आज का दिन बढ़िया था. आज के मैचेस बढ़िया थे भाई. कुछ भी बोलो. आई एंजॉयड. विच से स्टेज 2 डिले होगी फिर. डिले क्यों होगा भाई? बाय यूनिट वाप. बाय गाइस. हैकिंग का सीन हुआ तो वो तो खत्म हो गया भाई. प्लेयर के मुंह नहीं देखना. अरे 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 आनंदित भाई हेलो. कल जी विल ड्रॉप है. हाँ तो यार जेंजी बहुत स्ट्रांग है वे. जेंजी पूरी टीम बहुत ज्यादा प्रैक्टिस्ड है, बहुत एक्सपीरियंस्ड है. और हम आउटसाइड ऑफ द गेम भी फाइट करने में लगे हुए हैं अलग लेवल की. इन गेम में भी अपन को अपना वो नहीं है, क्या नाम है, वो वाला प्रैक्टिस नहीं है. तो कोई चांस ऐसा है नहीं. Why always we face the shame? Why can't G be strong then? अबे हम गलत चीज के लिए वो कर रहे हैं. चैट की ईयर स्टार स्ट्रीम पे जी को बहस किया जाता है एंडिंग पे. धीरे धीरे यू आर बिकमिंग द पर्सन यू हेट द मोस्ट. और भाई लव फ्लेम क्या हाल चाल है भाई? नहीं नहीं भाई मैंने ऐसा क्या किया भाई? लव फ्लेम हेलो. लव फ्लेम लेकिन तू चेंज हो गया भाई. पहले तो तू गलत चीजों के अगेंस्ट था, अब तू सपोर्ट में चला गया है. Any slightest of chance for G tomorrow? Slightest of chance for G tomorrow? नहीं यार बहुत मुश्किल है. अरे 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 थैंक यू सो मच यार. Thank you so much यार Unreal. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted भाई. Really appreciated भाई साहब.
Best friend, I love you.
अरे 2 मीम गलत सेम टाइम पे बज गए भाई. माय बैड. ये इस बारी किस चीज को मिली है भाई? सौम्या, दित्या, कुसुमा, ये सब कौन है बे? चल आयुष पता है, ईशान पता है, हरसिमरन. हाय ब्रो मुझे मिल गई मेंबरशिप. तू तो आता भी नहीं है इतने दिन से भाई. अनरियल इसको दे दी गंदे आदमी को. ये लोग जो बात नहीं करते उनको सब मिल जाता है, ऐसा क्यों? तूने ऑन नहीं कर रखा होगा भाई, गिफ्टिंग एक्सेप्ट करने का भी एक वो होता है। अबे तुमने ऑन नहीं कर रखा होगा, मुझे भी दे दी। भाई गंदा बोल। ज़ोंबी वापस आ गए। और भाई सुमित वेलकम बैक भाई। तो तुम्हें सेटिंग्स में जाके ऑन करना पड़ता है वे, तब मिलती है तुमको। तुमने ऑन नहीं कर रखा होगा। करा सब तो अंडरटेकर निकले। नहीं नहीं, जॉन सीना ही तो है भाई, जॉन सीना ही तो गायब रहता है भाई। मुझे गंदा बोल दिया भाई। याद कर वो दिन जब पूरे पूरे क्रिकेट मैचेस देखता था साथ में। तो भाई मैं देख आयुष, तेरे को तो याद ही होगा मैं कितना घटिया आदमी हूँ भाई, है कि नहीं? मैं ऐसा ही हूँ भाई। तू मेरे को अभी प्यार नहीं करेगा, मैं तेरे को घटिया बोलूंगा भाई। इट इज व्हाट इट इज भाई, मैं ऐसा ही हूँ भाई। तूने मेरे से बेकार आदमी देखा है अपनी लाइफ में? आनंद दत्त गाली बक दे इसको, गाली बक दे एक। थैंक यू यार अनरियल मेरे भाई।
My best friend, I love you.
चलो वापस आऊंगा नेक्स्ट ईयर, बाय। नेक्स्ट ईयर ठीक है भाई। कल मैच है गाइस, कल जी का मैच है तो सब लोग को आना है, ठीक है? कल इंपॉर्टेंट मैच है, कल जीतना जरूरी है। मतलब मुश्किल है थोड़ा अपना जीतना, लेकिन होपफुली सब लोग रहेंगे तो क्या पता। अनरियल भाई बिहार से है ना दादा? अनरियल बिहार से नहीं नहीं। नो वन केयर्स भाई। मैंने तो मेंबरशिप को अप्लाई की थी, पास में ऑटो पे रिवोल्ट हो गया। कोई बात नहीं, कोई नहीं यार सुमित, इट्स ओके, इट्स ओके। जी डजंट मैटर भाई। नहीं नहीं यार ऐसे नहीं बोलते भाई, जी अपनी टीम है यार, जी अपने लौंडे है भाई। कभी कभी इधर उधर चले जाते हैं, लेकिन यार अपने लौंडे हैं, ऐसे नहीं। मेंटल मैटर्स, क्रिप्टो भी आ गया। और भाई क्रिप्टो डार्लिंग, हाँ भाई जब स्ट्रीम खत्म होने वाली है तब आए स्ट्रीम पे, है ना क्रिप्टो? ये सपोर्ट कर कर मेंटल खराब। लव यू टू अनरियल भाई, थैंक यू यार, थैंक यू सो मच। लेकिन यार कल बहुत मुश्किल है भाई अपना जीतना, सैडनेस। चलो मिलते हैं गाइस कल। थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन। अगली स्ट्रीम में मिलेंगे आप। बाय बाय, टेक केयर। और गाइस मेरे शॉर्ट्स देखो और मेरे को बताओ तुमको कैसे लग रहे हैं, क्या दिक्कत लग रही है। अगर दिक्कत लग रही है तो, अगर अच्छे लग रहे हैं तो क्या अच्छा लग रहा है वो भी बताना, ठीक है? जी पे ऑप्शन कब चालू करेगा, इंडिया वांट्स टू नो। कर देता हूँ सेटअप, मोस्टली कल कल कर दूंगा। कल जनरेशनल स्टिंकर के लिए रेडी हो। अबे यार बाय शुभरात्रि, बाय बाय यार अनरियल, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन। जी ना बस ठीक है भाई, कोई नहीं यार, मीम्स दुख बाद में। मैं शॉर्ट्स को लाइक कर देता हूँ, देखना भी जरूरी है भाई। देख देख के बता कैसी लग रही है। चलो गाइस बाय बाय, गुड नाइट, टेक केयर, सी यू। थैंक यू अनरियल भाई। यू कैन गिफ्ट मेंबरशिप इन यूट्यूब। गुड मॉर्निंग भाई।